Hello. Happy Wednesday. I think it's Wednesday. Is it? But we're back. Thank you, Ninja. You are so biased. Why is chat not showing up on here? Wait. Oh, I froze everything. That's weird. I'll figure that one out later. But thank you, Ninja. Best way to start a stream. Hello. You've been subscribed for 23 months on a 23-month streak. That's crazy. I'm gonna have to have a 2-year thing soon. I have to have it updated. We only have up to a year because we didn't think that far ahead. I think a year's a cake, so we're gonna have to have something bigger. But we're back. We're officially gonna be starting Lucas's route. Which is the route we've been waiting for. At least I've been waiting for. This is the one I want to do the most. John is going to be the next one. We did a poll that lasted overnight, and Lucas won, which is fair because John is going to have more lore involved, and I feel like maybe saving some of it for later is better than doing it all at once. And then after his route, we get to the true route. So we're going to be on that one after that. I am going to be streaming for at least 4 hours, if not a bit longer. My hope is to at least get to the end of chapter 2 and be at the start of chapter 3 before I'm done. That way on the next stream we can finish Lucas' route. Hopefully. That's my goal. I'm trying to get there. I want us to be starting our next illusion. Hang on, I got this. I know what I'm doing. Yeah, illusion of Itahari next week at some point, but we'll see. Because we have until I think the next one, which is this one, which I have to pre-order still. That we're not playing that one until April, so we have all of March to finish Atahari. But I want to get an early start because February. We gotta go do our part to get there, and then we're gonna play Buddha Shihana later on this year. But yeah, we're still a little behind on Mistonia. That's my bad. Although the routes themselves aren't very long, which I appreciate. I don't need long routes just to be long. So we're getting there. We're trucking along. All right, 3. I'm gonna take Lord Lucas. Oh, you're a strange one, aren't you? As much as I wanted to agree with her, I couldn't voice it out loud. That's hilarious. Why are you dragging me outside? Well, you seem to have a great sense of fashion, so I thought I thought you could give me some advice. I wasn't referring to his cloak. What really mattered was his clothing. Wasn't too extravagant and looked easy to move in. Is your vision really that bad? Not at all. What the heck was that? I'll message my sister. Might Echo talk to me? My Echo started to speak to me, but I don't know what it's gonna say. Oh my goodness. Alright. These glasses are for my disguise. They're purely decorative. Listen. Be happy. I invited you outside amongst the people. We're here together. All this grumbling made me realize that Lucas was definitely not the right person to bring along on my shopping trip. Nevertheless, the reason why I chose him, he seemed the least busy of the 5. For some reason, Lucas always made excuses in order to step out during meetings and was always alone. It ultimately made him more approachable. He probably just doesn't want to interact with anyone and would rather be alone. I understand if he finds this annoying. That said, this wasn't the sort of outing I was hoping for either. I could get things over with quickly with Lucas and return to the mansion. That was what I thought, at least. Do you have earrings? No, I don't. Let's start with picking out earrings first then. I came all the way here for this, so I won't let you go home until you choose something proper. Come again. I was disappointed that things weren't going as planned. Lucas noticed my mood and gave me a weary
僕を
smile.
引っ張り出した責任は取ってもらおう。シノブの言わずについてこい。
You need to take responsibility for dragging me out here. Don't argue, just follow along. Understood. Lucas left me no choice. We went to several jewelry shops together. He looked back and forth between the jewelry on display and me, mumbling to himself. A minimalist design would be best for earrings. With these gems, it highlights the material's quality. Material? Is he talking about the gem? I didn't know much about jewelry, so I waited for Lucas to explain. He pressed the gem to my ear and continued with certainty.
複数の石をゴテゴテとつけるのは下品だ。お前のような娘は一つの石でも十分輝く。元が悪くないから余計な。
We picked a great person, I guess. Wearing multiple jewels is tacky. A girl like you only needs one to shine. No need for unnecessary decorations. Your natural beauty is enough. Did he just give me a compliment? When I realized this, my ear turned crimson when where he touched it. I never expected him to say something like that. Thank you for the compliment. I finally managed to utter my thanks, but my voice was embarrassingly soft, especially when compared to how I normally spoke. The day of the Queen's Ball had arrived, and this is going to go to... a ridiculous place filled with ridiculous people. Lucas somehow stood in front of me. He looked unusually grumpy. His face practically screamed, I want to go home. Oh my gosh. You can see us so much. Oh yeah, I could put on my other glasses. Actually, I don't know if I have them in here right now. I might. I could have my gold glasses on again for this one. I do still have them in here. Hey. And my sunglasses, which don't really do great for the sun. And they're technically an old prescription at this point. They're just so big. I'm just not a big frame girly, and everything I bought from this site was so big. Like these ones too, they're just so big. But these ones are smaller. It's just that they're heart-shaped. But these are my old lenses, and they have a greeny blue tint to them. They're prescription grade, so hey. Looking at the sun is a bad idea, glasses or not. I mean, yes. Yes, you are right. But if you're going to do them, sunglasses are better to wear when you're looking at the sun. Just for a little bit of protection. Either way, you're going to go blind. I mean, don't do it for too long. Is it me or is it crunching? Okay. It's crunching because I put on my new glasses. Alright, I don't know what's bothering you, but do you seriously believe you don't belong here? There's no reason for someone like you to be in a place like this. You smiling. And if you say that you don't fit in, then I'm just as much of an outsider as you are. Is he trying to cheer me up by chance? His words were hard to decipher, but upon closer inspection, his eyes seemed to carry a hint of tenderness. Wouldn't it be amusing to put them all in their places? What do you mean by that? Lucas took my hand firmly, not bothering to answer my question. This unexpected move left me so stunned that I missed the chance to pull away. Before I knew it, we had reached the center of the ball. I'm sure you've improved since the last time we danced together. The music started. Lucas pulled me in by the waist, just as he had done last time in the drawing room. I believe I've gotten better. Or maybe not. Though I kept the latter part to myself, Lucas quickly sensed my lack of confidence. Is this all the confidence you have after all that practice? I can't really blame you. It was a crash course. Sorry. I apologize, but Lucas didn't seem annoyed. On the contrary, he seemed to be enjoying himself as he led the dance. You may not have confidence, but you're not doing so bad. You're doing well enough. I appreciate that. As I thanked him, I was once again overcome with the familiar feeling. I wonder whether it was because the hand in mine was so unexpectedly warm. You're an excellent dancer, Lord Lucas. I don't hate dancing with you, I think. Ah! Instant embarrassment. We're gonna kill this man. I didn't even say that. It's just that my brother kept coming to mind. I was shocked and regretted what I said, but Lucas's cheeks were tinged with red and I blinked confused. Could it be that you're embarrassed?
その思ったことを口に出すのをやめろ。そう見えたのだとしても。
Stop voicing your thoughts out loud, even if I do seem that way. There's no reason to point it out. He's clearly embarrassed. It was oddly amusing to see his grumpy face turn red. My lips nearly curled into a smile, but then...
そのイヤリングよく似合っているぞ。輝きに負けないぐらいには。
I forgot to mention it earlier, but those earrings suit you perfectly. Maybe you're becoming dazzling enough to match their shine. My heart skipped a beat when he whispered in my ear out of nowhere.
お前も赤くなったな。どうした?
You're blushing too. What's the matter? Are you getting back at me?
そうだ。
Totally. Lucas spoke smugly. I didn't find that unpleasant, though in fact I actually enjoyed it fleetingly. I know this feeling is a hindrance to my purpose, but I didn't need to enjoy this. I fully understood that, but I put a lid on those thoughts even only for a moment. Oh yeah. Meet her, crazy things happen. Oh my gosh, Lucas! I didn't see this coming. Crazy. A few days after the ball, on my day off, I visited Goneril's shop to discuss my next step with John. For a better chance at revenge, I think it's ideal to narrow my target to one of the 5. After my encounter with the queen, my determination burned anew. Sensing the dark flames in my desire, John frowned. Oh yeah. Sorry, John, hang on. Alfred, which makes sense, because that was the parallel. So then that means when we do John, his parallel is going to be... Ascot, I forgot his name. I just forgot the man's name. We just did his route. He only has fine wispies. 5 little wispies.
今更だが、ドイツもクセ者揃いなんだ。なるべくお嬢を危険な目に遭わせたくはないが。
To get close to them, right? I know you know this, my lady, but every one of them is sharp. I don't want you to put yourself in danger. I understand that John's worried about me, but I was solidly within range. My cover could be blown at any time, so I couldn't afford to take things too slowly. It's more effective to extract information from one source than 5. In fact, it's safer. I'll gain their trust, become an insider. I stared back at John, my expression firm. My unwavering resolve must have gotten across because he let out a sigh and nodded.
なら、まずは誰にするかだな。お嬢から見て最近の5人の様子はどうだ?
In that case, the question is who to choose, my lady. In your eyes, how are their situation? Let's see. Edward, Alfred, and Linus all seem busy even after the conference. Ascot has close ties with the queen, so he's a promising candidate for intelligence. In terms of status, however, Lindell basically served as chamberlains, attending the queen. Therefore, they had many more opportunities to approach her. But there's something about him that's impossible to read at times. It feels like he's testing me. I shouldn't approach him carelessly. Should I go for Lucas instead? I fell into a contemplative silence. That was when John spoke as if suddenly remembering something. Speaking of being busy, lately I've seen a lot of the Bernstein and Cresswell subordinates in the streets. It seems they're starting to put their full attention on the ongoing cases to prepare for the exhibition. Nodding at John's remark, I recalled what Goneril told me before. You mean those 4 cases? Especially the Twilight Ravens, since they could affect the queen and country itself. As we talked, the door creaked open behind me. I turned around and my eyes met Goneril. She shrugged at me. I tried to pick something that was the most purple in my closet, but this is really burgundy. It matches her hair though. Oh dear, you have each other all to yourselves, but your chat is so as unromantic as always. I suppose that's just in your nature. I didn't understand why she assumed John and I would become romantic, but I had a hunch that asking would cause more of a headache than my arrogance and let it be.
ちょうどいい。お嬢ちゃん、4つの事件なら少し新しい噂を仕入れたんだ。どうだい？教えてやろうか。
You have perfect timing. It just so happens that I have new rumors about those 4 cases. How about it? Do you want to hear? Yes, please.
よし、来た。
Alright.
お題は後でジョン坊やからしっかりいただくとしよう。
I'll make sure to get sufficient pay from John Boy later on. John grimaced and Goneril grinned at him, teasingly before plopping dodown in her chair.
そうさね。
Let's see.
まず、羽狩りは大きな変化はない。
There aren't any
確
developments
実
on
に
the
増え
wing
てきてはいる
hunting,
ようだけど。
though victims have been steadily
チェンジ
racking
リ
up.
ングの行方不明についても新しい情報は聞かなかった。
I didn't hear anything
都
new
市
about
部
the
では起きない
changelings.
せいか、元から市民の注目度も低いしね。
Maybe because it doesn't happen in urban areas, citizens aren't interested.
じゃあ落日の渡りガラスはどうだ？
What about Twilight Ravens
市
then?
民にとっても看過できない話だろう。
I'm sure neither the 5 houses nor the citizens can ignore them.
ああ、あれ
Exactly.
については合計も必死だね。
The 5 houses are
反情
frantic.
派の集会も活発になってきているからか、ヤードも動員して巡回を増やしているようだ。
With anti-royalists growing more active, their increased patrol and even mobilized the yard.
やっぱりそうか。
I expected as much.
最近、5家の配下が街中に多いって話をしていたんだ。
I was just telling her that recently there's been a lot of 5 houses subordinates out and about.
そのせいで、ちょっとでも怪しい動きのやつがいたら捕まえてやろうって、どこもかしこもピリピリしてる。
Everywhere on
本
an
当に
edge,
仕事がやりにくいったらないよ。
intent on imprisoning anyone who appears even remotely dubious. I can't exaggerate how hard it is making it to do my job. I can't exaggerate how hard it's making it to do my job. That's what she said. As I listened to their exchange, I became intrigued about the one case that I hadn't yet been mentioned. Goneril, what about the Blue Robin?
ああ、あれは義族みたいなもので、一応無害だからね。
You know who's blue?
ま、貴族様は気に入らないだろう
That
けど。
guy. Oh, that. They're somewhat like a vigilante and are more or less harmless. Will the oh so mighty nobles probably aren't fond of them. Pulling her lips into a sardonic smile, Goneril puffed her pipe
だから
once.
だろうけど、そっちに関してはエデン周り、特に旧品位あたりじゃ人気がある。実際、悪い噂は聞かなかったよ。
That's the same reason why the Blue Robin is popular in Eden, especially in the almshouses. I haven't heard anything bad about them. Interesting. So the main news is the 5 houses and the yard are on alert about Twilight Ravens as the exhibition approaches.
そういうこと。
Precisely.
ゴケとヤードが張っている状況で派手に動くのはおすすめしないよ。
With both on
私は。
lookout, I don't recommend making any flashy moves. I evaluated the intel. I said it right. From Goneril alongside the action of the 5 noblemen I'd been observing. Again, I pondered who to target. Edward, Alfred, and Linus are preoccupied with security, which means they're all active and interact with numerous people. It would be difficult to earn their trust. Lucas really is my best target. The whisper slipped out in my mouth subconsciously and Goneril didn't miss it.
何の話だい？
Target? What's this about? I was thinking about narrowing down whom I approach to Lucas alone, who often is by himself, so it may be easier to become familiar.
やめときな。私はあれはおすすめしない。
You better not choose him. I highly suggest you stay away from that Joe. Goneril suddenly raised her voice, her brow furrowed. This was rare from her. John and I traded a
前は
glance.
ああいう手合いは懐に入ってしまえばこっちのものとか言ってなかったか？
Didn't she mention some time ago that people like him are yours for the taking once you win them over? I couldn't understand Goneril's reversal of the position. She waved her hand at us as if to say that we were still too naive.
情報ってのはね、常に更新されてくもんさ。ついこの間、また一つ手に入れた。サリバン一族、ルーカスの家族の話は？
The thing about information is that it's constantly changing. The other day, I got a new tidbit on House Sullivan. Have you heard anything about Lucas's family? I heard a rumor that they were there was a succession struggle, but I hadn't investigated the
こ
details.
の話を聞きゃあんたも考え直すよ。
I'm sure you'll have second thoughts once you hear this. Now that would hook anyone. I gave her a look, prompting her to continue. Goneril sank deeper into her chair and nodded.
あのルーカスってのは実はサリバン家当主が妾に産ませた子でね。
Ooh, Lucas, as a matter of fact, is a child born from the Sullivan's head's mistress.
最初当主は放置してたらしいけど、妖精の血が濃いとわかると妾に多額の金を払ってその子を本家に引き取ったんだってさ。
Apparently, the head neglected him at first, but after learning that Lucas had potent Fey blood, he paid the mistress a handsome sum and officially took the child in. I knew in my head that many nobles take mistresses, but I have a hard time conceiving that someone can treat their kin like that. I was taken aback by Lucas's unexpected background, but I learned a piece of what built the darkness within him. What I heard next, however, was a story more tragic than I'd ever imagined.
で、正妻とその息子2人、ルーカスの異母兄弟だね。兄と弟が1人ずついたんだ。
The thing is, the head had a lawful wife and two sons, Lucas's half siblings, one older, one younger.
彼らにとっちゃ、ルーカスは次期当主の座を脅かす邪魔な存在だ。
To them,
本
Lucas
家
was
じゃ
an
そいつらに
eyesore.
相当いびられていたそうだよ。
Lucas was an eyesore that threatened their future. They say that he was picked on pretty terribly by them. Picked on? You mean Lucas wasn't welcome there?
まあ想像に難くはないな。自分たちが貴族の、それも5家の当主候補として育てられていたっていうのに。
I suppose it's not a surprise. Those brothers were raised to believe that they were the heirs of the household, one of the fives at that.
母親違い、身分違いの兄弟が現れて、次期当主候補最有力なんて言われたら。
But out of nowhere, a bastard appears and is called the likeliest successor. There can only be one outcome. True. That said, did the head who adopted him, his father, not defend him? The man had wanted Lucas so badly that he paid off the mistress, or did nothing else matter as long as he could keep Lucas nearby?
さあ、貴族様の考えることはわからないからね。
Girl,
Oh,
you're an
ちょっと気にかけて
informant
やってた
broker.
わ。
What do you mean you've
兄
got
弟同士
nothing?
殺し合うことなんてなかったろうに。
Who knows? I've got no idea what goes on in the heads of the great nobles. It's regrettable. If he shows any care at all, those brothers wouldn't have ended up killing each other. Killing each other? Goneril's attitude didn't match the gravity of the subject, and the subject didn't match its context of a family. I couldn't stop myself from
なん
exclaiming.
でそうなったかまでは知らないけどね。兄弟2人はある時からだんだんと精神を病んでいって、しまいにゃルーカスの目の前で殺し合ったらしい。
I don't know how it escalated to that point. What I do know is that the two half-brothers gradually grew more and more unwell until they killed each other in front of Lucas's eyes. Goneril explained Lucas's past dispassionately, but the context startled me to speechlessness.
それは壮絶だな。
But why? That's traumatizing. Is it though? I mean, but why did they kill each other and not Lucas? They're gonna kill somebody. Kill the person you were mad at,
一部の貴族の間では
I would assume.
ルーカスが妖精の力を使ってそうなるように仕向けたって噂もあるんだ。
And that wasn't enough. All that accumulated in some nobles speculating that Lucas used his Fey powers to orchestrate the whole thing. His Fey powers, Lucas is a descendant of
能
Will-O-Wisp.
力についちゃ確たる情報はなかったが、火を使って死者を操るとかって噂はあるしね。
There are no definitive information about his abilities, but there are rumors that he can control the deceased. So... I had asked about around the estate, but I hadn't managed to learn anything about Will-O-Wisp. Apparently little information circulated. Goneril added that this mystery that was led to perturbation and for some fear of the Sullivans. It's more dreadful than I expected. Lucas's words from the other day flashed through my mind.
貴族なんて大層なのは身分だけで、常に腹の探り合いをしているような冬。
Sure. Maybe his experiences at home were what led to such a statement. If his half-brothers truly killed each other and he was forced to bear witness, I couldn't fault him for losing faith in
って
people.
わけで、ルーカスはやめときな。
So yeah.
あれはただの人嫌いじゃない。どんな得体の知れない力があるかわからないんだから。
Don't go for Lucas. That guy isn't your average loner. You don't know what kind of uncanny power he may have. Good point. I'll think about it more. Still, all 5 men were powerful, so the risk was there no matter who I chose. In terms of ease, Lucas still felt the most promising. If I could at least grasp what the power of the Will-O-Wisp are, this would be a lot easier. Noticing my inner conflict, John stood up from his seat.
ゴネリル、悪いがちょっと店番を抜けていいか。お嬢をそこまで見送ってくる。
Sorry, Gunneral, could I leave my shop post for a spell? I'll escort Miss Lady back halfway to the estate.
あいや、帰ってきたら今の情報分も含めてたんまり働いてもらうからね。
Sure thing. Once you get back, I'll work you to the bone to compensate for the information you just got, so brace yourself. Under John's prompting, I stood up as well, deciding to postpone my target selection for now. The two of us left the shop behind us. After we left, John and I avoided attention as we walked, resuming our discussion. What do you think about Lucas, John?
そうだな。ゴネリルの話も気になるし、そもそもサリバン一族がどんな能力を持っているのか不明だと。
What Goneril said bothers me, and we don't have a clue about the powers of House Sullivan, so I can't make any conclusions. Hey, how about we ask Obrion? He might know a thing or two about House Sullivan. Since Obrion was the Fae King, he must naturally be aware of the powers of all Fae. We turned down a deserted alley, and I promptly took out my pocket watch to try summoning the pure Fae. However, he's not coming out. I can't say I expected much to begin with. When I didn't need him, he'd pop out as he pleased, but he rarely ever responded to my calls. That was the kind of Fae Obrion was.
ないなら仕方ないな。俺が直接会いに行ってウィル・オ・ウィスプについて聞いてくるよ。
There's not much we can do if he won't come out. I'll go meet him in person and ask him about the Will-O-Wisp. John was going to visit that forest of bluebells where I formed my contract with Obrion. It was still a gamble whether Obrion would show up in his true form. Thanks, I wish I could go with you, but asking for a longer holiday would be challenging. Recently, many of the Bernstein servants were sent on outside errands and we were short on hand. If I didn't return soon, it would impact the whole household.
お嬢はお嬢にしかできないことをやれ。俺も俺にできることをするだけだ。気にするな。
Milady, you're focused.
くれぐれも無茶はするなよ。
Milady, you focus on doing the only thing oh gosh, what only you can. I'll also do what I can. So don't worry, don't do anything reckless while I'm gone. I know I won't. We concluded our conversation by deciding that we would both investigate Lucas and House Sullivan. Then the rest of my day flew by. After the conference the next day, I prepared more tea to deliver to the Great Hall together with Evelyn and Charlotte. As we did our preparations like usual, my coworkers chatted anxiously.
聞いた？ルーカス様の使用人の話。
Did you hear about Lord Lucas's servant?
ちょっと心配だね。もしも頼まれたらと思うと。
Yeah, I'm a bit worried. What if I get asked to do it? My ears perked at the topic of Lucas. Serendipitously, I nudged my way into the conversation. May I ask what happened?
あんたは知らなかったっけ？実は私たちとフィリップ、ここ数日ルーカス様のタウンハウスへ手伝いに行ったの。
Right, you haven't heard. The thing is, for the past few days, we and Philip have been helping out at Lord Lucas's townhouse. Right, there were many days where either Evelyn or Charlotte were absent. This explains Philip's disappearance too. I then recalled all of their thoroughly exhausted faces on that day. I remembered days I couldn't find you, so you went to go help at another house. I see. Are they short on staff there?
足りてないも何も。ルーカス様がローアンに連れてきた使用人はたった一人よ。一人。
Calling it short staff doesn't cut it. Lord Lucas brought only a single servant to Rowan. Just one. That's extreme. Normally, nobles brought quite a number of servants when they come all the way to Rowan, almost like a show of their prestige. But Lucas had apparently only brought a single veteran butler along with him. Lucas is thoroughly dedicated to avoiding people, even if it's to his
で、
detriment.
その執事の腰の調子が良くないからって私たちが交代で手伝いに行ってたんだけど、いよいよ悪化しちゃったらしくてね。
What happened was the butler threw his back out, so we went over to help out in turns. But now I hear that the butler's condition has gotten only
そ
worse.
れでここの使用人の誰かを派遣して博覧会までルーカス様のお世話をすることになるかもしれないってニコラスさんが。
And well, Mr. Nicholas said that he may dispatch one of the servants working here to care for Lord Lucas until the exhibition.
エブリー、どうしよう、もし選ばれたりしたら。
Evelyn, what do I do if he chooses me?
私だっていい。その時は運がなかったと諦めるしかな
Hey,
いわ。
I don't want to be If it happens, you can only lament your luck. Clearly, neither of them were enthusiastic about the job. Meanwhile, my mind went back to when Lucas was willing to dance with me at the ball. Looking good, I might add. I was aware that he was an eccentric character, but was he someone to be feared to that extent? He's curt, yes, but here, always able to have a normal conversation, and I don't see him as the type to yell or threaten people indiscriminately. The affairs of House Sullivan that I learned yesterday were indeed dreadful enough to send chills down my spine, but I was apprehensive about his unknown, uncanny powers. But if I only consider Lucas's temperament that I'd seen with my own eyes, I felt that these two trepidations was a bit exaggerated. Is it really that awful?
そこまでのことよ。
Yes, it is. The women dropped their work and closed in on me in unison in response. Overwhelmed by their vigor, I leaned back.
あの方は人嫌いを公言されてるし、本当に気難しいんだから。口数も少なくて何を考えてるか分かりにくいのよ。
The Lord said himself he's a misanthrope and he's seriously fussy. He doesn't talk much, so it's hard to tell what's on his mind.
手がかからないといえば聞こえはいいですが、あまり部屋から出ることもなく、声をかけるタイミングとか難しいよね。
It may sound nice to think of him as someone who doesn't need much effort, but he barely leaves his room. It's hard to figure out when and how to talk to him.
そうよ、極度の引きこ。孤独を愛される方のようだし。
He's an extreme hermit. I mean, a man who values solitude. So she was about to say hermit, wasn't she?
すぐ不機嫌になられるし、気を使うポイントが難しいのよ。手伝いは数時間だったけど、ここで働く倍は疲れたわ。
He gets in a sour mood so readily, it's hard to judge what you should be careful of. I only helped for a few hours, but I was twice as tired as working here.
私もできればもう行きたくないかな。
You're not even... I've been tricking myself into thinking you're charging. Oh my gosh. Been sitting here for how long now? Over 30 minutes thinking you were charging this whole time? Oh my god. I don't want to go there again. I can't help it. Is it that extent? Is it to that extent? After I asked more thoroughly, they explained that the fact that Lucas had attended these conferences was shocking those who knew him.
今回だって 最初だけ顔を出してすぐご領地に戻られるのかと思ってたわ。
I was convinced that, like all the other times before, he would drop by just to show his face before scampering back off to his
博覧
domain.
会が終わるまではこっちにいるようにってアルフレッド様たちに引き止められているみたい。
I heard that Lord Alfred and the others are detaining him and making him stay until the exhibition finishes.
また手伝いを頼まれるのかな。
Am I going to be chosen to help again? When Charlotte's eyes met mine, she gasped and waved her hands out in front of her.
別にあの方が嫌いというわけじゃなくて、ただちょっと怖いというか苦手というか。
It's not like I dislike the Lord. I'm just scared. We aren't kindred spirits. I'm aware that he is a difficult man. I have no intention of disclosing the details of our private chats to others, so rest assured. The tension dropped from Charlotte's shoulders, and then Evelyn's like dominoes falling.
そうしてもらえると助かるわ。ま、あんたは告げ口するタイプじゃないから。
It's a relief to hear you say that. You aren't the type to tattle, so I trust you. The faith they had in me had become more tangible than ever before. That was evident. Can I sound out some information about how Sullivan with how this conversation is going? The thought crossed my mind, but I quickly reconsidered. Those two likely didn't know any more than I did. Whispering about other households were usually passed on between servants, and a lone elderly butler probably wasn't the rumor-mongering kind.
どうなるのかしら。憂鬱だわ。
I wonder what'll happen. It's all pretty glum. Since my coworkers were shrouded in gloom, I carried the tea to the parlor myself.
警備計画についてですが、強化にあたってもっとヤードと連携を深めた方がいいのではないでしょうか。
On the top of the security measures, I believe that reinforcements forcing our coordination with the yard more would be beneficial.
同感だよ。最近反女王派の活動があちこちで活発になってきてるみたいだしね。
I agree. Anti-royalists have grown active all over the city
異
after
論
all.
はない。が、むやみに締め付けを強化すると、かえって民衆から反感を買う恐れがあるんじゃないか。
I have no objections. That said, won't hastily intensifying our monitoring measures risk antagonizing the masses.
その点についてですが、
About that. They had remained in the room after the conference to discuss exhibition security. I served them futilely listening in. Futilely? These three are certainly the most zealous about preparations, but they weren't the only ones in the room. Perhaps it was inevitable that Alfred chose this moment to address the other man
ル
present.
ーカス、お前は何か意見や案はないのか？
Lucas, do you have any suggestions to offer? Dragged into the conversation, Lucas, who had been silent while propping up his chin with his hand, lifted his face annoyed.
ない。というか、さっき会議は終わったはずだろう。いつまでダラダラと話し合いを続ける気だ。
No, besides, didn't we end the conference? How much longer are you guys going to keep prattling on for?
長引いて申し訳ないです、ルーカスさん。陛下の恩義に関わることですし。
My apologies for
どうしても神経
prolonging the
質になってしまって。
discussion, Lucas. This matter concerns the Queen's safety, so I can't help but be fastidious. I did it.
協調性がない。お前は重要な会議を軽視しすぎだ。これはアスコット教にも言えることだが。
You have no spirit of cooperation at all. You think too little of major meetings. The same goes for you, Lord Ascot. As for Ascot, he was nowhere to be seen. Judging by how they were only 4 teacups out from the previous maid who served them, Ascot hadn't came at
マスコッ
all.
トさんなら今日は陛下に呼ばれてるって言ってましたよ。
At least in Ascot's case, he said that the Queen summoned him today.
自己申告だろう。それを誰が証明できる？
Or so he says. He could prove his words.
さすがにそれはないと思いたいところですね。
I would like to believe that he wouldn't do such a thing. Looks like Alfred suspects that Ascot is slacking off. Even Edward's reply is non-committal. Regardless of his attitude, Ascot was still basically the Queen's chamberlain. The summons could be true. Maybe. Either way, his absence from the conference still caused a headache for Alfred, so the real reason doesn't change much. Seriously. Letting out a sigh, Alfred put down his cup. Oh, his cup is empty. I should go serve him. Just as I was about to move over to Alfred, I heard a chair scraping the floor behind me.
話の進展もないし、もういいだろう。僕は失礼する。
You're talking in circles, and I think I've been here long enough. I'll take my leave. Carrying an enormous bundle of documents in his arms, Lucas stood. Alfred called to him.
帰るのはいいが、その書類、今週中に確認しておけ。サインも忘れるな。
Leave if you wish, but review those documents within the week. Don't forget to sign them. Fine. Lucas started to retort, but stopped and gave a brief, resigned reply. Then he made it straight for the door. He wanted to return as soon as possible rather than argue back and forth here. Lucas is leaving. I need an opportunity to interact with him. Should I try to approach him now by offering to hold his papers? Nah, he doesn't like to be bothered. Don't bother that man. No, he might suspect me if I suddenly offer to help out of nowhere. For now, I should devote myself to my work. Deciding against calling out to Lucas, I focus on serving Alfred tea instead. Lord Alfred, would you like more tea? Ding. Well, it's fine.
助かる。ちょうど頼みたいと思っていた。相変わらず気が利くな。
That would be great. I was just thinking of asking. You are attentive as ever. While I poured him tea, Alfred gazed steadily at my
デ
hand.
ビュータントの特訓時にも思ったが、お前の所作にはどこか品があるな。たまに貴族のように見える瞬間がある。
I had the same thought when I watched you train for the ball, but there's something refined about you, your mannerisms. There are moments where you almost look like a noble. I inhaled sharply, his gaze probing, but I steadied myself before my discomposure showed. Mr. Nicholas said the same thing, and I'm very honored for your praise, but someone like me can't hope to compare to my lord.
謙虚なことだ。
And you're modest too. Alfred smiled thinly, but suddenly turned his expression neutral. He looked out the window as he
貴族の
spoke.
娘も、庶民の娘も、その家に生まれればそうなるというだけの話だ。
Whether one is a noble or common household, the only difference between individuals are their
ユニークと
families.
ミングルも、
Demi-Fae and
小さい
Mingles.
人としての差などそうないのだろうにな。
In truth, they aren't that different as people, and yet, Alfred muttered to himself. From what I could see of his profile, he looked anguished. Meanwhile, across the room, Lucas tried to slip away, the papers nearly falling from his arm. Lucas reached for the door the next moment.
おっと、すまないルー君。
Oops, sorry, Lulu. Ascot opened the door without warning, and Lucas came this close to slamming into it, crumpling the papers to his chest before they all fell. Lucas regained his footing. Ascot scanned the parlor from the doorway before returning his gaze to Lucas
あれ
before him.
もう帰るのかい？もしかして本日の会議は終了かな？
Are you already going home? Is the conference today already over?
見ればわかるだろう。そうだ、会議は終わった。
Isn't it obvious? Yes, the meeting's finished.
でも他の3人はまだ会議中に見えるけれど。
But it looks like the others are still going. Ascot's words soured Lucas's mood further. Even I could tell. What unfortunate timing. He was this close to escaping. That aside, why is Ascot here?
遅いご登場ですね、アスコット卿。陛下に呼ばれていたはずでは。
You've arrived remarkably late, Lord Ascot. Didn't you say that the Queen called for you? Alfred snarked. Venting his earlier frustration, Ascot, however, wasn't affected in the
そう
least.
そう、陛下にお会いしてき
That's
て
right.
ね。博覧会の準備と例の4つの事件の進捗を聞かれていたんだよ。
I went to visit Her Majesty. She asked me about our progress for the upcoming exhibition and for those 4 cases.
では、陛下もやはりご懸念されて。
I see, the Queen is concerned after all. The 3 sitting down schooled their expressions. It appears that Ascot truly had visited the Queen. 4 cases, he said. It's natural that the Queen cares about the Twilight Ravens since they might affect the exhibition, but the other 3? It was a little surprising. I'd addressed that the Queen paid no heed to her subjects' lives, especially the lower classes and
どうぞ。
Mingles.
座ってください、アスコットさん。その件に関して私も話したいと思っていたんです。
Kindly take a seat, Ascot. I'd actually wished to discuss this matter as well.
そうよかった。じゃあルー君も座ろうか。後からもう一度陛下のお言葉を伝えるのも面倒だし、聞いていってほしいな。
Really? What luck. Well then, Lulu, do you want to sit down? It's annoying to repeat the Queen's regal words, so I hoped you'd stay. Ascot lightly tapped Lucas on the shoulder, having lost his chance to leave. Lucas slumped back down in his seat with a sullen face. He dropped his documents back onto the table with a heavy thud, as if that were the gravel knocking the conference restarted.
それで
Gavel.
そ
Gavel,
れ
not
ぞれの
gravel.
事件について現段階で分かっている情報ですが、
Alright, I believe we should go over the information we have about each
エ
case.
ドワード、少しまで。
Edward, hold on a moment. Raising a hand to interrupt Ed, Alfred turned to me with a
こ
sharp
の先は
squint.
部外者に聞かせる話じゃない。すまないがローズ、下がってくれ。
Our discussion beyond this point isn't meant for outsiders. My apologies, Rose, but please give us privacy. Yes, my lords. I tried to become a wallflower, but it didn't work out. Though disappointed, I masked it and I headed towards the door.
待って
Then...
ローズ、君にも話を聞かせて
Rose,
ほしい。
wait, I'd like to ask you
エ
something.
ドワード卿、陛下からのお話をするのに部外者を入れたままでは。
Lord Edward, we have a message from Her Majesty. It's inappropriate for outsiders.
アルフレッド卿のおっしゃりたいことは分かります。ですが今は少しでも多く情報を集めたい時です。彼女も街で何か聞いているかもしれませんし。
I understand your position, Lord Alfred, but if we want to gather as much information as possible, we must consider all sources. She may have heard news on the street. After saying that, Edward turned to me and watched me with a gentler voice.
少し質問してもいいかな。
May I ask you a few questions? Yes, I'll answer anything to the best of my ability. I hadn't expected that the five houses noble himself. I hadn't expected that a five houses noble himself would give me an excuse to stay behind. I bowed to Edward
気軽
formally.
に答えてくれればいいよ。落日の渡りガラスという言葉を聞いたことは？
Don't worry, you can just answer me casually. Have you heard the term Twilight Ravens before? I've heard rumors about them, yes, but I'm not privy to any detail.
まあローアン市中に予告状がばらまかれたし、騒ぎになったから噂くらい知ってるよね。
They scattered calling cards throughout the entire city, so it makes sense that you know that
それ
much.
じゃあチェンジリングと羽狩りって言葉は？
What about changelings and the wing hunters? I'm not sure about changelings, but I've heard about the wing hunters. Alfred's shoulders
どんな
jolted.
噂だ。
What kind of rumors? What I've heard is Mingle's wings are being taken terribly frequently, so it's dangerous in Rowan at night, and we need to be careful. That's about all I know, I'm afraid. Now that I thought about it earlier into my employment here, Philip had brought up that the wing hunters had only targeted
な
Mingles.
るほど。
I see.
取り立てて市街地での目新しい情報はなさそうだな。
It sounds like there's no novel news circulating in the streets. Alfred nodded and the men looked away from me. It seems my question was concluded. They're not going to ask about the Blue Robin, but just as I thought it, Edward spoke.
では、青のロビンはどうかな？
Then what about the Blue Robin? I haven't heard about a robin. Is it associated with another unsettling case? I dug for inside information, but feigned ignorance. Edward smiled wearily, troubled.
これは事件というわけじゃないよ。差出人不明の贈り物が養老院や旧品院に届くという話でね。
No, this isn't quite an incident. It's just the retirement homes and almhouses have been receiving gifts from an unknown
本来は
center.
貴族である
By all
私たちが
rights.
やるべき活動なんだけれど、
It's an activity that we nobles ought to be doing. Edward looked to have conflicting feelings on the matter. In contrast, Alfred was
慈
frosty.
善活動というところだな。とはいえ、年2回の贈り物で何かが変わるとも思えないが。
You could say the performance acts as charity, but I doubt biannual gifts make a difference.
手厳しいですね、アルフレッド卿は。でもあれって活動資金はどこから出てるんだろうね。
That's rather harsh, Lord Alfred. Still, it makes me curious where they procure their funds.
ああ、
Right.
国中の養老院や旧品院ともなると、年2回でも相当な資金が必要だ。
Even if it's only twice a
もしかした
year,
ら
they'd
一
need
人じゃないのかもしれないな。
They'd need significant funds to prepare gifts for people all over the country. Perhaps it isn't a lone person. The reactions are pretty telling. Edward, a man without social classes biases, empathized with the Blue Robin's work. Meanwhile, Alfred perceived the situation through the objective lens, and Linus focused on the Blue Robin's movements and motives.
どうだろうね。そんな既得な者が何人もいるとも思えないけど。ルー君の見解は？
I wouldn't be so sure. I don't think there are that many people with such peculiar hobbies. What do you think, Lulu?
さあ、
Who
ど
knows?
の贈り物も青のロビンらしいという報告しか確認できていないからな。
The only certain information I've got are reports that all the presents seem to be from the Blue Robin after all. What a disinteresting, stiff expression. Lucas gave a short answer. Got any robins on your clothing? Just gems. Did he have a negative view on the Blue Robin?
まあ、差出人不明だからね。
From a single mysterious sender, anyhow.
アルフレッド卿の言う通り、あんなもので世の中は変わらない。
Like Lord Alfred said, mere presence won't change the way of this world.
寄付などくだらない。偽善者の当落だ。
Donations are meaningless. It's the frivolous pastime of a hypocrite. He spat out his words, loathing in his tone. I had to admit it intrigued me. What is it, though? When he said hypocrite, he sounded oddly invested. Lucas clearly feels strongly about the Blue Robin, but what exactly is his opinion? He must have perceived that he wasn't going to gain any new information because Edward looked to me and tied up the
引き止め
topic.
てしまってすまなかったね。ありがとう。もう戻っていいよ。
My apologies for detaining you. Thanks. You can return to your work now. Yes. Though I rude that I'd be unable to listen in any longer, I headed to the door. As I walked out, I still felt that something was off about Lucas's attitude then. Because she had been waiting for me in the corridor, I nearly bumped into Charlotte standing right outside the door.
お疲れ様です。ニコラスさんが話があるから、使用人はすぐ集まるようにって。
Thank you for all your hard work. Mr. Nicholas said that he has an announcement, so all the servants must assemble at once. Understood. Thank you for fetching me. With that, I headed to the servants' office. When I arrived, I saw that all the estate servants lined in a single file. He's assembled us at a time like this. What is he gonna say? An especially important announcement? As I looked over at the servants, everyone had varying degrees of distress on their faces.
よし、シャルロッテ、ご苦労だった。
Alright, thanks,
これで
Charlotte.
全員揃ったな。
I believe everyone is present now. Alfred checked that Charlotte and I had joined the assembly like Nicholas projected his voice. Oh my goodness. How is that even possible? Hi. Okay, well, it is what it is. The lock is so much higher than I want it to be.
まず今回集まってもらった理由だが、話したいのはルーカス・サリバン様の使用人の件だ。
I'll start from the reason I have gathered you here today. It's about the matter of Lord Lucas's Sullivan servant. Charlotte sucked in a sharp breath next to me. The other servants appeared to have a reaction in a similar manner.
あちらへ手伝いに行き、すでに知っている者もいると思うが、サリバン家のタウンハウスには執事は一人だけ。
Those of you who have gone to the estate as assistants are all aware that Those of you who have gone to his estate as assistants are already aware that there is only one butler serving House Sullivan's
その
townhouse.
執事が体調を崩し、職務を続けることが困難になった。
The butler is unwell and it's difficult for him to continue his
し
duties.
かし、サリバン家のカントリーハウスから増員を呼ぶことは、ルーカス様が拒否された。
However, Lucas has
そこで
refused to summon more staff from House Sullivan's country house.
執
Therefore,
事の体調が回復するまで、当家の使用人を向こうのタウンハウスへ派遣することになった。
After some discussion, we have decided that until his butler has recovered, we will dispatch our own to his townhouse. Nicholas added that it was Edward's decision out of the concern for Lucas's quality of life, so basically Edward was worried and interfered like a mother hen. It did sound like something Edward would do. He believed that Lucas was a virtuous man, so he likely wasn't aware that the servants were terrified of him. Sounds like things have turned out exactly as Evelyn and Charlotte feared.
それで誰を派遣するかだが
As for who we shall send. Tension rose in the air. I could tell from everyone biting their lips and wringing their hands that they all prayed that they wouldn't be chosen. Oh, he's looking at me. My eyes met with Nicholas for a moment, and I thought that he might call my name,
フィリ
but
ップ頼めるか
Philip, are you up for the task?
じゃな
No,
い
no, yes. I mean,
Hi.
yes? Nicholas suddenly moved on and called Philip. I exhaled slowly. I was convinced he'd choose me. What a shame. It might have been good for a good
フィ
opportunity.
リップがいない間の仕事の割り振りも追って通達するでは話は終わりだ全員仕事に戻ってくれ
As for Philip's workload during his absence, I will notify you on how it will be distributed later. That is all. Everyone return to your stations. Philip walked up and began talking with Nicholas about the task ahead of him. If he had only was going to ask Philip, though, I don't think he needed to go out of his way to gather all of the servants. Nicholas was pure efficiency. I was awed that he had handled the situation this way, but perhaps he felt the explanation necessary. Beneath the murmuring of servants, anonymously relieved that they hadn't been chosen.
絶対すぐ帰ってくることになると思うんだけどな。
I'm pretty sure I'll end up coming back right away, though. Philip's low whisper reached my ears. As it turned out, I had learned why Nicholas had gathered us all and what Philip was afraid of very soon. Because on the very next day, after Philip was dispatched to the Sullivans' residence,
すみません。ルーク様にもう来るなってクビにされちゃって。
sorry, Lord Luke fired me and said to never come back. Huh? It's only been 2 days. Isn't that way too fast? Why does no one look surprised?
そうかルーカス様がおっしゃったのであれば仕方ないな
I see. If that's what Lord Lucas said, then we have no choice. Nicholas accepted Philip's report matter-of-factly. And then he called out to a certain girl that was trying to slip away from the room.
では代わりに他の者を派遣するエブリン
In that case, I shall dispatch someone else in your stead, Evelyn.
え
Huh?
わかりました。参ります。
Understood, sir. I shall take on this duty. Unfortunately, it was no different for Evelyn.
もうありえない。なんなのあの人。二度とこんなところに来ませんって。トンカ切って出てきてやったわよ。
That guy's ridiculous. What's with him? I had to say to his face that I'd never come again and walk right out the
エ
door.
ブリン
Evelyn.
この場に使用人しかいないとはいえ言葉遣いに気をつけるように
I understand there's only servants present, but watch your speech.
申し訳ございません。
My deepest apologies.
お疲れ。気持ちわかるわ。
I'm glad you made it out. I totally get it. You got to be kidding me, right? A capable person like Evelyn returned in a single day? None of the servants were surprised. They all told Evelyn she worked hard and did great. After skimming the room, Nicholas settled his gaze on a girl who refused to meet his eye and looked on the verge of tears already.
それでは次エブリンの代わりにシャルロって言ってくれ
Then next, head over in Evelyn's stead, Charlotte. Yes, sir.
ご愁傷様。
My condolences. As for Charlotte, who was dispatched in Evelyn's place,
ごめんなさい。私じゃルーカス様のお世話は無理です。医師の殺が。
I'm so sorry. Someone like me isn't fit to take care of Lord Lucas at all. It's utterly impossible to communicate with him.
お疲れさん。
You did
3
great.
日なら持った方だって。
3 days is a long time.
そうよ。私なんて一日だったし。
Exactly, I only held out for 1. In the end, Charlotte ended up returning too, though Nicholas seemed to have expected this to a certain extent. His shoulders slumped as he at how quickly the servants dropped out.
さて、どう
What
した
to
もの
do?
か。
What to do? The House Sullivan commotion seemed to avoid me completely as it progressed, but then, the very next day...
さあ、あなたも召し上がって。このキャロットケーキね、王室御用達のものなの。とても美味しいわよ。
Help yourself. The bakery made this carrot cake. The bakery that made this carrot cake is a royal court favorite. It's heavenly. No, I'm a servant, my lady. As your attendant, it would be too indulgent of me.
あら、
Oh
そんな
my,
つまらないこと言
please.
わないでちょうだい。
Don't say such cold
私
things.
はあなたとお茶をするのをとても楽しみにしているんだから。
I wholeheartedly look forward to every tea session with you. Today, Lily had summoned me to her tea party in the garden. I came during a work break. Perhaps she had taken a liking to me at the debutante ball because she had been inviting me to tea at every opportunity ever since. There's no detriment in being of good terms with her, though. I might be able to get my hands on information about the Queen. The Queen was fond of Lily, so through her I could sound out the Queen's situation in the royal palace. Thus I humored Lily whenever I could.
あなたって本当に可愛いわね。この間の舞踏会でも男性が見とれていたもの。ねえ、どなたかお付き合いしている方はいないの？
You're truly adorable. The noblemen at the ball couldn't take their eyes off you. Are you in a relationship with someone? No, my lady, I have my hands full with simply getting used to my job here. Her distance or lack thereof stumped me about how to respond. At the same time, she was friendly with me, yes, but beyond every gesture were hints that she did it to amuse herself. She clearly recognized the distinction between our statuses. To her, being familiar with a maid was similar to doting on a pet.
あら、あなたは仕事もよくできるって評判よ。あのニックが褒めていたもの。
You have a reputation for being a capable worker. Even Nick praises you. Oh, I'm very honored.
私もあなたがうちに来てくれてよかったわ。でなかったらお茶を飲む相手がエドだけで寂しくなってしまうところだった。
I'm glad you came to our place. If you hadn't, I'd still be lonely because the only person I could enjoy tea with would be Ed.
陛下も最近はご体調が優れないからお茶会を開催されていなくて。
The Queen has been under the weather, so she hasn't been hosting any tea parties. It's been so dreary. Her Majesty isn't feeling well. Lily granted me a piece of intel. The Queen was still deteriorating.
お体を大事にされるのが一番ですもの。仕方のないことだけれど。
Yes, there's nothing more important than her health. The decision is understandably though regrettable. Sipping her tea, as refined as any adequate teacher could hope, Lily innocently looked up.
ねえ、あなたは大切なものが壊れてしまったとき、どうする？
Say, if something precious to you broke one day, what would you do? Huh? The topic changed out of nowhere. I was slow to respond. Lily's eyes softened with a smile as she waited for my response. Good question. If it's something that can be fixed, I believe I would either repair it myself or ask for a professional. With that something referring to an object or something immaterial, I didn't know, so I cautiously replied to analyze her reaction.
そうね。でも、もっと楽で簡単な方法があると思うの。
That makes sense, but I think there is a more effortless, easier method, and what might that be? Pulling her lips into a thin smile, Lily traced the rim of her cup with her
開
fingertip.
けたカップからはお茶もこぼれていくでしょ。だったらいっそのこと。
Tea would spill from even the slightest chip, yes? If so, you may as well go all the way.
少々ご相談が。
Sister, I need a quick word. Edward's voice cascaded over us from above. I hadn't noticed him come outside. When I raised my head, he was looking right at me. Then I shall...
ローズにも聞いてほしいんだ。お茶会を楽しんでいるところ、すまないね。
No, I'd like you to listen, Rose. Sorry to disturb you while you're enjoying yourself. Nicholas was standing behind Edward's side, a hint of wariness on his face.
あらあら、何かあったの？
Oh my, did something happen?
先日少しお話ししたサリバン邸へ派遣する使用人の件です。やはり
It's about sending our servants to the Sullivan estate. Like I feared, none of them are could handle this task.
最初にお話しした通り、私としてはローズを派遣したいのですが、
As I suggested it from the beginning personally, I would like to send Rose. As I suggested to you from the beginning. Oh, what? Edward planned to send me from the start, but Nicholas wanted the same, so it wasn't a coincidence that Nicholas had locked eyes with me during the first meeting. But if Edward himself wanted that, why wasn't I sent? I didn't have to wonder long.
ダメよ。その件に関しては言ったでしょ。この子はここに置いておくって。
No can do. Haven't I already stated my thoughts on the matter? She stays here.
ねえ、あなたも嫌よね。こんなに楽しいお茶会もできなくなってしまう。
Oh my goodness, Lily. Lily enjoys my company. Wouldn't you be upset too? We wouldn't be able to have our tea parties anymore. She sought my support, but unprepared for such a topic, I could only look back bewildered, so Lily was against
ロー
it.
ズはここに来てまだ日は浅いですが、その仕事ぶりはニックも認めています。やはり彼女が適任です。
Rose has only been here a short time, yet Nick has already recognized her competence. She is the most
だ
qualified.
って通いじゃなくて住み込みだって言ったじゃない。そんなの嫌よ。せっかく仲良くなれたのに。
You said that she wouldn't commute there, but be a live-in maid. I can't let that happen. We finally became friends with each other. Turning away Lily, sulking like a young girl, I watched her slowly piecing together mystery from their
ね
exchange.
え、ニック。他にも使用人はいるでしょ。この子でなくてもいいわよね。
Nick, there's other servants too. It doesn't have to be her, right? Lily judged that reasoning with Edward was getting her nowhere and shifted the target, standing behind Edward. Nicholas almost looked like he was cowering from the lady.
それが誠に不甲斐ないのですが、派遣した使用人たちがことごとくルーカス様とうまくいかず、次々とこちらへ戻されている
I'm ashamed to say
状態で
this,
して。
but each servant I dispatch has had trouble communicating with Lord Lucas. They have all been sent back.
もう彼女に頼るしかないんです。
Oh my god.
派遣はあくまでサリバン邸の正
I
式な使用
am
人が決まるまでの
Obi-Wan
期間ですから。
Kenobi. She's our only hope. Don't worry, her employment there is temporary. It's only until the Sullivan estate sends its own staff.
サリバン邸への派遣はあなたが勝手にやっていることじゃない。本当にルーカス卿はそれを望んでいて？
Sending servants to the Sullivan estate is something you volunteered to do. Are you certain that Lord Lucas wishes for it? I thought the exact same thing as Lily when I first heard of this. She must have hit the mark as Edward furrowed his brow.
それは。ですがやはり一人も使用人がいないというのはタウンハウスでの生活で苦労します。
It's undeniable that his life in the townhouse would be filled with hardships without even a single servant.
せっかくご家会議に来てくれたのですから、私としては彼に快適とまではいかなくとも最低限支障のない生活をして
He
ほ
was
しいの
willing
で
to
す。
come here to the conference. I'd like him to reside here with minimal inconvenience, even if it doesn't qualify as comfortable. If Lucas heard this, I have the feeling that he'd call Edward a busybody, but I understand Edward's perspective as well. Having received pleas from both of them, Lily pursed her lips and shrugged.
仕方ないわね。この子は私のお気に入りなんだから、なるべく早くこちらに返してね。
There's no way around it. This girl is my favorite, so arrange for her to come back as soon as possible, alright? Lily begrudgingly gave her approval like a child whose toy had been confiscated. Edward faced me
Rose.
again.
今の話であらかた把握したと思うけれど、君をルーカスさんのところへ派遣したいんだ。
Rose, I think you've gotten the gist of it from our conversation just now, but I'd like to dispatch you to Lucas's place.
ルーカスさんは確かに難しいところがある。けれど君は舞踏会などでも彼と話しているし、
It's true that Lucas can be fussy, but you have talked to him before, like at the ball. What do you think? Are you willing to do it? I'd been looking for a chance to approach Lucas. This was a golden opportunity. Looking into Edward's eyes, I nodded firmly. Of course, if I can be of help in any way, I shall do everything within my
ありがと
power.
う。きっと君なら大丈夫だよ。でも、無理だと思ったらいつでも戻ってきてくれて構わないから。
Thank you. I'm sure you'll handle the job perfectly, but if you ever think it's too much, come back whenever you wish, okay?
そうよ。すぐに帰ってきてね。
Exactly. Come back soon. I didn't plan for it, but a chance to get closer to Lucas fell into my lap. I wasn't going to let it slip by. I swore to myself that I would sneak into the heart of the enemy territory and gain Lucas's trust. That night, I was busy packing in my room. I was going to the Sullivan's estate tomorrow. Since there aren't any other servants, my workload will be sizable. That said, the lack of other people just means that it's even better chance to get closer with Lucas. As I thought of my good luck, there was a knock on my door. You still awake? Evelyn, did something happen? I scanned my room, checking that I hadn't left any incriminating items out in the open and only had to put away my letter writing set. When I quietly opened the door, Evelyn and Charlotte were waiting there with worried faces.
聞いたのよ。あんたが次の犠牲者に決まったって。
I heard the news. You're the next victim? Victim! Her time there must have affected her deeply.
私たち、あなたが心配になって、何か少しでも力になれたらと。
We got worried about you, and we were wondering if we could help, if only a little. I'm grateful, but what do you
私
mean?
とシャルロッテが向こうで体験したことをあんたに教えてあげる。何も知らないよりは知ってた方が心構えもできるでしょ。
Charlotte and I will tell you all about our experiences on the other side. Knowing a thing or two means that you can at least go in mentally prepared, right? Oh, thanks. Before anything else, please come in. Happiness sparked in my heart. Those two were worried about me and were willing to go as far to help me. I beckoned them inside. Is this what it's like to have a friend? Asking them to wait a while, I prepared some tea and made sure they were comfortable. Once we each had a drink, Evelyn and Charlotte shared their accounts of their time at the Sullivan
とに
estate.
かく覚悟してた方がいいわ。当家のエドワード様とは違って、ルーカス様って本当に変わってるから。
In any case, I suggest you brace yourself for the worst. Unlike Lord Edward, Lord Lucas is seriously eccentric. Could you give me some specific
ある
examples?
時なんて、部屋で誰かに怒鳴ってる声が聞こえてきて、慌てて駆けつけたら、そこにはルーカス様以外、誰もいなかったのよ。
One time I overheard someone shouting, so I rushed over to that room, but when I arrived, the only person I could see was Lord Lucas. Perhaps he was talking to himself.
いいえ、あれは独り言の範疇を超えてたわ。明らかに誰かと言い争ってる感じだった。
No, it was beyond muttering to oneself. He was definitely
何
quarreling
かあ
with
ったのか
someone.
もって部屋に入った
I
ら、
was so
勝手に
scared.
入るなって怒鳴られて。
I entered to check on him, but he yelled at me not to barge in
そり
uninvited.
ゃ勝手に入ったのは私の落ち度よ。でも普通、あんな風に怒鳴り声が聞こえたら、何かあったの
Yeah,
かって
it was
心
my
配になるじゃ
blunder
な
to
い。
go in without asking, but anyone would have been worried after hearing angry shouts like that. Puzzling shouts of anger. Lucas and Evelyn would have been the only ones in the estate, so who had been arguing with him?
私も壁に物を投げつけたり、一人で怒鳴っているの聞いた。
Me too. I heard him throwing things at the wall and yelling angrily at all alone.
でしょ？何を起こっているのかは知らないけど、あれって使用人への当てつけよ。
I don't know what he's so worked up about, but he's taking it out on us servants. Now that's news to me. He didn't seem like the kind to throw temper tantrums. As I thought back on how Lucas had acted a few times we conversed, Charlotte's fiddling with her hem of her clothes spoke meekly.
それと、夜中に物音がしたから様子を見に行ったら、あの方が一人で外へ出かけるところで。
That, and I heard some noise in the middle of the night, so I went to check on what had happened, and I saw Lord Lucas going outside.
声をかけようとしたら、すごい目で構うなって睨まれてしまいました。その時の様子がなんだか恐ろしくて。
When I tried to talk to him, he glared at me as if to say I should stay out of his business. He was terrifying. He was terrifying there. It sounds like you had it rough. And where was Lord Lucas headed in such a late hour?
わかりません。
I'm not sure.
そういえば、ウィル・オ・ウィスプっていろいろと噂があるわよね。死者を操るとか。
That reminds me, there's a lot of rumors about Will-O-Wisp, aren't there? Stuff like they can manipulate the dead. Maybe those words invoked a bad memory, or maybe it was just the night's energy, but Charlotte yelped, then hugged herself to calm
な
down.
んで怒り出すかわからなくて不気味だし、屋敷は使用人がいないから静かすぎて不気味だし、入っちゃいけない部屋もあってとにかく不気味なのよ。
I don't know why he flies into a rage. It's creepy. The estate's got no servants, so it's too quiet and creepy. There are even rooms that are off limit, which is absolutely creepy. If nothing else, at least I know that the Sullivan's estate is creepy. Thank you for your concern, both of you. I'll be only doing my job, so please be at ease, but still thank you for very much. Loosening what they called my iron mask, I gave the two girls a smile. They relaxed.
変わってるのは何もルーカス様だけじゃないものね。あんたなら大丈夫だと思うけど。ねえ、週末にはこっちに戻ってくるんでしょ?
That's true. Lord Lucas isn't the only peculiar guy we've got around here. Knowing you'll be okay, but you're going to come back during the weekend, right? Yes, that's my plan. I have received permission from both Lord Edward and Mr. Nicholas.
じゃあ、その時には一緒にお茶をどうですか? 何かあったら相談に乗ります。
But how about we have tea together when you come back? If anything happens, you'll come to us about it. Charlotte's proposal warmed my heart. These two are truly good people. Remorse sprouted within me for the deceiving them, even though I knew the sentiment was foolish. Thank you. I'll prepare some snacks to go with our tea. If I could live like a normal girl like them, could we have become good friends? I offered, hoping to match their warmth, but
それは大丈夫。こっちで用意するから。ね、シャルロッテ。
you really don't have to. We'll take care of that, right, Charlotte?
あなたの味付けはほら、ちょっと変わってるから。
Your seasoning it's better suited for particular palates, so is it? Strange, I feel even more energy from them than when they were talking about Lucas. But I'm the one who ought to show my gratitude. As thanks, I will prepare. As if she was determined to stop me, Evelyn interrupted me.
そういやあんた、あっちで料理はどうするの?
Speaking of which, how's the cooking arrangements going to be on the out there? Oh, that. I hear that Lord Edward worked with Sullivan's butler to hurriedly employ a chef from an acquaintance. I have reported that I'm capable of cooking, but oddly enough, even Mr. Nicholas said that the one thing I mustn't do is cook.
そう、よかった。きっとフィリップがエドワード様にあんたの料理の腕前を話したのね。賢明な
I see,
判断
that's
だわ。
good. Philip must have told Lord Edward about your skills in cooking. A wise decision. A wise decision. May I ask what you...
でも、かえってよかったですね。料理人が来てくれるなら、少しは仕事が楽になりますから。
But that actually works out in your favor, don't you think? The chef is going too. Your workload will be much lighter. Yes, that's true. I can't deny that. It sounded like Charlotte was trying to mediate, and it only baffled me more. Is there some kind of problem with my cooking? Maybe they think I'm not skilled because I don't cook often. Their relief was evident after hearing there'd be a chef. Staring at their expressions, I alone felt conflicted. The next morning, Evelyn and Charlotte saw me off as I departed for the Sullivan estate. Though I arrived with no issue, I'm Rose Courtenay. I have come from House Bernstein as an assistant. I look forward to working here. My voice echoed in a deadly silent entryway. They weren't kidding when they said that this place is empty. I was told that the back-aching butler had returned to the countryside. In other words, there was only two people here, Lucas and me. Except for the chef that'll come every morning and evening. I opened the note that Nicholas had handed me before my departure and skimmed it. The note, a compilation of reports from the servants dispatched before me, detailing the location of Lucas' private quarters. Honestly, this saves me a lot of trouble. Without it, I would have needed to go around knocking on every single door in this estate. Before everything, I need to greet the lord of the house. Using my map, I went to his room. Lord Lucas, are you there? It's Rose Cottonley, a maid from the House Bernstein. I've come to assist you. There was no response, not even breathing I could discern, yet I knew that he was inside. That reminds me, I think something similar happened before. There was a time when I walked into what I thought was an empty room only to find Lucas sleeping. Is he sleeping now too? I'm sure he'll get mad if I enter unwelcome, but wandering the estate without greeting him first is also inappropriate. I froze with indecision. What are you doing? Oh, the door swung open and Lucas stood just inches away from me. I sucked in a breath. Why are you here? I've come to greet you. When he muttered his question, there was a pleading, pained look in Lucas's eyes, but I couldn't understand why. It lasted only a split
そ
second.
こでうろうろされると気が散る。入るならさっさと入れ。
I can't focus with you loitering about. If you're going to come in, get on with it. Please excuse me. Scarcely meeting my eyes, he turned on his heel. That attitude was probably the reason he was so distant with the other servants. The moment I entered the room, a distinct, unfamiliar scent tickled my nose. Is it perfume? But it's not exactly pleasant. What is it? Settling on a chair, Lucas crossed his legs and kept silent. He stared unblinking at me as I remained rooted near the door. Is it just me, or does he want to say something? Just as I wondered whether I should speak first, Lucas lowered his eyes. When he lifted his gaze again, he regained his usual aura.
まったく、使用人などいらんと言ったんだが、エドワードのおせっかい。
What a bother. I said I don't need servants. Edward's too
これで
meddlesome.
4人目だ。他の使用人から僕の噂は聞いてるだろう。どうせすぐ出ていくことになる。
You're the fourth. You've heard the rumors from the other servants, haven't you? You'll be no difference. You'll end up running away to rumors.
とぼけなくていい。不気味だの、変人だの、気候が多いだの、好き勝手に言われているのは知っている。
You don't have to play dumb. I know that people have been running their mouths about me, calling me creepy, a weirdo,
お
eccentric.
前だって来たくて来たわけじゃないだろう。さっさとあっちの屋敷に帰ってエドワードに伝えろ。余計なおせっかいはしなくていいと。
I'm sure you didn't want to come either. Hurry up and go back to your estate and tell Edward he doesn't have to be such a busybody. I'm afraid I can't do that. Lord Edward has instructed me to work here.
主の僕が帰れと言ってる。
As your employer, I'm telling you to leave. I apologize, but my employer is ultimately House Bernstein. Now that I have accepted this job, I cannot leave without good reason. I finally found a chance to approach Lucas. I wasn't going back down that easily. Plus, there he was. Though he was certainly unique, considering his treatment of me until now, his demeanor seemed more personally oh my gosh. His demeanor seemed more personality quirk than character flaw. He chose those earrings for me, and he danced with me at the ball. If he hated people just for the sake of hate, he'd never do that. Also, what was the mood swing earlier? Is this the reason he doesn't want me to get close to him aside from being unsocial? Elongating his irritated sigh, Lucas stood from his chair and approached me. The door was behind me. Lucas didn't stop until he was intimidatingly close. Realizing that I had nowhere out, my body
お
tensed.
前もこの家の噂くらいは知ってるだろう。ここにいれば恐ろしい目に遭うかもな。
I'm sure you heard the rumors. If you stick around, something dreadful may happen to you. There was so little distance between us. I felt his breath on my face, his dark, amethyst eyes fixed on me, point blank range. His fingertips reached out and touched my cheek. Pure cold traced my skin. Goneril guessed that the will-o-wisp can manipulate the dead with fire. The brothers of House Sullivan lost their minds and killed each other. This man could have been the
分かった
puppeteer.
らさっさと帰れ。
If you've gotten it through your thick skull already, go back already. I won't. No matter what you may say, I won't go back. I can't betray Lord Edward and Mr. Nicholas's faith in me.
恐怖より責務を取るか。使用人の鏡だな。サリバン一族が怖くないのか。
So you chose your duty over fear. You're an exemplary maid, not afraid of House Sullivan. Regardless of House Sullivan, I can't bring myself to consider you frightening, Lord Lucas. Lucas's eyebrow worked up with a twitch, his fingers stilled on the contour of my cheek. And I'm grateful for all your kindness you've shown me as such during the ball.
あんなものただの気まぐれだ。お前は意外と単純だな。
Those were nothing but whims. You're surprisingly naive. Perhaps it was my imagination, but I felt that his tone had mellowed then. Lucas's hand dropped away from my cheek. He took a step backwards.
そこまで言うなら好きにしろ。何があっても僕は責任を持たないからな。
If you're going to be that stubborn, have it your way. But whatever happens, I'm not going to take responsibility, just so you know. Thank you very much. I shall devote myself to my duties to the best of my abilities. My shoulders, which had tensed up nearly to my ear, finally relaxed. Having properly been granted permission to work here, I
い
bowed.
いか僕には必要最低限のこと以外で声をかけるな。呼んだ時だけ来ればいい。
Listen, don't talk to me more than you have to, the bare minimum. You only come when I call for you. Understood? I was reluctant to agree, but my one goal here was to gain his trust, but I could at least pretend I was convinced and nodded for him. Well then, I shall get to work. What would you like me to start with?
紅茶を頼む。
I'd like some black tea. As you wish. As I turned to leave the room, Lucas called out one last remark.
あ、そういえば、料理人だけは何があっても別で手配する。とあのニコラスが珍しく書面を送ってきた。
Right, I just remembered Nicholas and of all people sent a letter that said he would absolutely arrange for a separate chef to work while you're here. Huh?
お前、一体屋敷でどんな料理を作ってるんだ？他の奴らは最低限の軽食作りもしていた。
What on earth have you been cooking up at your estate? The others before you all made refreshments just fine. I wanted answers too. Why were Nicholas, Evelyn, and Charlotte so adamant about blocking me from the kitchen? I considered it and arrived at a possibility. Perhaps my cooking is so delicious that all who eat it faint without exception. After I replied solemnly, Lucas burst out into a roaring laughter as if he couldn't hold it in any longer.
お前は変なところで前向きだな。
You're optimistic about the strangest stuff. Huh? What do you mean?
いや、悪い。いろいろと意外だった。
No, my bad. It was just surprising in a bunch of ways. I'm just as surprised. I never knew he could laugh like that. I didn't know why he was laughing at me, but it worried me that he might use it as grounds to order me to leave. If you're concerned about tea, I have served you during the conference, so rest assured.
ああ、この間も飲ませてもらったから知っているさ。じゃあ頼む。
Yeah, I've had some of the tea that you've made, so I'm aware. Okay, go on. Right away. Perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Thanks to the exchange, the tense mood vanished. Now the Lucas before me was the man who had danced with me at the ball. It's too bad I haven't gotten any distinct answers why everyone pays so much attention to my cooking. At this stage, I was just thankful that he hadn't forced me to go. I turned. If I wasn't mistaken, Lucas was still laughing behind me. The next day, under the pretext of cleaning, I went around and investigated the estate. Whew, at least I'd intended to be pretext only, but with just one elderly injured butler, filth had accumulated everywhere. Cleaning the premise proved a draining job.
ずいぶん綺麗になったな。たった一人でここまでやると。
Looks great around here. To think you managed all this by yourself. Lucas came up behind me without me realizing it. When I heard him speak, I spun around to
朝食のところも
bow.
言ったが、2階の図書室の隣の部屋は物置になっているから入るな。掃除もいらない。
I mentioned it at breakfast, but the room next to the library is a storage room, so don't go in. You don't need to clean it.
それと僕の部屋もだ。掃除してほしい時にはこちらから言う。それまで絶対に入るな。
Same goes for my room. When I want you to tidy it, I'll tell you. Until then, stay out. Yes, I have committed that to memory. The air is dry today. Shall I deliver some tea later?
ああ、頼む。
Yeah, thanks. Agreeing curtly, Lucas returned to his room. They say he's a shut-in, but he's actually walks around the estate just fine. No, is there a chance that he's monitoring me? I should let my guard down. Yesterday he wanted to drive me out. Did he dislike the company, or was he was it inconvenient in some way for outsiders to be present? As I headed to the kitchen to prepare tea, I replayed the scene of that storage room in my mind. None of the rooms have anything particularly noteworthy about them. The only suspicious room that's left is that supposed storage room. Lucas ordered me to stay out, but naturally I had no intention of obeying. Confirming that Lucas wasn't in the vicinity, I snuck into the room next to the library. old furniture, paintings, sculptures. It's just clutter. A deep crimson embroidered rug spun the room. It looked expensive. A red Gobelin rug. Other than that, there isn't anything that stands out. Is it really a storage room? Yikes. At that moment, I heard footsteps climbing up the stairs. I hurriedly vacated. I didn't see anything strange about the room, but Lucas wouldn't insist on it being off limits if it were ordinary. I should find time to investigate it again. What's under that rug? But in the back of my mind, there was something else bothering me, a book in the library. When I searched the library, I discovered a single book with a spine facing inward on the back corner of one shelf. I'd taken it out to the right, and it was the exact same book Riley had. As I descended the stairs, my pulse quickened. I would recognize that blue cover anywhere. It was from those How Coney days when he was still with my brother. How Coney days. A memory almost forgotten revived vividly. It was back when I was still lived in Rowan, one winter holiday when my brother returned home from boarding school. Who killed Cock Robin? You're in a good mood, Riley. Of course I am. I get to see my cute sister for the first time in a while. Where is... Oh, hey, is this your book, Riley?
学校の図書室で借りたんだ。その人の本、気に入っているんだよ。
I borrowed it from my school library. I like books from this author. What's it about?
推理物だよ。読みながら考えるお話。古い童謡をモチーフにしていて、割と面白いんだ。
It's a mystery, a type of story that makes you think while you're reading. It uses old nursery rhymes as a motif. It's pretty fun, but maybe a bit too difficult for you right now. After saying that, my brother smiled. Robin. What about a robin? Oh, is that the little bird around?
違う違う。今のはそうだな。合言葉みたいなものかな。
It's not what I meant. You could say it was, well, it's like a code word.
学校に同じ本を好きなやつがいるんだよ。すごく気が合うんだ。今度家に連れてくるよ。
At my school, there's a guy who likes the same book you see. We get along really well. I'll bring him to our house another time. It's this guy. Robin, that's right. I think Riley said Robin back then. It might have been a leap in logic to connect that to the rumored blue robin, but if for some reason it felt important, Robin, code word. Then there's the fact that Lucas not only has this book, but hid it. Is this really just coincidence? The cover of the book in the library was worn like the owner had read it many times. That said, it was still a normal book. You could find it in any random bookshop. The word Robin was just as common. So why was my heart so afflicted? The only verse of the nursery rhyme that was used in the novel motif struck in my mind. Who killed Cock Robin? Who did it? A few days passed. Today I went into the city to do some shopping errands for House Sullivan. So far I've managed to get on with my work without being kicked out somehow, though his oddities did shock me at first. Even with Evelyn and Charlotte's warning, witnessing Lucas' anomalous act startled me. Anomalous. Lucas's anomalous act startled me. On one occasion, I overheard enraged shouting so loud that it resounded down the corridor. Shut up, stop it already. Didn't I tell you to go away? What? Was that Lucas's room? Was he fighting with someone? I hadn't been made aware of any visitors, but those were clearly shouts of anger. I rushed to his door and called out gingerly, Lord Lucas, did something happen? No, it's nothing. No one would buy that story. Feigning concern, I creaked open the door and... There was only Lucas slouched in the chair with a stormy mood. No one else was present. Pardon my rudeness, but it sounded like something alarming was
部屋に
occurring.
入るなと言ったはずだ。声をかけた時だけ来ればいい。
I've said to stay out of my room. You only need to come when I call for you. But my lord. Laying his displeasure bare, Lucas glared at me.
では理由を言おう。屋敷に望んでもいない他人がいるのが落ち着かず、つい声に出てしまった。
Then I'll tell you. There's an outside party in the estate that I don't want here. It's unsettling. I spoke aloud without
こ
thinking.
う答えたら満足か。
I gave you an answer. Happy now? In other words, the angry shouts of go away was directed at me. A chill ran down my spine, so he was ranting violently and cursing me earlier while all alone in his room. I have stepped out of line. I'll take heed from now on.
そうしてくれ。
Do that.
次に同じことがあっても、絶対に部屋には入るな。
Even if this happens again, don't come in my room, you hear me? Understood. That certainly classifies as eccentric. I understand why the girls were scared. On another occasion, I'd been abruptly woken up by some noise in the middle of the night when I had gone outside my room. There's like a, I don't even think you can see it on camera, but it's like a net. Noise at this hour of night, or probably it's a mosquito, honestly. They love my house. Don't tell me it's a burglar. The chef commuted to work, so they weren't here. Only Lucas and I remained at night. I nervously treaded downstairs, my eyes wide, and Lucas stood at the entrance, his hood up. My lord. Lucas's voice stabbed me like thorn.
なんだお前。こんな時間まで起きていたのか。
What, you're still awake? I heard some noise, so I came to check on things. Are you hiding out somewhere at such a late hour?
違う。帰ってきたところだ。
No, I just got back. Got back? What? When did he even leave, may I ask? I was about to ask where he had gone, but Lucas cut me short.
いいか。
No.
ここで使用人を続けるつもりなら、
Listen.
余計な詮索はよせ。
If you want to keep working here, keep your nose down and out of my
僕に
business.
は僕の生活がある。
I have my own life and
邪魔をする
routine.
なら今までの奴ら同様出
If
て
you get in the way, I'll make you leave just like the others before you. Understood. I shall be more conscientious going forward. You got it. That incident was another good example. Charlotte didn't exaggerate the strangeness of Lucas' midnight activity. I hadn't noticed him leaving in the middle of the night ever since, but I wanted to tell him if I could catch him. I can't deny his unusual behavior bothers me, but it's not like he's done anything to me, so I'm not intimidated to the point of fleeing. The excessive fear he had instilled was largely due to the widespread belief that House Sullivan was able to manipulate the dead. As such thoughts swirled in my mind, I'd come to the outskirts of Eden without realizing it. I was too immersed in my thoughts. The shop I was headed to was one street before this. I got to go back. I turned on my heel when suddenly the thrilled voices of children reached my ears. Yay, I got a cuddly toy! I got a new picture reference book. There are children from the almshouse? A girl and a boy were merrily chatting in front of the almshouse. Big bro, the Blue Robin gave these to us, right? Oh my gosh, mosquito. Yeah, the Blue Robin gives lots of presents to kids. They're a friend of poor people like us. When I grow up, I'll earn lots of money and make sure that you can live nice and comfy. Then I'll become just like the Blue Robin. The Blue Robin. The five houses didn't spare much attention for the Blue Robin. If anything, they viewed the gift bearer as a minor annoyance, no peskier than a mosquito. But to those who live in poverty, the Blue Robin is a hero. The boy cuddled close to his sister like a knight protecting a princess. Riley, look, it's such a cute dress. Mother tailored it for me.
お前は何を着ても似合う。この国で一番の美人だな。
You look good no matter what you wear. You're the fairest girl in the country. My brother used to look at me so tenderly like that all the time. Oh, Riley. The children in front of my eyes seemed to overlap with memories of me and my brother. My heart longed for Riley. I could never see him again. I cast down my eyes to force myself away, chewed on my bottom lip and left. On my way back to the estate, I weaved through a back alley as a shortcut. That was when my pocket abruptly grew hot. He's coming out. I looked around to confirm that I was alone. I carefully took out my pocket watch, and as expected, the Robin Oberon flew out. Yo, how are you? You love your dramatic entrances. I called you several times a while ago. Why didn't you answer me?
そう怒るなよ。ジョンが森まで会いに来て、お前のところに行ってやれって小言を言うから来てやったんだぞ。
Don't get your panties in a bunch. John came to the forest to see me and grumbled that I should come, so here I am. Aren't I nice?
俺もいろいろ忙しいのさ。だが安心しろ。お前のことはずっと見ている。
I'm busy too, mind you. But you can relax. I'm watching you all the time, so no matter where I am. With that smooth tongue he had, a shame he never followed through with his words. Then again, him being whimsical was par for the course. I'd rather not have you watch me around the clock, though. Anyways, good timing. There's something I want to ask you about. House Sullivan. I want to know the power of Will-O-Wisp. You know, don't you?
ほう。ウィル・オ・ウィスプね。
Will-O-Wisp, huh? Flittering around, Oberon chirped with low
実のところ、
spirits.
あんまり興味がないからよく覚えてないんだよな。
I'll be honest, it never interested me, so I don't remember much. You're the Fae King. How can you not know?
分かってないな。
You don't get it.
絶対的な力を持つ者は下の者をいちいち気にかける必要などないんだよ。
Those with absolute power don't need to concern themselves with the details of subordinates. That said, he stopped flying and perched on my shoulder after admiring the scenery. Oberon
一つ
continued.
だけ言えるとすれば、墓地の住人とは仲良しかもしれないな。
If I were to point out one thing, it's that they're buddy-buddy with cemetery dwellers. Cemeteries? What does that even... Hey, wait up! Not giving me a time to ask, Oberon flapped his wing and in a blink disappeared again. He only said what he wanted to say. What a self-centered guy. Cemetery dwellers. Does that mean Will-O-Wisp talk to ghosts? Surely not. If such a power existed, if I had the chance to talk just one more time with my family, with everyone back at Eltbeak, whenever I reminisced with the faces of my family, the pain was so strong that it was like blood spilling from my chest. I should stop entertaining assumptions. It's meaningless. For now, I needed to pass on the information I got to John. I sent him a message, however, no response. Maybe he's busy. I hadn't even had a chance to tell John that I was working at the Sullivan estate. He's already visiting Oberon's place, so he should come back soon. I'll go see whether I can find him on my next day off. I tucked away my watch and made my mind up. Chapter 2. I did that wrong. The weekend arrived. Lucas and I climbed into a carriage. Edward arranged and rode to the Bernstein estate. I was going for my routine report while Lucas was participating in today's conference. The Bernstein estate. I was only gone for a few days, but it somehow feels nostalgic to return.
戻りたくなったのなら、僕からエドワードに頼んでもいいぞ。
If you want to go back, I don't mind going to Edward to make the request for you. I'm alright, thank you. I don't have any plans to leave at the moment. As I rested my hands on my lap, I noticed that they'd grown rough. I rubbed at my calluses. I'd been a little too enthusiastic about cleaning.
ずっとうつむいてる
What's wrong? You're hanging your head. No, it's nothing at all. Was only studying my hands, but Lucas had gotten the idea that I was in low spirits. He continued, almost sounding kind.
無理して強がる必要はない。
You don't have to force yourself to be tough, you
うちは
know.
バーンスタインのように賑やかじゃないからな。お前も話し相手がいなくてつまらないだろう。
My place isn't lively like Bernstein's. It must be lonely for you with no one to talk to. You're with me, Lord Lucas. My effort would go to waste if he sent me back. If I can, I want to answer in a way that earns his trust. I don't feel disheartened in any way. You're with me, Lord Lucas. What?
さっぱり意味がわからない。
You're making no
お前は何を言ってる？
sense. What are you even saying? He turned away from me brusquely. He seemed to be at loss from my reply. It's like brisk, right? Briskly. When I saw a dusting of red appear on Lucas's cheeks, even I started feeling embarrassed. It dawned on me how that had come across. I meant to say it in the sense that I trust him, but I completely messed up my word choice.
全く意味がわからないやつだ。
You're the weirdest person I've ever met.
僕に怒鳴られてすっかり嫌気がさしているものと思っていた。
I've been shouting at you the past few days. I was convinced that you were sick and tired of
まさ
me.
かお前は
Don't tell
怒
me.
鳴られるのが好きとかそういう趣味なのか？
Are you the type of
一応
person
断っておくが、趣味
who
に
likes
僕を
being
巻
yelled
き込むなよ。
at? I don't judge, but don't drag me into your deranged pleasures. I'm not. It suggested the most outrageous misunderstanding possible, and I ended up perpetrating it at my unadorned self. I hurriedly cleared my throat and feigned composure. You aren't the type who'd dash out without a reason, my lord. If you do, I'm the one to blame for failing to follow your instructions. It was a hastily patched excuse to earn his trust, but it was also my honest opinion, and he had proven me right. As long as I didn't pry into his eccentric behavior, Lucas had never lost his temperature unfairly. I'm aware that I'm still inadequate in many ways, but I hope to work diligently so that you may lead a comfortable life, Lord Lucas. I grew more confident with every word. Lucas pulled down his hood and looked away.
お前と話していると調子が狂う。
Talking to you messes with my head.
まあ、たった数日で屋敷は見違えるように綺麗になったし、僕の邪魔さえしないでくれれば、それでいい。
This is us living our best Beauty and the Beast life. I guess it's true that the estate feels brand new with how you clean it. As long as you don't get in my way, you can do whatever. With that, he fell silent and turned to watch the scenery pass by. We aligned the carriage and were walking to the estate entrance when we came across Alfred. Though they noticed each other's presence, the two didn't exchange greetings. I've been suspecting this for a while. Are these two at odds in some way? As I shifted through my memories of their interactions, Alfred's gaze moved from Lucas to me.
お前はサリバン邸に手伝いに行っているのだったか。
Come to think of it, I heard that you moved to the Sullivan estate as an assistant. Good morning, Lord Alfred. That's correct. I currently have the honor of working at Lord Lucas's residence.
その男は偏屈だから大変だろう。エドワードの要望とはいえ、無理をしているんじゃないか。
He's an obstinate man. It must make your job challenging. I understand that it's Edward's request, but I fear you're overworking yourself.
おい、アルフレッド。
Oi, Alfred. No, not particularly. I'm only doing my job, my lord.
エドワードも心配していたぞ。お前ならと送り出したが、やはり難しかったのではないかと。
Edward was worried too. He dispatched you because he believes you capable, but he was uneasy that you might be too
本人を前
demanding.
にして言いにくいこともあるだろう。だが、もしも何かあるなら、
It must be
私でも
difficult
相
to
談くらいには乗れ
speak
る
your mind in front of him, but if there's anything troubling you, I can at least give you some advice. I'm here for you for anything. I know this is like for the Astray ending, but honestly, I have no complaints. Thank you very much for your kind offer, but there's nothing I'm unhappy with about my work or treatment in the Sullivan estate, so there is no cause for concern, my lord. My priority was establishing trust with Lucas. That was probably the most innocuous
な
answer.
るほど。何人もの使用人が送り込まれ、耐えきれず戻ったと聞いていたが、お前は根性があるな。
I see. I heard that many servants had returned because they couldn't endure their time there, but you are a woman of fortitude.
おい、本人の目の前で偏屈だなんだとひどい言いようだな。
Calling someone obstinate to their face, that's rude.
だが真実なんだろ。何人もの使用人が送り込まれ、泣き返ってきたというのは。
But it's the truth, isn't it? You can't deny that the legion sent your way fled wailing.
別に、そもそも頼んでな。 僕が望んだわけじゃない。
Not my problem, I didn't ask for this in the first place. Forcefully ending their conversation there, Lucas didn't bother to hide his irritation as he quickened his stride. Alfred immediately matched his pace, and I followed the pair, lagging a step behind.
しかし今回は私も驚いている。まさかお前がこうも毎回会議に来るとはな。
Anyways, I'm astonished. I never imagined that you'd come to enjoy the conference meeting.
来なきゃ来ないで引っ張り出しに来るだろうな。だいたい合計会議に合計の一員が参加して何がおかしい。
If I didn't come, you would drag me here anyways. And that's so revolutionary about. And what's so revolutionary about the Five Houses members showing up at the Five Houses conference?
これまでのお前なら最初だけ会議に顔を出してすぐ領地に引っ込んでいただろう。どういう心境の変化かと思ってな。
If you kept to your previous habits, you would have only attended the first meeting before retreating to your domain. I'm simply curious about your change of heart. Alfred forthrightly asked the question I'd broached in the carriage, but Lucas still didn't reply. The puzzle remained unresolved. This ever-present tension, they have to be on bad terms. Because they maintained their decorum during the conference and in front of serving staffs, this was the first I had saw their unbridled disdain for each other. Now I was certain they must both decide to draw a line between their work and private lives. But even so, the exact mood was indecipherable. Alfred glanced over his shoulder at me.
しかもローズと共に来るとは。他の使用人は数日で追い出したというのに、彼女は特別なのか。
Ooh, no, she's just resilient. I'm just so resilient. Look at me. I'm resilient. Not to mention that you came with Rose. You chased out the other servants in the span of a few days. Does that mean she's
使
special?
用人に特別だなんだとそんなものはない。妙な考えが不意
Wow, 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 okay. Wow, alright. There's no special when it comes to staff. Your inappropriate accusations gets on my nerves.
今のところ邪魔にはなっていないからな。別段追い出す理由もないだけだ。
So far, she hasn't been a nuisance. I don't have any particular reason to expel her. Thank goodness. A part of me was relieved to hear that he said I hadn't bothered him. It seems that I could remain for a good while.
本当にそれだけか。
Is that really all? Alfred didn't let the matter go. His words were pregnant with meaning.
ルーカス、
Lucas, are you? Lucas cut him off.
僕の家のことにこれ以上口を出すな。あんたには関係ない。
Do not poke your nose into my affairs anymore than you already have. It's none of your concern.
その通りだな。
Of course, it's none of my
私には関係
business.
ない話。
They didn't treat each other with goodwill, nor outright loathing. It was like an unending tug of war between wills. Alfred resumed walking first. He whispered something into Lucas's ears as he passed.
過去だけは変えられない。
I wouldn't be able to hear a thing you can't ever change is... At least from my angle, I could read Alfred's lips. I could read Alfred's lips, huh? Can't ever change. The one thing you can't ever change is the fact that we were accomplices. Accomplices! What exactly was Alfred indicating with that word? It must be connected to Eltbeek, not... No, it's possible that it's nothing to do with it. Still, it was an extremely turbulent word. Without thinking, I had still staring at Alfred's back. Lucas broke me out of my trance.
おい、いつまでそこに突っ立っている。僕たちも行くぞ。
How long are you planning on standing around? It's time to go. First off, hey, accomplices. Alfred and Lucas, accomplices. Listen. Having a perfectly good day, and you gotta ruin it with your fucking attitude all the time. Listen, sometimes a girl can just stand still, alright? I've been working. I've been working. Cleaning your house. I'm trying to put something back in a thing and it's not going all the way. Anyways. Lucas's face had contorted with anguish after hearing that whisper. His expression burned into my mind, refusing to leave. When Lucas and I reached the entrance hall, Alfred was already well into a conversation with Edward. When Edward saw us walking in together, he sported a soft smile.
たった1週間なのに、ずいぶん久しぶりな気がするね。
Hey there, it's only been a week, but it feels like I haven't seen you in a long
ル
time.
ーカスさん、彼女はうまくやれていますか？
Is she managing well at your place?
出迎えなど珍しいと思っていたら、目当てはローズか。
Here I was feeling flattered that you came to greet us, but it looks like your aims rose. No minding Lucas's biting remark, Edward smiled brightly in reply.
私の頼みで手伝いに行ってもらったんですから、様子が気になっていたんですよ。それで、調子はどうかな？
Are you working, bro? It was by my request that she left, so I was concerned about how she was faring. How are things going for you? There's been no particular change in my end. I will continue investing my full effort so I don't let you down, Lord Edward.
ありがとう。君は優秀だから大丈夫だとは思っているけれど、
大丈夫。
くれぐれも無理はしないで。
大丈夫なす。Thank you. You're an excellent worker, so I think you should be all right, but please don't push yourself too hard. Girl. Push myself off a cliff if I want to. As Lucas watched my exchange with Edward for some reason, he furrowed his brow looking disgruntled.
戻って早々で悪いけれど、二人を広間まで案内してくれるかな？
Sorry to put you to work so quickly, but could you show our guest to the parlor? Right away. No! If I just came from working...
今ローズは僕の使用人だ。ここへは報告に来ただけだろ。
Yeah, first off, I've been working my ass off. You already know how hard it is to get people to work at his place. Like, why would you want me to work the moment I step in the door? Huh? Tell me that. Rose is my servant. She only came to report, right? Just before I moved to guide with Lucas stopped Edward. Oh, Lord Lucas, I don't mind. I'm only acting as a guide.
僕は気にする。
I
曲がり
might.
なりにも今はうちの使用人に他人がとやかく口を出してほしくないんでな。
You're working for my house now, and I don't want an outsider ordering you around.
そもそも広間の場所なんて知ってる。今さら案内など必要ない。お前はさっさと報告なりなんなりしてこい。
Not to mention, we already know where the parlor is. We don't need a guide. Hurry up and go to do your report or whatever. Lucas was fierce like never before. I was stunned. Edward cleared his throat.
確かに、ルーカスさんの言う通りです。彼女は報告のために戻ってきているんでしたね。失礼をお詫びします。
You're exactly right, Lucas. She came back for her report. I remember now. Allow me to apologize for my rudeness. Yeah, that's right. You apologize.
君はニックのところへ報告に
You
行っておい
suck.
で。
Oh gosh, what was that? Sorry about that. Please go ahead and report to Nick. That's right. I will. I will do that. And only that. Understood. The topic ended with Edward's apology, and the men started towards the parlor by themselves. I waited to see them off.
驚いた。あのルーカスかな。
That was shocking. Lucas, of all people. Briefly glancing at me, Alfred muttered that under his breath before joining the others. My servant. Though it was temporary, maybe he approves of me. Preserving and putting in all that hard work was worth it. Oh. My lips had gained a mind of their own. Quirked with a smile, I lightly slapped my cheeks with both hands. Why am I happy? That makes no sense. I can't let my guard down. My goal was information. This wasn't the time to rejoice over a small acknowledgement of a job that was merely a cover. I watched the men until they turned down another corridor, frustrated by my movement in my heart. She's like, good girl. That night I finally received a signal from John through my pocket watch. Sneaking out of the Bernstein estate, I met up with him and reported on the development he'd missed.
メイドとしてサリバン邸に？しかもお嬢以外の使用人がいないって？
You've been sent to the Sullivan estate as a maid? Are you the only one there, my lady? Of course I am. I suspected as much from John's expression, turned to grim.
奴に近づくには絶好の機会だが、何か危険な目に遭ってないだろうな。
It's an ideal opportunity to approach your target, but I sincerely hope you haven't been in any danger. Nah, man, he just talks to himself sometime. It's fine. He just has his own... How many letters is that? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 letters long? Ain't no fucking way. Idiosyncrasies. Okay, he has his own idiosyncrasies, like suddenly shouting or wandering off at night. He hasn't done anything to me.
いや、その報告じゃますます心配になるんだが。
That worries me more. But I'm serious. He doesn't do anything to me. In fact, he seems to want me to leave him alone for the most part. John must have deemed that everything was under control after observing me because he finally relaxed and then his face tensed up again.
じゃあ、ターゲットはルーカスに決めるということだな。
That means that you decided that Lucas is your target, huh? Pretty much. He's a cute target too. You forgot to say cute? Is your cute target? Say it again. Say it right. Pretty much. Now that things have come to this, investigating him is my best choice. Also, I recalled the book I found in the library. He's a cute target. Say it right. That might be unrelated, but I should tell him just in case. Hey, do you remember that book that with the blue cover that Riley had?
いや、というか、青い表紙の本なんていくらでもあるだろう?
Not really. Isn't there an abundance of books with blue covers out there? My words didn't click with John. He tilted his head quizzically. Yes. Then did you ever hear anything about the Blue Robin from my brother?
覚えていないが、何かあったのか?
I don't remember. Did something happen? I explained the book I'd found at the Sullivan's collection, and my brother's muttering that I remembered. John's shoulders slumped.
本当に覚えてないな。その推理小説も俺は聞いたことがない。
I don't really
ご
recall.
めん、力にな
I
る。
haven't heard anything about that mystery novel either. Sorry, I can't be of any help. It's okay. I might be imagining things. Maybe. It has nothing to do with the Blue Robin. It could be a simple coincidence. A mystery novel by my brother once enjoyed just happened to be in the estate's library. It's just my brother's code word back then that my brother bothers me, Robin. John remembered something and straightened to attention.
そうだ。青のロビンといえば、新しい情報を入手したんだ。ヤードが秘密裏に青のロビンを探し
On
始
the
めたらし
topic
い
of the Blue Robin, I have new information. The Yard has launched a secret search for the Blue Robin. Why? The only thing the Blue Robin has done is give gifts to the poor, right? Gonerils too said that the Blue Robin was harmless. It hadn't caused trouble for anyone.
それが、一部の貴族から反女王派との関連性を指摘する声が上がったのが理由らしい。
Apparently, some of the aristocrats raised the idea that the Blue Robin could have a connection with the
そいつ
anti-royalists.
らは、青のロビンの目的が反女王派の手駒を増やすことじゃないかと疑っているようだ。
Those nobles claim they suspect that the Blue Robin's goal is to increase the pawns under the anti-royalist. I guess. Increased pawns, it was an unsettling argument. So they believe that the Blue Robin is winning over children through gifts to cultivate the future anti-royalist?
ああ、随分と気の長い話だと思うけどな。まあ、まだ貴族たちの推測に過ぎないが。
Yeah, I think they have an idea. I think they have to have the patience of a saint if they were that were true, though. To be fair, it's mere guesswork on the noble's part. If true, the impression I'd formed of the Blue Robin would change drastically. If the nobles are right, if the Blue Robin is using children for political gain, then my mind went to a sibling I'd chanced upon in front of the almshouse, the boy that proudly declared that he wanted to be like the Blue Robin. If their goal was to use children in their political games, were they already achieving it steadily, step by step? There's no evidence yet. It's all speculation. I need proof if I want to make any judgment. Shaking off my arbitrary disappointment, I went over my plans going forward with John. I've decided on my target, so I'll continue investigating Lucas and the Sullivan's estate.
俺はゴネリルのところで町の噂を集めておくよ。
Got it. I'll gather rumors that are going around the streets from the Gonrail's place. If I spend any more time here, someone might notice I'm absent, and I was poised to return when I recalled one thing and turned back to John. Right, a while ago, Obrion said that Lucas is buddy-buddy with cemetery dwellers. How do you interpret that?
俺もそれは少し聞いたんだがわからないな。ウィル・オビスプの能力はほとんど情報が出てこないんだ。
I heard of that too, but I can't make sense of it. I'm barely scraping up anything on Will-O-Wisp. It appears Obrion had been equally cryptic with the drowned John. I nodded and decided to discuss my hypothesis with him. This is just a guess, but perhaps the power of the Sullivan House is the power of the Will-O-Wisp is the ability to talk with the dead. John went quiet for a second, his eyebrows upturned with something like pity.
お嬢、もしかして期待しているのか?
Oh.
奴のその能力に。
No. Are you getting your hopes up about his power? I'm not. I only had the idea. Sorry, I forget I said anything, you fucking dick. My heart skipped a beat, for he was right. If only I had a chance to talk to my family again, I could even imagine how overjoyed I'd be. John saw right through that wish. Well then, I'll contact you again.
ああ、くれぐれも気をつけてくれ。
Got it. Be very careful. So I'd not cause John to worry any more than he already had. I ended the conversation there. Riley. As I advanced down the path back to the Bernstein estate, I glanced up at the night sky and called for my brother. There was no response, just the stars blinking back at me. The night breeze tugged at the end of my hair. Start cleaning outside, bro. The beginning of the next week signaled the continuation of my days at the Sullivan estate. Alright then, time for another day of cleaning with everything I've got. It was still mostly an excuse to investigate, but it was undeniably that there was many places that hadn't been properly cleaned here. I got fired up in spite of myself. When I was wiping the windows, Lucas happened to pass by and called out.
随分と念入りに掃除するんだな。どうせ客を呼ぶ機会なんかないんだ。もっと適当で構わないぞ。
You're pretty thorough about cleaning. It's not like I'll ever have guests. You can be a bit lazier. That won't do. This is my duty. Furthermore, even if there aren't guests, I want you to have a comfortable time here, Lord Lucas. It's very important to me.
メイドの鏡だと褒めてやりたいところだが、朝から晩まで掃除して疲れないのか?
Ha! Though I'd like to praise you as a quintessential maid, won't you get tired of cleaning around the clock? I make time for breaks, such as meal times, thanks. Thank you for your consideration was the conventional reply I was about to give when... Suddenly, Lucas seized my left wrist. It took me by complete surprise and my heart skipped a beat. Oh, is something the matter?
だいぶ手が荒れている。舞踏会の時はこうはなっていなかっただろう。
Your hands have gotten rough. I don't remember them being like this at the ball. True, ever since I'd come to the Sullivan estate, my workload ballooned, meaning that I'd been neglecting and caring for my hands. Sorry for showing you such an unseemly sight. Among the nobles, there were some that considered it a disgrace for the maids that served them to have rough, unmanicured hands. I was under the impression that he was pointing that out, however.
別にそんなことは言ってないだろう。いい気がしないのは確かだが。
I haven't said anything like that, have I? I can't deny that this is unsettling, though. There was anger in his eyes as Lucas stared at my hands. I couldn't tell why. I don't want him to see these chapped hands. Lucas was a noble. All the women he had met until now would have had soft, fair hands. Shame and wretchedness stirred together in my heart, and I wanted nothing more than to pull my hand away. Lord Lucas, please let me go.
すまない。
Sorry about that. Lucas released his grip on my wrist and stepped back, like still looking disgruntled. His voice was sullen with what he muttered next.
掃除はもういい。お部屋に茶を。二人分だ。
Drop the cleaning. Bring some tea to my room. Make tea for two. Do you have a guest over?
ああ、まあな。
Yeah, you could say that. Understood. A visitor. Now that's rare. I haven't welcomed them. When did they arrive? After watching Lucas disappear towards the private quarters, I headed off to brew tea. Whew. When Lucas saw my hands earlier, I felt so pathetic. A little ashamed? Why did I think that way? Before today, I couldn't have cared less how nobles perceived me or what they said about me, but now...
言い忘れていたが
Why am I suddenly remembering the ball of all things? Those words were lip service, nothing more. It was essential, basic manners. Shine. He won't think the same way if he looks at me now. Why should I care? He can think about me however he wants. He saw my calloused hands. It's that simple. So why do I feel so dejected right now? Unable to reason through my own feelings, I prepared the tea and proceeded to Lucas's room. There was no one there. When I entered the room, I was treated to the sight of Lucas writing something at his desk with his characteristic surly frown. I don't see any other than Lucas. Didn't he say he had a guest? Please enjoy.
Oh.
He glided his gliding pen stilled. He moved away from the desk and sat down on a sofa. Pardon me, where's your guest?
客はもう帰った。代わりにお前が茶を飲んでいけ。
My guest is already gone. You drink the tea in his stead. My mind went blank for a second. May I ask you to clarify? Glancing at my dumbfounded face, Lucas reiterated, bombarding me with each sentence.
だから客はもう帰ったと言ったんだ。けれどせっかく用意したのにもったいないだろう。お前が飲んでいけ。
I'll repeat, my guest is gone, but it'd be a waste to let the tea you put effort into go cold, so stay and drink it.
何をぼさっとしている。お前は立ったまま茶を飲むのか？
What are you spacing out for, or do you prefer to drink tea while standing up? I don't.
だったら自分の茶を入れて、そこに座れ。
Then pour some tea for yourself and sit there. Right away. Lucas pointed to the sofa adjacent to him, still unable to process this event. I poured myself a cup of tea before sitting in a daze. A maid, and her employer drinking tea facing each other. I already thought that the tea parties with Lily were unprecedented, huh? It seems that Lucas wasn't the type to care about status, but what in the world did he mean by this? Was he asleep? We both drank our tea without a word, being unable to read his intentions. Was exceedingly uncomfortable. Did he really have a guest over? I don't see this supposed guest come or leave. As I cogitated, confused, Lucas spoke again.
お前も知っての通り、うちにはメイドが一人しかいない。あいにくと増やす予定はないが、屋敷全体を一人で掃除するのは負担が大きいと判断した。
As you are aware, there's only one maid working here. I don't plan to bring in more, but I've deemed that it's too much of a burden for one person to clean the
だ
estate
から
alone.
掃除する場所は、今後は1日に2カ所までとする。わかったな。
Starting today, you will limit yourself to cleaning 2 spaces per day. Am I clear? It took everything I had left to keep my jaw from dropping, baffled like was it all I was. My lord, I'm a servant. It's not right for me to neglect my duties like that.
この家に客を呼ぶ機会などないと言ったろう。だから最低限の掃除でいい。
I said that I'd never summon guests, didn't I? You can keep cleaning to a minimum. Pardon? But didn't you just say that you had a guest over? Realizing his contradiction, Lucas averted his gaze from me as if flustered.
とにかくだ。うちに来てからひどい目に遭っているなどとエドワードに言われたら、僕が困る。
If Edward comes complaining to me that you suffered horrible treatment here, I'd be in a bind. I wouldn't report something like that.
いいから。これはお前の現在の主からの命令だ。
This is an order from your current employer. Am I clear? Yes. One regrettable downside to being a servant was that we couldn't go against orders. It's troubling to only be able to investigate 2 rooms per day. That aside, this man, could he be...
あと、これも、取っておけ。
That and hold on to this. He fished out something from his jacket's inner pocket before tossing it to me. What flew across the air and landed on my lap was an aluminum tin small enough to fit in my palm. The writing on the lid said, "For grazes and chapped skin." This is a salve? is this?
その軟膏もさっき来た客が置いていった。僕には必要ないし、邪魔だからお前が処分しておいてくれ。
Okay, sure. Sure. That solves something that a guest earlier left behind as a present. I don't need it, so it's just junk. You get rid of it.
まあ新品だ。捨てるのも失礼か。別に使ってくれても構わない。好きにしろ。
I suppose it's also brand new. It'd be rude to dump it, so... It's also not like I mind if you use it. Do what you want. I knew it. There was no guest from the beginning. Though he was doing it in a very roundabout way. He'd arranged this to make me rest. So he knew my hands were rough for a while.
どうした？ずっとうつむいてる。
You probably noticed then. If so, that meant that he prepared this solve just for me. He went out of into the city over the weekend to buy this? This man infamous for being an unsociable terror to all servants? He had done all this for an insignificant maid?
何がおかしい？
What's so funny? It's nothing. When I imagine you going out of your way to purchase this in the city, it just slipped out.
勘違いするな。客が置いていったと言ってるだろうが。
Don't get the wrong idea. Didn't I just say my visitor left it behind? You did. Then please thank that person on behalf and tell him that I'm overjoyed by the unexpected gift.
ああ、あったら伝えておく。
I'll mention it if I see him. He might be a kind person at heart. Lucas suddenly grinned.
うちに来てからやっと笑ったな。
This is the first time you've smiled. Was I not smiling before?
ああ、もっと気楽にしてろ。それと、お前は友人の前でもそんな話し方をしているのか？
Oh, I just realized, are these all his paintings that are covered? No, so loosen up, or do you talk like that even with your friends? I don't.
だったらもう少し砕けていい。
Then you can be a bit less
い
formal.
かにも堅苦しくされると、こちらの息が詰まる。
With that stiff expression of yours, it's suffocating for me when you're formal to a fault. Then that would be too insolent of me.
僕としては、言ったことを守ってくれれば、あとはどうでもいいんだ。せいぜい好きに過ごせ。
In my opinion, as long as you stick to the rules I tell you, the rest doesn't matter at all. Go live your best life, I guess. This man is so strange. I understand admonishing a servant for their language, but to think he's telling me to be less formal. That said, closing the distance between the two of us worked out perfectly for me. Curling my lip into the faintest of smiles, I bowed. Understood.
口調。
Mind your wording. I will?
まあそんなものだろう。
I suppose that's about right. With that, Lucas turned back to his documents.
僕はまだ仕事がある。茶を飲み終わったら勝手に帰れ。
I've still got work to do. Once you finish your tea, go back as you please. That's a daunting amount of paperwork. It must be from the bulky bundle he was handed at the last meeting. Are those for the conference by any chance?
そうだ。期日までに終えないと、アルフレッドがうるさいからな。
If I don't finish them before the deadline, Alfred's going to nag my ear off. Speaking of which, I've been curious about his relationship with Alfred. I considered asking him a question or two since things were going favorable for me. However, maybe not now. I can't explain it, but I kind of feel that it would be a waste of this mood between us to fall apart. I haven't forgotten my goals, far from it. Gaining the trust of my target is a vital part of the plan. Who am I even making these excuses to? Oh, what am I doing? The room was silent between us, save for the rustling of Lucas's documents that clinked of porcelain as I drank from my cup. Lucas was already absorbed in his work, like he had long forgotten that I was in the room. He truly is a strange man. I stopped my runaway thoughts and sipped tea. The tea I enjoyed in the peaceful space was much sweeter than usual. The days flew by. Today was another day of cleaning and spying around the estate. He limited my cleaning to 2 rooms per day, but that doesn't mean I can't walk around. I could simply explore secretly so that he wouldn't find out, or so I thought. It's much easier said than done. When I was cleaning the corridor a while back, Lucas asked me to prepare tea for two again.
おい、今日も来客の分の茶を飲んでいけ。
Stay and finish the tea in my visitor's stead. Your guest returned prematurely once more.
そうだ。気まぐれなやつでな。来たと思ったら風のように去っていった。
He's a flighty guy. He came one second, was gone the next, like the wind. So you're going to stick to that story.
何か言ったか？
Did you say something? No, it's nothing. Thanks for the tea. Since Lucas told me to loosen up, I've been employing a slightly less formal tone. This is necessary for strengthening his trust in me and getting his guard down, that's all. I also brought snacks to go with the tea as you requested. Here is a creme brulee.
ああ、料理人に頼んでおいた。
Okay, good.
お前に作らせるのはやめろと言われているからな。
Good, I asked the chef to make them ahead of time. It'd be dissuaded from letting you cook after all. I've been dissuaded. Normally a maid was responsible for desserts like these, but he stubbornly refused to let me prepare anything but tea. It made me wonder what people had said about me.
まあ、そこまで言わせるほどのものに少し興味はあるが。
I admit I am curious exactly what kind of cooking earned such acclaim. He peered into my eyes as he spoke before chuckling within a wholehearted amusement.
この話をするとお前も表情を変える。面白い限りだ。
Whenever I bring this up, even you change your expression. It's entertaining. But I like cooking. I have to say, Lucas likes teasing people. I had to argue to get back at him, so I looked back at him defiantly. In that case, I'll make snacks next time. You may ascertain the taste yourself.
ほう、それは面白い。ぜひ
Oh,
作ってくれ。
that's interesting. I can't wait. Are you sure?
なんだ、自分から言っておいて。
What's the reaction? You're the one that offered. Because I never thought you'd agree.
どれほどのうまさか楽しみにしておこ
I look forward to seeing how heavenly it is.
う。
Oh.
さて、話は終わりだ。客人の分のバーンとクリームはお前が処分しておけ。
Okay, that's the end of our
僕は
chat.
仕事が終わってから食べる。
You would deal with the creme brulee meant for my guest. I'll eat after my work is done. That was just one of yet another day's comprised of plenty of rest, tea, and desserts under the pretext of accepting in lieu of his guest. When I actually baked like I agreed. Lord Lucas, I brought tea and snacks.
ああ、本当に作ってきたのか？
Did you really make it yourself? Yes, more or less. I offered him scones. I hadn't cooked in a long time, so I plated the food nicely out of excitement. I could proudly declare that these scones were restaurant quality. The chef was kind enough to prepare jam for me. I made the scones and clothed them, and cloth
見
cream.
た目は普通だな。味見はしたのか？
They look normal. Have you tasted one? Yes, there's no issue whatsoever.
じゃあ早速僕も味見させてもらおうか。
Then I'll waste no time tasting it too. Lucas picked up a scone and took a bite. Are you alright? Less than a second. The scone was in his mouth when he picked up his tea and poured it down his throat, together with a bite he took.
一応確認する。これはスコーンだよな。
I'll ask just in case. This is a scone, right? Does it look like it can be anything
いや、
else?
そうだな。見た目は完全なスコーンだ。ではなぜこんなに辛い？
Good point. It looks like a scone from every angle. Why is it spicy? I added various spices as secret ingredients, but were they too overpowering? I struggle with rising it properly.
ああ、なるほど。いや、全然隠れていないがな。
That's how it is. I have to say though, they aren't secret at all. Truthfully, I wanted to put in several times more, but it was my first attempt with this selection of spices. I considered that it wouldn't be a good idea to overdo it.
思いとどまってくれて何よりだ。
Thank heavens you had second thoughts. Whispering that, Lucas squeezed his eyes shut, clenched his jaw, and took another bite. Everyone has their own preferences when it comes to food. So it's better to cease if it doesn't suit you. I'll put the rest away.
僕が作れと言ったんだ。責任は自分で取る。
I told you to make them. I'll take responsibility.
それにだな。こういう食べ物と思ってしまえば、まあ、食べられないこともな。
If I tell myself that it's meant to taste like this, I guess it's not that inedible.
いや、茶で流し込めば。
I can do this as long as I wash it down with tea. I see. Lucas isn't good with spicy food. I should have confirmed his dislike beforehand. After that, he seemed so pitiful. The thought, though he said he'd do his best to finish the food, I decided to eat most of the remaining scones.
あのスコーンを平然と食べているだと。
Are you eating that scone as if it's perfectly normal? Yes, to me, these are very scrumptious. I stuffed one scone after another into my cheeks. Lucas stared at me with awe then. His shoulders shook with stifled chuckles. These tea breaks become the norm. I never knew that Lucas would come up to me and to have one. Because of that, I wasn't able to do any reckless exploration. That said, having more chances to speak with Lucas is welcome. I can gain more information. Plus, I had to admit that a part of me began looking forward to our tea sessions, a small part. He doesn't seem like a bad person. Maybe he has nothing to do with the incident. I entertained these naive, wishful thoughts before halting in front of a suspicious door.
朝食の時にも言ったが。
I've combed through all the other rooms, but I didn't find anything. This place is the most dubious, after all. I should search it again. I'd confirmed that Lucas holed up in his room at this time of day. I gingerly opened the door and slipped in. The interior was no different from the last time. The same old furniture and antiques were scattered about in a mess. Nothing particularly different from When I stepped forward to take a good look at the vase placed in the room, I tripped hard and fell forward. I tripped. If John hears about this, he'll tell me off for becoming too lax. On all fours, I looked over my shoulder to find that the culprit, one corner of the deep crimson rug, had been lifted up. So this is what tripped me. As I glared at the crimson, something caught my attention. There was a reddish-black smear under the rug. It turned mostly black, but considering the way it splattered, is it a blood stain? I turned over more of the rug to get a look. On the wooden floor beneath the rug was an alarming, large, oxidized blood stain. What in the world? The rug is only here to conceal the blood? Judging by the discoloration, these stains weren't anything recent. Did Lucas tell me to stay away because he didn't want me to see this? It was clear as day that something happened in this room, but even if I asked him, I highly doubt he'd tell me. He'd only angrily scold me and maybe even kick me out for entering the forbidden storage room. In that case, there's only one way I can learn the past. I touched the bloodstain with my fingertips to use my face sight the next moment. I see. I get it now. You're a murderer. You're going to kill me. That's my line. I bet you're the one who tried to take my life, but I won't let you get your way. Stop! I'm begging you, stop! I'm going crazy. What's the brat who started it all whining about? It's your fault to begin with, all yours. Right, it's your fault that everything started going crazy. All yours. Die, die, everyone go die. Stop! Oh my gosh. Blood. My consciousness returned to reality. I hadn't gotten a clear look, but I could tell that the two boys and Lucas had been fighting. Lucas looked young enough to count as a boy, too, just like I thought. This is quite odd. Wanting to get a more vivid and deeper look, I reached out to touch the bloodstain again. What are you doing? I slowly turned around. At the frosty voice, Lucas towered over me. I've been so immersed in my face sight that I hadn't heard him enter. My deepest apologies. I'm sorry. I'm asking what you're doing. His expression was devoid of any warmth or familiarity, a grim reaper come to take a soul. I feared one mistake would cost me my life. Overwhelmed by his presence, I slowly edged backwards, but my back was against the wall in a blink. I could only gape at Lucas helplessly. I can't apologize enough. I was trying to clean and accidentally tripped on the rug. Don't spout such obvious lies. I told you clearly that you don't have to clean this room. Why did you come in? Lucas approached me one step at a time. Unable to back away any further, my mind raced to find some other excuse but came up blank. Then Lucas saw my hand. His eyes widened. I messed up. My crest hasn't vanished yet. Sucking in a sharp breath, Lucas stormed the rest of the way to me and snatched my wrist. Was this the face-side hand? How does he know about the face-side hand? I suddenly wasn't able to hide how shaken I was. Suddenly, I spotted layers upon layers of black haze twining around Lucas. What's this mist? Oh. I never noticed that a haze coiled around him until now. Perhaps I only saw it because I touched Lucas with my face-side activated. Lucas looked down at me, frozen with shock, and spat his next words. The moment I let my guard down, you rudely march into my territory without hesitation. You're seriously just like Riley, even when it comes to the most unnecessary things. Huh? You know my brother? The fact that my cover was blown vanished from my mind. The name that came out of Lucas's mouth was that astonishing. Yeah, I sure did. I also know that you are the survivor of Eltbeek and the one who led to all that tragedy, Apros. Phew. I shoved him away, drew my knife I kept hidden under my skirt, and held it out. He realized who I am. When? And what had he been trying to achieve by allowing me near his side? Could it be that this was all his design? Was I the one who had fallen into his trap, not the other way around? All kinds of chaotic thoughts rushed through me. I tightened my grip on my knife. That's dangerous. You were going around with something like that on you? Even as I pointed my knife at him, Lucas's eyes bored into mine unflinchingly. In fact, he just stood there, leaving himself wide open. If you're going to kill me, do it. I don't give a damn about when I die. You saw the memories in this room, didn't you? Lingering mad attachments follow me everywhere like pests. I was just about getting fed up with existing, so it's good timing. His detachment was peculiar. Though I kept my guard up, I slowly lowered the knife. What are you trying to do? Why'd you let me stay here if you knew who I am? What's your relationship with my brother? My voice came out in a pained scream. I couldn't figure out what he was thinking at all, and my mind was in shambles. I don't owe you any answers. Leaving me with those words, he left. As for me, abandoned here, I could only grasp my knife, dazedly staring at the empty space. After that incident, I returned to my room and contemplated Lucas's motives. If he reports this to the Queen, I'll be arrested. Everything will come to a knot. I need to prepare to go on the run. No, maybe the wisest choice is to leave right now. In any case, I had to contact John after sending the signal for something to report and awaiting reply. Through my pocket watch, I abruptly stilled. If I take Lucas's word at face value, then will he not report this to the Queen? Now that I reflected on all of our time together, there had to be several occasions when Lucas acted as though he knew me. Assuming that was true, why exactly had he let me be despite knowing my identity? I can't figure it out. At this rate, I'll be lost in a maze of unanswered questions. I couldn't leave just yet. Now that I confirmed there was a connection between Lucas and my brother, I didn't want to run away empty-handed. Lucas, were you involved in the incident 8 years ago, or are you innocent? I need to find the answer. Chewing on my bottom lip anxiously, anxiety filled my heart. I ended up burying myself under my blankets with my knife still in hand. Yeah, but this looks like my normal room. That's my normal room. Why would they clone my room here? I received Lucas's freshly cooked breakfast from the chef and was on my way to his room when someone called out to me from behind. Oh, you didn't run away. Lucas was much closer than I expected. Startled, I almost drove the cart into a wall. Lucas watched me, mystified, as if I was some kind of unidentified life form. I was convinced that you'd pack your stuff up and leave in the middle of the night because your identity was exposed. Lord Lucas, you claim to know my identity, but do you possess any conclusive evidence? I had to retrieve it. If there was truly such evidence, thinking that I feigned composure. Without evidence, the Queen won't take action. How is there any need for me to flee? That was a gamble. Lucas likely wouldn't tip anyone off. He kept silent till now, after all. I can't afford to leave, not until I figure out his connection to Elfbeak and my brother. Oh my god. Why do I feel tilt? Tilted. Oh well. It's fine. The way you put on a bold front, that groundless confidence of yours, you're the spitting image of that moron Riley. What? He sounded like he was taunting my brother, and I saw red. I can't let that pass. Did you just call my brother a moron? Still reeling from getting so worked up yesterday, I was no longer able to cling to my disguise or self-possession. I was bristling like a cat, Lucas scoffed. Yeah, moron among morons. A giant moron. You talk big, but what would you know about my brother? I know him well enough. Pausing there, Lucas cast his eyes down, his lip curled into a self-deprecating smirk. He was willing to befriend a guy like me. How can he be anything but a moron? For an instant, there was something dark, almost grief-stricken in his eyes. All words left my mind. What happened between them? I stood there dumbstruck, then Lucas smirked. So these are your true colors, huh? You're a pretty vivacious young lady. I thoughtlessly forgot my place as a maid and spoke in my natural way. Well, it's not like you need to keep up appearances now. You can relax starting today. With that, he spun away from me. Satisfied with that, what was said, he marched off, but I called out to stop him. Wait. Calm down, I don't plan on informing the Queen. Declaring that, with his back still turned to me, he left the area. Is he telling the truth? Can I trust him? Considering all of our conversations till now, he sounded genuine. I was relieved, yet it didn't change the fact I couldn't grasp his motives. What would I do now? At a loss, I stared at the breakfast on the silver tray in a daze. I guess serve him breakfast, bro. I took my time to regain my presence of mind. Before I delivered his breakfast, Lucas sat at his desk, hard at work as usual. Breakfast is ready, my lord.
ああ、助かる。この書類が片付いたら食べるからそこへ。
Got it, thanks. I'll eat after I finish this document, so put it over there. He acted as if our exchange minutes ago never happened. Watching him, it almost felt as though I was the weird one for being bothered. As I was leaving, Lucas suddenly sat upright from his desk, a sliver of frost reminiscent of yesterday bled into his eyes.
ああ、そうだ。例の部屋だが、鍵をつけた。二度と入るなよ。
Oh, right, I put a lock on that room. Don't ever go in again.
最初からこうするべきだった。これまであの部屋に近づける者はいなかったから、油断していた。
I should have done it from the beginning. I let my guard down because until now, no one was able to approach that room. Lucas grumbled under his breath. Something seemed out of place about his wording. Was able to.
ただの言い間違いだ。もう言っていい。
Grammar's not my strong suit. You may go. I shall take my leave. When I closed the door, fatigue crushed me. I didn't know how to interact with someone who knew my identity, who might be my enemy. Maybe I should throw caution to the wind and continue exploring the Sullivan's estate. Sadly, I don't have to access that room anymore. I haven't investigated Lucas's private room yet, but it's a difficult place to target. He's inside most of the time. At that moment, I sensed movement in my pocket. Distancing myself from Lucas's room, I turned down corridors until it was safe to take out my watch.
まったく、俺を使いっ走りにするなんてな。まあ今日は退屈だからやってやるけど。
Can't believe you people use me as an errand boy. I'm bored, so I'll do it. Obrion flew out into a burst, yapping complaints. Keep it down. What happened?
ジョンからの伝言だ。今日、情報屋で会えないか。ゴネリルが興味深いものを手に入れた。だと。
I got a message from John. He said, can we meet at the shop today? Goneril's got her hands on something interesting. And that was all Obrion said before he promptly disappeared. Something interesting. I wonder what. Looks like I've got more pressing tasks than investigating. I need to report to John too. Lucas likely wouldn't stop me if I said I wanted to head out. If he's going to persist with our status quo until now, I'll do as I please too. She's like, peace. I got my formal permission from Lucas to head out by claiming that it was for a shopping errand. I swiftly departed for the city. Your cover was blown? I shared the events of the previous day, and naturally, John lost his head with worry. It looks like Lucas has no plan to inform the queen, though I don't know why. How can you be sure? It might be a tactic to lower your guard. I don't think that's a possibility. Lucas isn't that kind of man. You trust him a lot, huh? Not necessarily. It's just that based on what I've seen on him so far, I can make that judgment. I can make that judgment. I totes can. He grimaced, probably struggling to understand my perspective. I was aware of my my god. I was aware of my illogical optimism. John looked like he was far from having his fill of complaints, so I forced a subject change. Hey, more importantly, what's this interesting item that Goneril has? More importantly, John pursed his lips with pleasure, let out a sigh, then took a photo from his pocket. Take a look at this. Is that Riley and Lucas? Both of them look very young. Is that a boarding school uniform? This must have been taken on the school campus. Their faces still held some childish roundness, innocent characteristics of teenage boys. In the photo, my brother's hand was affably on Lucas's shoulder. Lucas was facing away as if he disliked the intimacy, but all in all, they looked like good friends. Riley and Lucas went to the same boarding school. John, you never heard about Lucas from Riley?
ローアンから逃げる前、ライリーの学校での交友関係は俺もよく知らないんだ。
If I had, I'd brought it up long ago. I'm not that knowledgeable at Riley's circle of friends from before he fled Roanne. I see, I should have guessed as much. Yeah, but you're childhood friends, and you were like 7 or 8 when this all happened, right? So... Are you really a childhood friend? Doubt it. After all, I didn't remember hearing Lucas's name from my brother either. However, I did recently recall the conversation with Riley. Yeah, but you have like amnesia about your childhood, conveniently so. I did hear from him that he had a good friend at school. I only remembered it a while ago. Oh, I don't need a flashback. I remember it. Was he referring to Lucas back then? I fell into my thoughts. Grumly, John spoke up.
なあ、本当にこのままサリバン邸にとどまるつもりか？
Are you really going to stay at the Sullivan estate? Yeah, why not? That's my plan. Even ignoring his connection to my brother, I don't have any info about whether he was involved in the incident. I can't let things end like this.
それは
My lady.
関わ
No.
っていたに決まっているだろう。
He
で
must
なけ
have
れ
been
ばなぜお
involved.
前の正体を知っているんだ？
How else would he know your identity? It sounds like he was a good friends with my brother. I think there's a chance that Riley said something about me to him. I lowered my gaze to the photo in my hand. I hadn't seen my brother's smiling face in 8 years, but now wasn't the time to wallow.
あいつは女王に報告する気はないと言ったんだろう。つまり事件当時も女王がお嬢を器として探していた事実を知って
He said he didn't plan on telling the queen, didn't he? That means he knows that the queen was searching for you as her vessel. He broke off there, placing a hand on his chin as if realization dawned on him.
そうか。単純に女王の命を狙った謀反にランドルフ一族の娘として報告するつもりはないという意味にも取れるのか。
I see. You can also interpret it as him having no intention of reporting you as the daughter of House Randolph's rebels. Yes, it's within the realm of possibilities.
もう15けれどかの一族がいなく
The information about me being a vessel was likely only privy to people directly involved in the affair. But what John mentioned was public knowledge. Don't worry, John. If Lucas starts doing anything fishy, I'll escape right away.
いや、俺が本当に言いたいのはそうじゃない。
That's not the point I'm trying to make. John's expression clouded over. It seemed difficult for him, but he still cut to the heart of the matter.
以前のお嬢ならルーカスに正体がバレた時点ですぐ逃げ出していたはずだ。違うか？
In the past, you would have fled the moment Lucas discovered your identity. Am I wrong?
お嬢はルーカスを信用し始めてる。奴が事件には何の関わりもないのだと。
You
それを
trust
確かめて
Lucas.
安心したいだけじゃないのか。
You're trying to find anything that points to his innocence for peace of mind, aren't you? You're wrong. That's not true. That's not true at all. It shouldn't be. But at the same time, I denied it. My heart was pounding, realizing that I had to question my motives. There was no mistake that the 5 houses were a factor in the Eltbeek disaster. It was an indisputable fact. However, I hadn't identified who exactly had been involved or to what extent. Had I latched onto the hope in that ambiguity? Lucas is a member of the 5 houses, but maybe he didn't participate. Maybe he took our side as my brother's friend. Maybe he won't tell me even after learning that I'm the daughter of Duke Randolph, for whom the queen is searching for all this hope. He had been concerned about my hand. He had eaten scones that hadn't been palatable to him. The smile he directed my way were so kind. I couldn't see him as a bad person. I mean, I really haven't found any evidence that he took part in that incident. In the room with the bloodstains, my face sight had shown me a gruesome scene, but it was unrelated to Eltbeek. And because of that, I fell silent. John, doting on me as usual, asked gently,
お前はサリバン邸に戻るんだろう。
You'll go back even if I stop you, won't you? Yes. I think you're right, John. There's a part of me hoping he isn't a target of my revenge. And that's precisely why I can't leave things hanging like this. I mean, if I find proof Lucas is innocent, we may have one more ally.
じゃあ奴が事件に関わっていたら
What if he isn't? If he isn't, I'll take revenge like I set out to do. I just need to know the truth. Though he saw further attempts at persuasion was futile, worry didn't leave John's
いい
face.
か
Remember,
これからは
from here on
い
out,
つゴケと女王が動いてもおかしくないんだ
the five
少しでも
houses
身の危険を感じたら
and the
す
queen
ぐ
may
逃げて
take action at any
頼むから
time. If you sense even the slightest danger, escape at once, please. I know. I promise I will. I nodded firmly, leaving Goneril's shop behind me. I returned to the Sullivan estate. With eggs. That night, I admired the photo of my brother and Lucas that I had received from John. Riley, I miss you. My brother next to Lucas wore a radiant smile. The carefree curl of his lip told me Lucas had been a trusted friend. Lucas looked so young and green too. His grumpiness hadn't changed though. Lucas was pure exasperation, but his eyes were soft with fondness. Riley went to boarding school when House Randolph was still living in Rowan before we went to the village. All because of me, Riley had to drop out of boarding school and flee to Eltbeek with the rest of our family. Lucas, are you simply my brother's friend or are you my enemy? Tell me, please. I asked the Lucas in the photo to no avail. Even after unearthing my identity, Lucas didn't change his attitude. One day went by in the exact same manner as before. Then several days later, at nightfall, picking up some noise, I snuck down to the entrance. Lucas was there, his hood pulled over his eyes. He was about to leave. Where are you going at such a late hour? I'd finally caught him leaving instead of coming back. He was going to meet someone. I'll find out what he's doing this time. I tiptoed, trying not to make a sound as I followed him outside. My pursuit eventually led me somewhere unexpected, the largest cemetery in Rowan. A gravesite. What business does he have here? Lucas held up a lantern as he marched into the cemetery depths with steady strides. That area seems to be the tombs of nobles, but he's passing it by. I snuck through the shadows, relying on the lamplight. Ironically, Lucas was my only guidepost in the darkness. Eventually, he came to a stop in a clearing on the cemetery grounds. I hid behind a nearby tree and watched him. Oh my goodness. Lucas raised one hand. The flames of the lantern he raised overhead billowed and turned an ethereal blue-white. Stunning fey wings unfurled from his back. The flames kissed his profile with a blue glow. Oh. Not a moment later, countless little lights manifested all over the cemetery and gathered around as if magnetically drawn to him. It was a surreal, enchanting scene. Tiny lights glided through the air as if seeking salvation. What in the world are these lights? The countless orbs of light flickered as they drifted on. One cut across the air beside me. Intrigued, I gently touched it, and then my face sight activated on its own. Someone's memories flooded into my mind. Grief, fury, despair, intense negativity assaulted me. I struggled to breathe. What do? I'm feeling faint. I staggered and lost my balance. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing myself for the fall.
おい、大丈夫か
Are you okay? Girl cannot stealth for the life of her. When I opened my eyes, I was safe in Lucas's embrace.
まったく、どこまでつい
Seriously.
てくるのかと思えば
I was wondering how long you were going to follow me, and now this. You
途
noticed?
中からな、巻こうか迷ったがお前のことだどうせ何をしているかわかるまで しつこくつけてくるつもりだろう。
Pretty, I know. I like their pictures, so I'm very biased, but I like it so far. About halfway, I considered shaking you off, but knowing you, I figured you'd stalk me until you learned what I was doing. I can't deny
そ
that.
れに別に隠すようなことはしていないからな。見たければ見ればいいと思ったんだ。
Besides, I'm not doing anything nefarious. If you want to look, look all you want. Then what exactly was he doing? I was about to ask when I realized it with a start. Lord Lucas? What? Thank you very much for saving me. And then you let me go, and then I just fall to the ground. Taken by surprise, his eyes widened for a fraction of a second, and then a warm smile bloomed on his face. To see his smile this close, directed at me with compassion, my heart skipped a beat.
こういうところは年相応というか、意外と素直だな。ライリーが言った通りだ。
Stop talking about my brother. You act your age when it comes to things like this. You're surprisingly honest. Riley was right. My brother.
ああ、素直で明るく、無邪気で愛らしい。目に入れても痛くない。
He said that you're honest, cheerful, innocent, endearing, hopelessly adorable.
あれは立派な兄バカだな。お前の話になると自慢が止まらなかった。どれほどの娘かと思えばこれだ。
That guy's a legit big brother. When you came up in conversation, he never stopped boasting. I always wondered what kind of girl you'd be, but it turns out you're like this. May I ask what you mean by this?
これはこれだ。
This is this, that is that. It's not my alarm, that's fine. I squint at him and tried to pull away from the arm supporting me, however. Huh. For some reason, he wouldn't loosen his hold. Excuse me, but I'm alright now. You don't have to hold me
ま
up.
た倒れられても困る。うろうろしないで。僕のそばにいろ。
It'd be annoying if you collapse again. Don't wander aimlessly. Stay by my side. I get where he's coming from, but this is... I could feel his warmth against my back. He was practically hugging me from behind, and my heart began beating even faster. Why am I a little nervous right now? I still have to ask you to let me go. I won't move around
言
thoughtlessly.
っておくが、光に触れるなよ。
A word of warning, don't touch the lights. I learned. Lucas emphasized his point before relaxing his grip. I pulled away and fixed my clothes. I don't know how to describe it, but there's an ache in my chest. Is it because of the light? To be accurate, it was a tad different from the suffocating feeling I felt at first. I never experienced anything like it. Lord Lucas, what exactly are these lights?
答える気はない。
I don't feel like answering you. What are the flames from the lantern?
知らん。
No clue. When I touched the light earlier, memories flowed into me. Are they spirits? Lucas! Why did you come to this
ああ、もう答えないと言ってるだろうが。
Enough! Didn't I already say I'm not going to answer? I fired one question after another until Lucas turned to face me with utter
お
exasperation.
前は諦めるという言葉を知らないのか。
Is the phrase give up not in your dictionary? Well, persistence is.
そういう意味で言ったわけでは。いや、もういい。何度聞かれても同じだ。知らないものは知らない。
It's not what I meant. Whatever. No matter how many times you ask me, you'll get the same answer. I don't know the end. I see. It's not much of a problem if you aren't willing to tell me anything, though. Touching the light again may help me discover something. I reached out towards the light, but Lucas swatted down my hand.
よせと言って。わかった、答える。答えればいいんだろう。
Didn't I tell you? Fine. I'll answer you, okay? Happy now? Really? I grinned subconsciously, feeling like I'd won somehow. Lucas muttered under his breath.
これがライリーの言ってた妹のなぜ何どうして攻撃か。
So this is the little sister who, what, where, when, how barrage, Riley mentioned. Sorry, did you say something?
いや、何も。
Nope, nothing at all. Lucas followed the drifting lights with his gaze as he gave me a lecture on them.
あの光は未練の魂だ。ヒューメやミングルのもので、さまよい続けると人に害をなす。
These lights are lingering spirits. They come from humanes and mingles, and if left to roam as they please, they harm the living. Lingering spirits. When humanes or mingles die with strong regrets, they linger behind in the surface world. Intense, unresolved attachments have a bad influence on the living. So they are spirits.
そうだ。
Precisely.
ウィル・オ・ウィスプは魂を導く力を持つ。未練をこの世に残し、どこにも行けない魂を天に返してやる。
Precisely. Will-o-wisp have the power to guide spirits. Spirits still attached to the world of the living are unable to move on. We can return them to the heavens.
それが僕の一族の能力だ。世間には魂のことなどほとんど知られていないがな。
That's the power of my bloodline. The public knows little about spirits, though. Then what are the rumors that you manipulate the dead? I heard that you can talk to ghosts.
いや、そこまでの力はない。魂に根付いた恨み事や何かを一方的に聞くのが関の山だ。
We aren't capable to that extent. The most we can do is listen to the resentment or other dominant emotions rooted in the spirit.
僕の一族はあまり人前で能力を使わない。こうして墓場に来たりして死のイメージがつきまとう。それで噂がねじ曲がってそんな話になったんだろう。
My household rarely uses its powers in front of others. We visit cemeteries like this, so the death stuck with us. Rumors distort the facts. I see. In a secret corner of my heart, I was dejected. I'd gotten my hopes up that he might be able to talk to my family with his power. Even during our exchange, he guided the souls wandering in the air with a practiced hand.
お前も帰れ。そっちのお前も。
Come now, go where you ought to go, and you over here. He addressed the spirits softly, like a teacher. Lucas's eyes were peaceful, the light sparkling in them. He doesn't look annoyed to do this. With Lucas's touch, the light flickered and dissipated toward the sky above. I couldn't explain why, but I felt that the lights were rejoicing that they were able to return to the heavens. Why do all this? Is it to save the dead?
あいにく、そんなお優しい感情は持っていない。望みもしないのにこいつらが視界に入ってくる。邪魔だから送っているだけだ。
Unfortunately, I haven't got great noble reasons for that. These things pester me whether I like it or not. I only send them away because they're a nuisance. If they're only a nuisance, couldn't you just avoid cemeteries and places you'd see them?
それは。
I pointed out his contradiction and Lucas looked down and
本当
grumbled.
に救うとか大層なもんじゃない。こいつらを送っていると少し気が晴れるんだ。
I really don't have a commendable purpose. It's just that when I send them off, I feel like a weight's been lifted off my shoulders.
それにここにいると奴らの未練が少しおとなしくなるんだよな。陰気な場所が嫌いなんだろう。
Plus, while I'm here, those guys' lingering attachments quiet down. They must loathe gloomy places. Those guys?
なあ、言ってもわからないか。四六時中僕にまとわりつく狂人どもの執念だ。
Right, you won't get it unless I explain. I'm talking about the obsessions of a couple lunatics who follow me like the plague. Your brothers?
この部屋の記憶を見たんだろう。僕の周りにはいつも狂った。
I saw something like a dark mist hanging over Lucas in the room with the bloodstains. Are you referring to the black haze? I mentioned it offhandedly, but then
おい、あの黒いもやが見えるのか。
you can see the black haze? Lucas raised his voice all of a sudden, grabbing my shoulders and shook them eagerly. Yes, not all the time. I happened to catch sight of it when I touched you in that room.
手が触れた。そうか。シオの手の力か。
When you touched me, I see. It's the power of your face side hand. Reaching out to hold my right hand, Lucas grinned from ear to ear like a child. The difference was stark. I froze. I don't understand. You're delighted?
当然だ。これまであれが見えるものに会ったことはない。
Of course. Until now, I never met anyone who could see that thing.
同じものを見ることができる相手がいる。それだけで少し救 救われる気がするんだ。まさかお前に見えるとは思っていなかったが。
There's someone out there who can see the same things I do. It makes me feel that it's not all so hopeless. I never thought hopeless. Seeing my confusion, Lucas snapped out of it.
その、取り乱してすまない。今のは忘れてくれ。
Sorry about losing my composure. Forget that happened just now. Lucas wiped the smile off his face, possibly embarrassed over how excited he had become. His ears had gone red. What a strange man he is. Just because he can see the same thing, he got all ecstatic. Seeing I'd come to his estate, I felt I had gleaned bug. Many more pieces of the puzzle known as Lucas Sullivan. Oh yeah, that's right. I have to change this for when I actually make this title. Lucas Sullivan. Perfect. He's got a long name. It'll make very short titles. Following a short moment of silence, Lucas cleared his throat to banish any lingering awkwardness. Well then, I'll stay here a while longer. What are you going to do? I won't get in your way, so could I please watch you? You have strange taste. Though his tone was curt, I felt it held more fondness than when we first gotten to know each other. Stand there and behave. I know I'm repeating myself, but don't touch the lights. I'm not a child. That behave part was uncalled for, but okay. Exchanging brief banter, I then stepped back to a place that was out of his way. I watched as Lucas guided the spirits. A while later, a thought occurred to me about the haze. I decided to go ahead and ask, "Excuse me, my lord." Yeah. If you're able to guide spirits, why don't you send that black haze up as well? It counts as lingering attachments too, right? That it's the one thing my powers don't work on. That haze is inherently different from these guys. I've already given up on that thing. Lucas then looked terribly distressed and decided against asking more questions. He said that by doing this, a weight was lifted off of his shoulders, and I couldn't help but hope that he found some measure of peace. As I admired the flames flickering over his hands, a ghost of memory flashed in my mind. There is, again, a gnat or a mosquito, and it keeps getting right in my face, and when I'm acting like this, I promise. I think I've seen this shade of blue somewhere before. Where had it been? I couldn't remember. Maybe I'm just imagining things. I wasn't able to recall the source of my deja vu, even as my mysterious night out with Lucas came to a close. Several nights later, I was resting in my room after finishing up work for the day. What to do next? I had lost access to the room with the bloodstains. Lucas kept it locked shut. I thought that there still might have been some kind of way I'd tried to sneak in, but... I told you to stay away. I was just only cleaning the corridor. Give it up. Those guys make a fuss when you approach, so I know. They seem to think it's amusing now. Amusing? The point is, don't come near here. Am I clear? Even after that attempt, though, I didn't know how Lucas realized whenever I approached that section of the estate and drove me away. And if I ask him about the past directly, he evades me. I've got no choice but to look for another source. As soon as I was locked out of the storage room, I sent a letter to John. In it, I asked John to look into House Sullivan's country house in their domain, Ars Grow. I hoped he would find tidbits about Lucas's relationship with my brother, as well as House Sullivan involvement in Outbeak. I've sorted through the information I have so far, and it seems like Lucas doesn't have a strong connection with his paternal family. Rua's maternal family. He was brought into the family as a bastard, treated as a hassle, then sent off to school. Considering that distance, there wasn't much reason to connect him to the incident. John was right. Maybe I'm just praying that this scenario is true. There was a knock on my door, interrupting my train of thoughts. Stop it. I will kill you. When I can. Just keep flying in my face. It's me. Do you have a moment? This was the first time Lucas had visited my room since I'd come to his estate, though I was startled. I hurriedly responded, yes, come in, coming. When I opened the door, Lucas was standing there as surely as always. Strangely enough, he held a wicker basket in one hand. I'm going to the cemetery tonight. If you want to come, follow me. Is that all right? If you're gonna tell me anyways, might as well go together. Not to mention how absurd it is for a woman to walk around Roan's streets alone at night. That was all he said before he marched off without looking back. Was he worried about me? That mysterious arch struck my chest again. Ache, not arch, sorry. Added a letter. I shall go with you. I will get ready at once. Please wait. I swiftly dressed and ran after Lucas. She was already dressed. If she was in her jams, I'd get it. After visiting the cemetery and watching Lucas send the spirits away, we wound up in a park instead of going straight home. Lucas led us here, saying that he wanted to talk. He plopped down on a bench and gestured for me to sit beside him. What does he want to discuss? Is it about my identity, or could it be about Eltbeek disaster? We went to the trouble of asking me here, so it must have been significant. I braced myself. What did you wish to talk? Before I could finish, my stomach grumbled. Tell me I'm dreaming. At a time like this? I really hope Lucas didn't hear, please. I prayed that earnestly, however. You're hungry? You are, he heard it. This is such a disgrace. Overwhelmed with shame, heat gathered in my cheeks. As I hung my head, I saw Lucas take a cloth package from his basket. If you're hungry, want a bite of this? He unwrapped the parcel, revealing a paper box. From the paper box, he took out a somewhat shabby constructed sandwich. I wondered about the basket. He brought food. This whole time, he planned to eat. Don't nitpick its looks, I made it myself. You made the sandwich, Lord Lucas? Without thinking, I looked between Lucas and the sandwich in awe. Lucas frowned and huffed as he shoved the food into my hand. I only thought about it after the chef left. I couldn't ask you because, well, you'd already finished for the day. So I refrained, which meant only I was available. That was a rather suspicious explanation. I never thought I'd see the day that a nobleman made a sandwich with his own two hands. There was a period in my past where I learned to cook. I was pretty unstable then. Truly, there was a time when you were even more unstable than you are now? You. You're outright rude sometimes. Don't waste your breath and eat. You're hungry, aren't you? Lucas picked up his sandwich, tore a piece off, and took a bite for show. See? Not poison. There wouldn't be any benefit for me to attack you now. Contrary to his intent, his words unnerved me. Such suspicion hadn't even crossed my mind. When I was a newcomer at the Bernstein, I was much more cautious, but now... Lord Lucas, I would never suspect you of putting in poison. Oblivious to my inner turmoil over my transformation, Lucas looked at me and spoke offhandedly. Really? In your position, you ought to suspect it constantly. I used to doubt food all the time. It's why I learned to make simple stuff. Was he referring to his dispute with his half-brothers? I yearned to know exactly happened to cause his distrust of others. But then I sensed my stomach was about to grumble again. Unable to defy hunger, I picked up my sandwich. Oh, it's delicious. Oh my goodness.
だろ腕がいいからな。
Right? I'm a good cook, you know? I feel a bit frustrated hearing that. I had to begrudgingly admit his cooking was top tier. Crispy lettuce, sliced ham, melted cheese, the combination was exquisite. Because I was famished, I wolfed it
これを
down.
うまいと感じるのにあんな味付けをするのか。お前の味覚がどうなっているのか甚だ疑問だ。
You think this is good, but you still season things the way you do. I'm getting extremely curious about how your sense of taste work. Is there something odd about my sense of taste? I've been wondering for ages. Everyone at the Bernstein estate was vague about
さ
it.
あな、僕はあそこの家のことは知らん。聞き出そうとしても関わりは会議ぐらいだ。残念だったな。
You know, I've got no idea what goes on in that house. Even if I want to ask, I only go for the conferences. I can't help you there. That's not what I'm asking about. And hey, you just evaded my question by changing the focus, didn't you? I subconsciously pouted and whined. When I was with Lucas, for some reason, I kept acting like a child. I felt this way before with... He reminds me of Riley. They're nothing alike in personality or speech, but he gives off a warm, reassuring feeling. I can tell he's watching over me. Perhaps I felt this way because when Lucas looked at me, his gaze was very, very kind.
さて、何のことだか。味覚なんて人それぞれ。
I have no idea what you're talking about. Palate's different from person to person. If you like more, it's a boon. If you like more, it's a boon. You can eat anything. What's with that? You make me sound like a glutton. He was generally pessimistic, but this way of thinking was unexpectedly positive. I giggled. A moment after I had that thought, his hand reached out to my cheek. I startled. You have food on your cheek, silly girl. Gently brushing my cheek with his fingertip, Lucas's eyes softened. You're cuter when you smile. You should do that all the time. Huh? Did he just call me cute to my face? I blushed, my cheeks on fire. I hadn't known that he could make such a statement so easily. I stilled. I couldn't look him in the eye. I didn't mean anything by it. The implication of his words finally sunk in. His cheeks flushed red to match mine. When I chatted with my brother, I never burst with nervousness like this, like I did now. I feel comfortable with him, but also awkward. I want to stay with him, but also want to run away. I'm a contradictory mess, but I don't dislike it. Why is my heart beating so fast? Calm down. I need to extract information. I can't let him throw me off like this. Stop. Swallowing a bite of sandwich, I straightened my back to focus. You mentioned you wanted to talk about something. Right. I braced myself for a grave topic, but he said something that I hadn't predicted. It's about that face-sight hand of yours. It's rare, so I wanted to ask about it. You want to know about my hand? Fear convinced me he had interrogated me about my identity or Eltbeak, though caught off guard, I replied with a question of my own. That reminds me, I've been mystified too. How did you recognize my hand right away? When I lived in Rowan as a young child, I never heard of anyone in the bloodline showing this power to any of the other 5 houses. My family, John and Obrion, told me all my life that those who knew could recognize it at once, so I had to hide it. Even so, it was eerie to have been seen through with one look. That's because...
どうやったらピュアになれるか調べていてな。その時、古い文献で知ったんだ。
I was researching ways to become a pure fae a while back. I read about the fae sight hand in an old book. Huh?
その能力は、ピュアに近いランドルフのものでも、稀にしか発現しないものなんだろ？
That power only manifests very rarely in the Randolphs, who are closest to pure fae, right? I wouldn't have been able to comprehend that sentence before the undertaking, but now. Sorry, I didn't hear you clearly. Could you please say that again?
ピュアに近い力なんだろ
It's a power that's close to the pure fae, right? No, I'm talking about this statement before. What did you want to become again?
ああ。ピュアになりたいと思って調べていた。
I'm researching ways to become a pure fae. A while back, is that the one? I thought it was a joke. Is there really a person with such unusual taste in this world?
遠回しに言わなくていい。変人では悪かったな。
You don't have to say it with such a roundabout way. Sorry for being such a nutcase. Grumping that. Lucas clammed up, leaned back, and glared at the night sky. I didn't know that Lucas was trying to get at, so I matched his silence. There was a pause, enough to contemplate before he spoke again.
人はうんざりだ。ヒューマも、ユニークも、ミングルも。憎んで恨んで傷つけ合う。
I'm sick and tired of people, whether it's humane, demi-fae, mingle. We all hate, blame, and hurt each other.
ピュアこそが完璧な存在なんだ。
Pure
ピュアになっ
fae
てティルナノーグへ行けたら、
are the only flawless
このくだらない
existence
しがら
in
みか
this
ら解
world.
放されると思わないか。
If I could become one and go to Tiranog, don't you think I'd be freed from all of this nonsensical shackles dragging us down? I've never thought in such a way before. The pure fae are beings like the Queen and Oberon. Sure, they possess otherworldly powers, but I'd never ever want to become like them. Pure fae were innocent as they were cruel, incapable of fathoming good or evil. That was how they committed brutal, atrocious deeds like the Queen had done to my family. I'm afraid I don't understand. I don't like pure fae. After the words came out of my mouth, I feared they could be taken as criticism of the Queen. I looked at Lucas.
すまない。失言だった。こんなのはお前に言う話ではなかった。
Ignore me. Sorry I spoke out of line. These aren't things I should be saying to you. Casting down his eyes, Lucas whispered, Why are you apologizing?
別に深い意味はない。理解不能な話を振ってすまないと思っただけだ。
I didn't mean anything by it. I only felt remorseful that I brought up a subject that's impossible for you to
昔
follow.
からこの話をすると、必ず周りにバカにされたからな。
Whomever I tell about this wish makes fun of me without exception.
ピュアを尊敬はすれど、なりたいなどと考えるなんておこがましい。
We revere pure fae, but wishing to become one is imprudent, they say. You madman, they say. As he spoke, Lucas's features contorted with grief. The reaction of those around him were unpleasant, memories better kept locked away. Lucas, why do you wish to become a pure fae? What are those shackles you think drag us down?
まあ理由はいくつかあるが、一つは彼らが人を超越した存在だからだ。
There's a few reasons. One is that pure fae are beings that transcend
ピュア
mortals.
になった僕なら、どんなことがあろうと心を揺らしたりはしないだろう。
If I were a pure fae, no matter what happened in my life, my heart wouldn't hurt. But that would mean you'd lack all the emotions that make you who you are now.
ああ、でもそれの何が悪い？
What's so bad
心の
about
ない方が
that?
楽じゃないか。
Wouldn't things be more simpler without a heart?
ピュアになってティルナノーグで過ごせたら、もうこの世界で苦しんで生きなくていい。
If I could be a pure fae and live in Tiranog, I wouldn't have to suffer anymore. Sorrow melted into his tone. Even though he had nothing to do with me, even though it had nothing to do with me, my chest tightened. I couldn't possibly ever wish to become a pure fae, at the very least, not until I killed the queen. Still, you're right. I can't say about the rest, but life would be much simpler without the construct like a heart. I imagine being spared from my grief, from the piercing pain that threatened to split me apart from my fiery hatred. And if I could be spared from hating you, who is right beside me then? This was the moment I realized exactly what I truly thought. I didn't want to hate this man. I fervently wished for his innocence. I didn't want to hate Lucas, who was so like my brother, who sometimes stirred up emotions I never felt before.
サンドイッチ全部食べろ。帰りの荷物が軽くなる。
Finish the sandwich. It'll lighten our load for the trip back. I will. Before I forget about my Fey sight, I was born with this power, so I can't tell you much. It doesn't hold a candle to the power of real pure Fey.
それはまあそうだろうが。確か過去を見ることができるんだろ
It doesn't surprise me, but you can look into the past with that, right? Yes, it tires me, so I don't use it often, but... After that, I stuffed my cheeks full with a sandwich and looked up. We admired the night sky, our trifling chat going on, as if there were nothing else in the world. On the weekend, I returned to the Bernstein estate once again to report about my work. Likewise, Lucas came for the conference. After reporting to Nicholas, I received a half-day off. I left the resident and made my way to Goneril's shop to meet John. John should return today from Arsgar. I hope he found something about House Sullivan while he was there. The person over there. I suddenly spotted someone familiar and I grounded to a halt. It was Alfred. He's not going to participate in the conference today. Where is he going? Moreover, seeing Alfred reminded me of his aside to Lucas. The one thing you can't ever change is the fact that we were accomplices. I still haven't sleuthed out what that means. I haven't gained much information about Cresswell at all. I want a little more of Alfred. Let's see where he goes. I chased after Alfred, keeping a safe distance. However, in the middle of my pursuit, Alfred quickened his steps and made a sudden turn. I hastened to follow, but by the time I had reached the corner, he was nowhere to be seen. Gone. Did he notice me? I left behind in the back alley. I surveyed my surroundings before slouching in defeat. First Lucas, now Alfred. I'm not up to the standard. I really can't look John in the eye the next moment I sense someone behind me. Did you come to see the Blue Robin too? I whipped my head around. A lone boy stared at me curiously, judging by his fragmentary wing out in the open. He was a mingle. Who are you? I'm Leonardo, a member of the Blue Robin. A member of the Blue Robin? You just thought that a brat like me must be lying, huh? No, not at all. I just thought it was rather surprising. I don't know if he's telling the truth, but I should play along and see what he knows. To tell you the truth, I want to join the Blue Robin. I've been researching it. I blended truth and lie in my statement. The boy Leonardo grinned at me cheerfully. I knew it. The member of the Blue Robin meet here from time to time. People who want to join come here after hearing the talk. Most strangers who come to this alley looking around like goofballs are Blue Robin hopefuls, which is why I came up to you. So that's how it is. I'm asking just in case, but what does the Blue Robin do? As you know, we protect the sick, the poor, the powerless. The Blue Robin is the ally of the vulnerable after all. I understand what he's advocating, but he's just a child. Plus, ally of the vulnerable sounds like it's taken out of the fairy tale. There was no specifics or practicality in Leonardo's statement. Was he really connected? Is he trying to trick me? There's a chance that this child has been deceived.
それが一部の貴族そいつらは
Anti-royalist pawns. Alfred vanished here. Was he investigating the Blue Robins and their affiliations? Perhaps there was merit in following his motive. You want to join the Blue Robin too? I mellowed my expression to lower the boy's guard and crouched down to meet his eyes. I do. I'd love to become one of you. What should I do? There's gonna be initiation here the night of the new moon. Come then. Initiation? I'll definitely come, thanks. I promised Leonardo, who was still grinning merrily before vacating the area. Trap, 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 trap.
本当にその入団式に行くつもりかい？ずいぶんとまあ怪しい話だってお嬢ちゃんも分かってるんだろ？
You're really planning on going to that initiation? Everything about that smells fishy. You know that, right?
そんなものが本当に定期的に開かれていたら私の耳に入ってこないわけがない。
If such a thing happened regularly,
一日も聞いたことないよ。
there's no way I wouldn't have heard of it, and I haven't even heard a wink about any gathering. I know you're capable of gathering intelligence very well, but I might learn something about the Blue Robin.
意気込みはいいけどさ、本当に気をつけなよ。誰かの罠って可能性もある。
Your enthusiasm is admirable and all, but be very careful. Don't forget that it could be someone's trap. At Goneril's shop, while I waited for John, I told Goneril about Alfred's disappearance and my exchange with the little boy.
次の新月か。まだ半月ほどあるね。その間にこっちでもあの辺での目撃情報や集会ってのが本当にあるのか調べておくよ。
That's roughly half a month. I'll look into it if there's any witnesses and whether the gathering is real. Thanks, that'd really help. The door creaked open then, and John walked in. Goneril waved at him.
おかえり、ジョンボーや。
Welcome back, John boy. Glad to see you back, John. Yeah. Exhausted, John barely made it to the chair before he sank down, his limbs dangling. I wanted to cut right to it, but my voice died in my throat, seeing how pitiful he looked. I'll make some tea.
ありがとう。頼む。
Thanks, that'd be great.
まあ、胸くそ悪い話ばかり聞いてきたよ。
Let's just say I heard all kinds of sickening stories there. Taking a sip of the tea I made, John exhaled slowly to settle his emotions before he began explaining Lucas's past.
サリバン一族については、大方の話は前にゴネリルから聞いた噂通りだった。
On the side of House Sullivan, most of the matches matched. On the side of House Sullivan, most of it matches the rumors we heard from
ルー
Goneril.
カスはもともと先代当主の妾の子で、本妻には息子が2人いた。ルーカスは次男で後継者候補だったせいで、本妻と息子たちに相当虐げられたらしい。
Lucas was the child of the head's mistress, while the lawful wife had 2 sons. Because Lucas was the prospective heir, his stepmother and half-brothers abused him. John added that in his eyes of the people around him, Lucas had seemed a world-weary old soul even as a child.
状況が悪化したのは、女王へのお披露目も兼ねて、3兄弟が当主夫妻と共にローアンを訪れた時だった。
The situation deteriorated when the family visited Rowan with all 3 sons to formally introduce the children to the queen.
まあまあ、可愛らしいわ。この子たちがサリバンの自慢の息子なのね。
My, how adorable! So the little ones are your pride and joy, Sullivan.
陛下、次世代のサリバンを担い、陛下の御代に尽力できる子らだと僭越ながら自負しております。
Yes, Your Majesty, I don't mean to presume, but I have full confidence that they will shoulder the duty of the Sullivans and wholeheartedly support your reign.
嬉しい。どうか力を貸してね。可愛い子たち。
I'm so happy. Please help me going forward, cute little ones.
はい、陛下。
Yes, Your Majesty.
どの子も力があるけれど、後継ぎはその子にするといいわ。
It looks like all of your children have powers, but that one should be your heir.
いや、それはまたなぜ？
Pardon me, but why?
だってその子が一番力があるもの。
That little one is the strongest after all. The queen lifted her hand, outstretched fingers pointing right at Lucas. Since then, the harassment Lucas had to endure from home grew even more vicious.
父親も使用人たちもルーカスを助けようとはせず、奴はどんどん人を信じられなくなっていった。
Neither the father nor the servants tried to help. He lost all faith in people not soon
サリバン
after.
家の敷地で火事があり、森が燃えたんだ。
There was a great fire on the estate premise and a forest burned down.
聞いたかい、サリバン家の次男の噂。
Did you hear about that House Sullivan son?
ああ、ルーカス様だろう。前から変わった子供だと聞いてたが、とうとう森に火をつけたそうじゃないか。
Lord Lucas, I heard he's always been unusual. Sounds like he's finally gone and done it, setting a fire to the
領主
forest.
様も手に負えなくなって遠方の寄宿学校に入れたそうだ。やっと厄介払いできてほっとしてるだろうよ。
Even our Lord Sullivan can't manage that child anymore. He sent that little boy off to boarding school. He's probably breathing a sigh of relief to get rid of such a burden. The populace of the Sullivans' domain gossiped left and right, but the truth was far different.
森に火を放ったのはイボ兄弟たちの方だったんだ。その森をルーカスが気に入ってたっていう、たったそれだけの理由でな。
The ones who set the fire to the forest was Lucas's siblings, not him. Lucas was fond of the forest, and that was the reason enough. How awful. The bullying escalated out of hand. His brothers were clearly in the wrong.
その事件をきっかけに先代当主はこれ以上何か醜聞になるような事件を起こされたらかなわないとルーカスを寄宿学校に隔離したんだ。
The incident spurred the head into action. They couldn't handle any more scandals, so they sent Lucas off to boarding school. The previous head also cared about keeping up appearances, I see. Mother and father were true-born nobles, but they chose me over their reputation. That's nothing short of a miracle.
そういうことだろうな。
Probably, yeah.
貴族にはありがちだが。
That's standard for nobles,
そ
though.
れからルーカスはサリバン邸を離れ遠方の寄宿学校で過ごすことになる。
After that, Lucas left the Sullivan estate, spending his youth at school instead. John explained that he infiltrated the school as a janitor to scout out information about Lucas. All the staff vividly remember Lucas. Sure enough, he always had been a maverick.
学校に入ってからルーカスは人嫌いを公言しピュアになりたいと話す変わり者だと同級生から煙たがられていたようだ。
Shortly after enrolling, Lucas declared his dislike for people and that he wanted to become a pure fae. His classmates shunned him, so his personality was already established by then. No matter how much others alienated him, however, Lucas paid them no mind. He had been liberated from his brothers, and he savored that freedom to the fullest.
本題はここからになるが、そんなルーカスに遠慮なく話しかける勇者がいたんだ。
This is where I'm getting to our topic of interest. There was one brave soul that went to talk to the unsociable teen unreservedly. John paused, and the answer hit me right away. I filled in the blanks. You weren't able to learn about that brave soul from anyone, were you? For he belonged to a family that's now a taboo topic. John nodded solemnly. Meanwhile, Goneril, who had been smoking her pipe as a quiet listener so far, shook off some ash and spoke.
なるほどね。その勇者ってのが。
I get it. The brave soul is none other than.
ああ。ライリー・ランドルフだ。二人はかなり親しくしていたようだ。
Riley Randolph. It sounds like the two of them were close friends. That was when John took a book from his coat pocket and presented it to me. I know this blue cover.
前にお嬢が本について話していただろう。寄宿学校に潜り込んだ時に一応調べてみたんだ。
You brought up this book a while ago, didn't you? When I infiltrated the campus, I looked into it just in
こいつ
case.
は学校の図書館で見つけた。お嬢が言っていたのと同じ本じゃないか。
I found it in the school library. It's the same as the one you mentioned, yeah? This mysterious novel, Riley used to read it. I found it the same one at the Sullivan's estate library. The nursery rhyme that served as the novel's motif was written on the very first page. As I flipped through the book, I picked up a select part of the long rhyme and read it silently. Who killed Cock Robin? I said the sparrow with a bow and arrow. I killed Cock Robin. Who tolled the bell? I said the bell, because I can pull. I'll toll the bell. All the birds of the air fell a sighing and a sobbing when they heard the bell toll for poor Cock Robin. When I read it now, it's kind of creepy. I soon searched the back cover of the book. My brother's name was on it. I gently traced it with my fingertips. His signature is in here. Does that mean that this is the exact book my brother read?
ああ、考えられる流れはこうだ。ライリーの在学中、お嬢が女王に狙われた。
Should be. The timing lines up. It was while Riley attended school that the queen set her sights on you, my
ラン
lady.
ドルフ家は身を隠すため、急遽ロマンを離れなくてはならなくなった。当然、ライリーも学校を辞めなくてはならない。
House Randolph had to escape Rowan to go into hiding. Naturally, Riley had to drop out of school.
手続きや挨拶などできるはずもなく、最小限の荷物だけを持って逃げるように学校を出たはずだ。
As a matter of course, he wouldn't have had time to go do the proper procedures of farewells. He probably fled overnight, bringing the bare minimum with him. And at the time, he left this book behind in the library. I flipped through it again, but stopped abruptly. 2 sheets of paper were wedged between pages. Rows and rows of numbers. What are these?
おそらくなんだが、ライリーとルーカスが2人で使っていた暗号じゃないかと思うんだ。ほら、ここに小さく LS、RR。
No one else has checked out this book in like 15 years. Alright, sure, there'd be notes left inside. This is just a guess, but I think this was a special code that Riley and Lucas used. Look here, there are small initials LS and RR. LS, RR, Lucas Sullivan and Riley Randolph.
俺たちが懐中時計でメッセージを送り合っているのと同じようなものじゃないか。
See, it's pretty much the same as how we send messages with our pocket watches. He really was good friends with my brother.
ああ。寄宿学校での生活は、これまで虐げられてきたルーカスの人生で、唯一楽しいものだったのかもしれない。
Lucas spent nearly all of his life abused and oppressed. Life at the boarding school may have been his only fun he ever experienced. I took out the photo of my brother and Lucas. In Lucas's life, though it had been brief, he had a heartwarming period when he enjoyed someone's company that brought me relief.
それよりお嬢、もう一枚の紙をよく見てくれないか。
More importantly, my lady, could you take a good look at the other piece of paper? John lightly tapped the desk with his fingers to usher me along, like the content was something I had to see as soon as
そ
possible.
いつが今回の情報収集の中で一番の収穫だ。
This is the most important intel that I
お前が
found.
どう思うかはわから
I
ない
don't know what you'll think, but with his encouragement, I unfolded the other piece of paper stuck in the book. What this is, the moment I laid my eyes upon it, I gasped. For a long time, I was frozen in place. I could only stare at its writing. After parting with John and Goneril, I returned to the Bernstein estate and accompanied Lily to a tea party.
嬉しいわ。やっとあなたをお茶に誘えて。サリバン邸はどう？ルーカス教に意地悪されたりしていない？
I'm so happy I finally have a chance to invite you to tea. How is the Sullivan estate? Has Lord Lucas been mean to you? Over the moon to host tea again, Lily chatted so excitedly she rarely paused to breathe. I've been doing well, my lady. Lord Lucas has been very hospitable. I intended my reply to be a standard nicety, but Lily widened her eyes with surprise.
よく
Hospitable?
人嫌いのあの方があんなに使用人が逃げ帰ってくるのに
That unsociable gentleman's been
ねえ
hospitable?
それは例えばどんな風に
Even though that many servants scurried back from his abode? Give me some examples. A while ago, he was gracious enough to offer me his handmade sandwich.
まああのルーカス教が信じられないきっと本当にあなたが
My,
狙った
oh
のね
my! Lord Lucas of all people, this is unbelievable. He must have taken a liking to you. Do you think so?
そうよあの方最近少し雰囲気が変わった気がするもの
After all, that gentleman's aura has shifted
あなたが
recently.
そばにいるおかげね
It's all because you were by his side. I wasn't sure how I should respond, so I replied with a non-committal smile. Then, possibly because the conference had ended, I spotted Alfred and Lucas walking side by
あら
side.
もう会議が終わったのかしら
Had they finished already? Following my line of sight, Lily turned to regard the pair as well. Then she leaned over to whisper to me.
ねえあの二人ってなんだか不思議だと思わない
Don't you think those two are a little curious? May I ask how you mean?
ああやって立ち話をしているところは何度か見かけているのだけれどだからといって親しいという感じはしないし
I've chanced upon them talking like that several times, but they are not really very friendly.
それにね、私、彼らが言い争ってるのを見たことがある
Not to
の。
mention that I've seen them quarrel with each other. Those two were quarreling?
その時は心配になって、エドとライナス卿にも話を聞いたのだけれど、あの子たちも二人の言い争いなんて見たことないって驚いていたわ。
Back then, I was so disquieted that I asked Ed and Lord Linus about it, but guess what? They were also surprised, saying they had never seen the pair argue. At this point, Lily placed a finger on her lips as though a thought occurred, like that.
でも、唯一アスコット卿は何か知っているような感じだったわね。
But unlike the others, Lord Ascot seems like he knows a thing or two. If so, would that mean Lord Ascot is aware of the reason behind their dispute?
それがね、聞いてみたのだけれど、はぐらかされてしまったの。誰にでも隠し事の一つや二つあります。
I tried asking him, but he is rather evasive. He said everyone has a secret or two.
つまらないわよね。そこが知りたいところなのに。一体どうなっているのかしらね。
What a party pooper. Those juicy secrets are exactly what I'd love to know. What in the world is going on between those two? She pouted like a child and looked at me, waiting for me to agree. Though I tried to smile, I didn't know if I properly showed. Alfred and Lucas were quarreling. It might have been a leap of logic, but I couldn't stop myself from connecting it to the day Alfred called Lucas his accomplice. What did Alfred mean by accomplice? An ominous premonition loomed over me. Seeking comfort, I clutched the photo in my pocket. Dun 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 dun. It seems like the whole town is surrounded. The 5 houses have probably gathered there. I can't just hand the child over. I shall go with you, father. Where are you two going? Take me with you. Come here, Apros. The day that I lost my everything, my mother had guided me to a secret room. What's that? When I turned, I saw something beyond the window. Again, I returned to the Sullivan estate. I was busy cleaning as always, but my dream the night before left me dispirited all day. I've dreamed that that day countless nights. But this time, something's bothering me. In my dream, it captured my attention, but once I awoke, I completely forgot what it was. Nice. My memory of my dream grew increasingly hazy, but I forced my brain to reassemble it somehow. That was when I heard noise by the entrance. I looked for the source and found Lucas preparing to leave. Lucas is heading out during the day. That's new. And what's with that large package? Is he not heading to the cemetery? I finished cleaning, but I planned cleaning what I planned today, so my choice here is obvious. Promptly setting down my cleaning tools, I wasted no time and ran after the man. Lucas strolled through the crowd. I followed him, utterly mystified by the sight. Eventually, he walked into an art gallery. There are so many paintings on display. Is that the shopkeeper that Lucas is talking to? Then in his large package a painting? I waited for him in the alley in front of the gallery. After a short while, Lucas came out. His package had vanished, replaced by a small, bulging bag. Could that be his payment for the painting he brought? He's leaving. I have to follow. Lucas advanced down a deserted back alley. He was possibly luring me in. The suspicion crossed my mind as I shadowed him, and then... You're the embodiment of curiosity. Lucas was waiting for me, leaning against an alleyway wall, looking exasperated. I felt you had an inkling you were being followed, but when did you realize? Before I left the estate. You knew from the very beginning? I'm going to lose all confidence in myself. I hesitated about whether I should call you up, but it was too entertaining. You have a somewhat impish personality. I'm aware. I don't want to hear that from my stalker, though. I couldn't retort to that since he had already found me out. I gave up on subtlety and asked the question on my mind. You went into a gallery. Did you sell a painting?
まあな。
Pretty much. I haven't seen any paintings that size in the estate, though. Was it from his room? And why did he sell it at all? Has his house fallen on hard times? I haven't heard anything of that like from Goneril, but could it be? He must have read my mind because he replied before I said anything more.
別に金に困ってるわけじゃないからな。ただの僕の趣味だ。
I'm not struggling to make ends meet or anything. It's my hobby, that's all. Your hobby? Selling art is your pastime.
書く方だ。
No, making art. Who does?
だから僕が。
Like I said, I do. Excuse me? I couldn't connect the dots. Taking a long-side glance at me, Lucas started walking again. Excuse me? Please wait, I have more questions.
続きは屋敷に戻ってからだ。ここで立ち話して誰かに
We'll
聞かれる
continue
のは
this after we
困る
get back. I'd rather not
人
have
混みに
someone
も疲
over
れたしな。
here. And I'm tired of the crowds. Weird.
ほら、帰るぞ。
Come on, let's go. Yes. He offered me a hand like a gentleman, and I ended up taking it on reflex.
放っておくとお前はどこに行くかわからないからな。おとなしくしておけ。
If I leave you be, I don't know where you'll wander off. Be a good girl and come. Why in the world am I letting Lucas lead me by the hand? Lucas's hand was warm and large. I found myself single-mindedly focusing on his
今日は
touch.
サンドイッチを作ってきていないんだ。悪いな。
I haven't made any sandwiches today, sorry. It's not like I followed you for food.
どこかで菓子でも買っていくか？
Do you want to stop somewhere and buy sweets? I don't! Stop treating me like a kid! He even found out I was following him today. Lucas has been reading me like a book. That should have set an alarm bells ringing, but my mind was only concerned about my hand in his. My pulse is somewhat fast. Not wanting to let him see my nervousness, I rambled whatever trifle thoughts came to me. I often purchase ingredients at that store.
ええ。隣の傘屋なら入ったことがあるぞ。
Huh, I go to the umbrella shop next door.
あそこで杖も扱っていてな。執事があの店の杖が欲しいと言うんで、昔作ってもらったことがあったな。
They also sell canes, by the way. My butler wanted a cane from that place, so a long time ago I commissioned them to make one. I'm being silly thoughtless. When I hold your hand, the streetscape I know so well suddenly seems new. All I am doing is walking down the street, nothing more, so why is my heart fluttering? I never let any of these thoughts slip out, only quietly ask them in my heart. I ended up holding Lucas's hand all the way back to the estate. What a gorgeous painting. When we got back, Lucas was gracious enough to show me his art room. His artwork. Whoopsie. Is that a pure fae?
ああ。さまざまな文献をもとに、現在では見かけなくなってしまった種族やピュアの姿を絵に描いている。
Yeah, I reference all kinds of books to paint races that we no longer see in present day, including pure fae. His depiction of fae were so enchanting that my sincere gasp of wonder slipped out by itself. A unique scent wafted from the art. The same scent I'd picked up when I first came here. I see, so that's the smell of paint. It's nothing like the queen. Why didn't you make it like the queen? What a lovely painting. It's mesmerizing.
別に世辞など言わなくていい。
You don't have to flatter me. I mean it. When I look at this painting, I can empathize with your wish to become a pure fae. I kind of get it. It was only a smidge, nothing more, and it was also on the grounds that I considered the fae and the painting separate from the real world. Looking at it without bias, the fae in the painting seemed like a noble being of freedom that couldn't be tied down by anything. She gazed at flowers, her eyes filled with sympathy for mortals led around by the nose, by our emotions.
ありがとう。そう言 嬉しいものだな。
Thanks, hearing that makes me happy. Lucas looked into my eyes, smiling. My heart pounded hard for no apparent reason. He really has such beautiful eyes. I pressed down on my chest to calm my carelessly vexing heartbeat. With how skilled he is, I can see how he can earn money through his art. As I suspected, I had put it on my back burner, but I had actually planned to ask him something today. I wanted to ask Lucas about the writing on the notebook wedge and the mysterious book John
ま
found.
あ、構図家たちの間じゃそれなりに人気だな。いい値段で売れるんだ。
It's popular among people with unusual tastes. My paintings can fetch a good price. What do you do with the money you make? Lucas raised his eyebrow at the question, but tried to hide it. The atmosphere grew
なあ、
tense.
変なことを聞くな。そんなことを知ってどうする？
That's a weird question. What are you going to do with the knowledge? I'm talking about possibilities. I thought that perhaps you'd donate to almshouses. What? I didn't miss the chance. The change in his complexion. Taking out the book I stored in my pocket, I held it out to Lucas. You know this book, don't you?
これを。
This is. His hand reached out, faltering for a second, then gingerly accepted the book, his expression contorted with anguish. His voice was hoarse.
懐かしいな。うちの図書室から持ってきたのか。
How nostalgic. Did you bring it from my library? I didn't. Please look at the back cover. When he saw my brother's name signed there, Lucas's eyes widened.
じゃあ、これは
That's right. It's Riley. Goodness. That's not the only thing I wanted to show you. I presented one of the papers that had been wedged inside the book. It was the one with the rows of numbers that I couldn't make sense of. When I saw this, I deduced it was a code. Is this code something you and Riley used?
さあ、僕は知らない。何かの書き損じだろ。
Who knows? I'm not sure. Maybe it's math class scribbles. He tried to dodge my question, but his inner turmoil seeped out from every nook and cranny. I showed him the other piece of paper. Then maybe this will help. The words written on the other paper told all. Blue Robin Creed. The Blue Robin is something you and my brother created.
さすがにごまかせないか。
I guess no excuses can fool you now. Okay, but like, hang on, flowchart. If no, we're fine. We're still in that path of straight down. Dragging out alongside, Lucas gave up the fight and nodded.
そうだ。青のロビンは僕とライリーが始めた。
That's right. Riley and I were the ones who started the Blue Robin. That's not all, is it? You and my brother were best friends. Not just friends.
そんなわけないだろ。
Nay, best. No, don't you say no way. It's best friends. You had matching necklaces.
いつもあいつが無理やり僕を巻き込むんだ。こっちはいい迷惑だった。あのバカライリーめ。
He was always dragging me around. To me, he was a real nuisance. That Riley was a moron through and through.
親友がどういうものか、僕は知らん。だがまあ、あいつといて居心地が悪くなかったの。
Yawning without even thinking about it. Look at me. Oh my goodness. I don't know what best friends are meant to be, but well, it's true that being with him didn't feel uncomfortable. Contrary to his words, his tone was warm. I could tell he thought of my brother as an irreplaceable friend. Eh. Tell me what happened between you two. I want to learn about a side of my brother I didn't know. I want to know about the Blue Robin, please.
青のロビン。
The Blue Robin, huh? For a moment, Lucas's eyes stared into the distance. Then, finding his resolve, he gestured for me to sit down before settling on a chair himself.
すべてはこの本から始まったんだ。
It started from this book. He caressed the blue cover as he shared his story of life at boarding school in bits and pieces.
当時の僕は今と同様学校でも浮いていた。
Back then, I stuck out like a sore thumb everywhere, like I do now, even at
だが
school.
ある日、図書室で小説を読んでいたら、あいつ、ライリーが話しかけてきたんだ。
But one day when I was reading a novel in the library, that guy, Riley, came up to me.
僕も 同じ本が好きなんだとな。その旗迷惑な出会いを作ったのがこの本だ。
He said, I like that book. So this is the exact book that led to it all. All that bother. Lucas gently tapped Riley's book with his fingertips as he held it.
本当にあいつは強引なやつだった。こっちが嫌な顔をしているのにも構わず、あれこれ話しかけてきて。
I'm not kidding when I said he was pushy. He didn't care about my sour attitude one lick, always talking to me about this or that.
不思議と嫌じゃなかった。
But oddly enough, I didn't dislike it.
ライリーは他の奴らと違って、僕をキーな目で見ることも、家のことを聞くこともなかったからかもしれないな。
Maybe it was because, unlike the other guys, Riley didn't look at me like I was a freak or bug me about my household.
それで、
And then,
気
before
づ
I
いた
knew
らよ
it,
く一緒にいるようになっていた。
we were hanging out nearly every day.
やあ、ルカ。もうこの小説読み終えた？
Luca, are you done with this
あ
novel?
あというか、いい加減会うたび肩を組むのをやめろ。疲れる。
Yeah. Also, I said it before, but stop putting your arm around me my shoulder every time you see me. It's annoying.
僕なりの有効表現だから諦めてくれよ。いやー、まさかあんなどんでん返しがあるなんて。犯人は驚きの人物だったね。
It's my way of expressing my friendship, so I'm afraid you'll have to accept it. Whew. But I seriously didn't expect such a plot twist. Who'd have thought he was a
そう
criminal?
か
You think
途
so?
中から予想はついたが。
I guessed it halfway
だが
through.
まあ、トリックはなかなかだったな。
Still, the trick the author used was pretty good.
誰がロビンを殺した？クックロビンの古い同様にまさかヒントが隠れているなんて。
Who killed Cock Robin? To think the hint was hidden in the nursery rhyme.
そういえばルカは知ってる？クックロビンの詩に出てくるロビンはロビンフットじゃないかという説もあるらしいよ。
On that topic, did you know this, Lucas? The theory that the Robin in Cock Robin is actually Robin Hood?
へえ、それは初めて聞いた。
First time I heard that.
まあ名前が同じってところから出てきた説なんだろうけどね。
It's probably a theory people cooked up simply because they share a
貴
name.
族のロビンフットか。子供の頃に気に入ってよく本を読んでいた。
The chivalrous thief Robin Hood. I liked him as a kid. I read a lot of stories about him.
そうなんだ。ちょ
You
っと意外だ
did?
ね。
That's a bit
意
surprising.
外？僕だっておとぎ話を読む情緒ぐらいあるが。失礼なやつ。
Surprising? Of course, I had at least enough sensibility to read fairy tales. How
い
rude.
や、別にけなしたわけじゃないよ。だって君はああいういかにも英雄って話は好きじゃなさそうって思ってたか
I
ら。
wasn't making light of you or anything. I just didn't think that you were the kind to like a virtuous hero archetype.
貴族の部分はどうでもいい。森に住む無法者が貴族を痛い目に遭わせるところがスカッとするんだ。
I could care less about the vigilante subplot. That's what's refreshing is how an outlaw living in the forest teaches nobles a lesson.
気に入るポイントがルカらしいや。でも僕は同じロビンならクックロビンがいいな。
Now, is it just like you to be taken with that aspect of the story? But if I were a Robin, I'd love to be Cock Robin instead. I'd be able to soar freely in the sky.
僕とライリーはよく学校の中庭で好きな本のことや他愛のないことを語り合っていた。
Riley and I often chattered about books we liked. Oh my god, I didn't mean to pause like that. That's just what happened. Riley and I often chatted about books we liked and other unimportant things in the campus courtyard.
話すきっかけを作ったあの推理小説にちなんで、
We took inspiration from this
Robin
mystery
は
novel.
お互いの合言葉のようになっていったんだ。
And before we knew it, the word Robin became somewhat like a code word between us.
あいつは小鳥のクックロビンで、僕はアウトローのロビンフット。
We poked fun at each other about it. He's Cock Robin, the little bird, and I'm Robin Hood, the outlaw.
そしてある日、あいつが言い出した。
Then one day, he brought it up to me.
ねえルカ、僕たちで青のロビンをやらないか？
Hey Luca, do you want to found the blue robin with
急
me?
に何を言い出すかと思えば、
That came out of
そも
nowhere.
そも青のロビンとはどういう意味だ？
What does blue robin
ロビン
even
は
mean?
わかるが。
I know Robin, but
実は僕の尊敬する人が給費員や養老院に寄付するっていう慈善活動をやっているんだ。それを僕らでやってみたいと思って。
Someone I respect is doing charity work, donating to almshouses and retirement homes, and I want to try it out with you.
いや、いい。僕は慈善活動に興味はない。
I'm fine. I'm not interested in
それで
charity.
さ、青のロビンをやるにあたっていろいろ考えてきたんだ。まあ聞いてよ。
I actually considered a bunch of stuff in advance in preparation for our group, the Blue Robin. You gotta listen to
待って、
this.
勝手に
Don't keep
話を進
rambling
めるな。
on your
僕
own
は今
accord.
やらないと。
I just said I
こ
won't
の間、
a while
その
ago.
人に面白い暗号を教えてもらったんだよ。オッテンドルフの数列って言って、
The person I mentioned told me about a fascinating code. It's called the Ottendorf cipher. And
おい、だから。
are you even listening?
ね、面白そうじゃない？あ、どうしたの？
It sounds
変な
fun,
顔
right?
して。
What's wrong? You're making a weird face.
本当にお前は人の話を聞かないな。
You seriously don't listen to what other people have to say at all.
聞いてるよ。けど、どうせ君は嫌がっていても、最後には仕方ないって言ってくれる。
I'm listening, but knowing you, even if you're reluctant, you'll be willing to go along with me by the end.
だって、
Right?
慈善活動に興味はなくても、暗号は面白そうって思っただろ？
You might not be interested in the charity, but the code intrigued you, didn't it?
相変わらずムカつくやつだ。
You seriously get on my nerves.
褒め言葉と受け取るよ。
I'll take that as a compliment.
この暗号はね、読み手と受け手、つまり僕と君が同じ本を持っていることが鍵になるんだ。
With this
だから、
code,
あの小説を使おうと思って。
it's key that the composer and reader, in other words, me and you, use the same book. I was thinking of using that
そ
novel.
れで青か。
That's where the blue comes
そ
from.
う。
Yep. As a
僕ら
Robin,
ロビンが
we can
人を
save
救う。
people.
ほら、考えただけでワクワクしてくる
It
だろ？
gets your blood pumping, doesn't it?
実際、あいつと青のロビンをやるのは嫌じゃなかった。
And as it turned out, running the Blue Robin with him wasn't
ただの
unpleasant.
子供の自己満足だ。救う範囲も限定的。それは100も承知だった。だけど、
It was just a self-indulgent fantasy of children. The extent to which we could help was limited. I knew that,
これ
but
まで人から遠ざかっていた自分が、ライリーを通して人とつながったような、
until
そんな
then,
気分だったんだ。
I was estranged from society, but I felt as if I was connected to the world again through Riley. Lucas and Riley. Lucas gazed down at the book as if it were transporting him back in time. For both Lucas and my brother, the Blue Robin was a precious chapter of their youth.
自分たちが卒業しても、後輩たちに引き継いでもらえたらと夢を見ていた。
We dreamed that after graduation, we could
こんな
maybe
青のロビン
pass
の心得なんてものま
the
で用意し
torch to our juniors. We even prepared this Blue Robin creed.
たが、穏やかでバカバカしい日々は、
But
唐
those
突に終わりを
stupid,
告げ
peaceful days ended all too soon. Because House Randolph fled from Rowan.
そうだ。別にお前を責める意図はない。
Yeah, I don't blame you or anything, though. Lucas then cast down his
以前
eyes.
シオンの手について文献から知識を得たと言ったが、あれは嘘だ。本当は僕がライリーから妹の
I said a while ago that I learned about
お前の話を
Fey Sight Hand from books, but the truth is that Riley told me about it and you.
そういうわけで、陛下は妹を器として献上しろとこちらに命令してきた。でも、あの子はまだ幼い。
That's the
だ
gist.
から、一族で逃げることにしたんだ。
The queen ordered us to offer my sister as her vessel, but my sister's too young. That's why we're running
急
away.
にこんな話をしてごめん。勝手だけど、君にだけはいなくなる事情を話しておきたかったから。
Sorry about dumping this all on you all of a sudden. I know it's selfish, but I wanted to tell you and you alone about the situation behind my upcoming departure.
嘘だろ。なんだよそれ。
You've got to be kidding me. The hell's with that?
ライリー、お前本当にそれでいいのか。全部なくすことになるんだぞ。そもそも地方から逃げ切れると本気で。
Riley, you're really fine with that? You're going to lose everything. Or do you seriously think you can outrun the queen?
違うよ。なくさないために決めたんだ。何が何でも逃げ切ってみせる。僕が
You've got it all wrong.
あの子を守りたいから。
I made this choice so that I won't lose my everything. I'll do whatever it takes to protect my sister. You.
ルカ、今までありがとう。
Luca,
さよならは言わないよ。
Thank you for everything. I won't say
いつか
goodbye.
また青のロビンを再開しよう。その日が来るって信じてるから。
Let's revive the Blue Robin again one day. I have full faith that day will come.
大事な妹と一族の命運がかかっているのに、僕なんかに打ち明けて。本当にあいつはバカだ。
Even though the fate of his precious sister and family was on the line, he confided in me. That guy was truly a hopeless idiot. Lucas scoffed, sounding almost mocking, but he didn't hide the profound grief within his eyes. Lucas was a member of the Five Houses, yet my brother had told him everything. It was proof of how much my brother trusted him. Riley believed Lucas was the one friend who would keep quiet about us no matter what. What happened to you after that?
15年前、5家筆頭のランドルフ一族が逃亡したことで、
15 years ago, when the head of the Five Houses fled, naturally turmoil ensued.
父は僕がライリーの友人だったという情報を入手して、逃亡について詰問するため、強引に僕を学校からタウンハウスへ呼び出したんだ。
My father was informed that I was Riley's friend. He forcefully summoned me from school to interrogate me about your flight.
ここにはあいつらが待ち構えていた。
But those two were merely lying in wait for me. Those two.
僕には腹違いの兄弟が2人いるんだ。あんなのと血がつながってるなんて。
I have two half brothers. I don't like to think that I'm related by blood to the likes of them, though. That must be the older and younger brothers John told me about. They were the reason Lucas grew to dislike people, I think. When the topic of his brothers was brought up, Lucas' gentle demeanor vanished. He scowled, just the thought of them abhorrent.
僕に嫌がらせをする。たったそれだけのために、領地の森に火をつけるような
They set fire to the forest for the sole purpose of harassing me, and that's just one example. But since I'd left, those two steadily became more and more unhinged. By the time I returned, they had completely lost their minds.
そうだよ。まずお前から消えろ。それからゆっくりこいつを。
Oh, oops, sorry. This is new. Oh, wait, that part was there. Right. It's your fault that everything started going crazy. All yours. Everyone's gonna die. Yeah, that was there. You first. After that, I'll take my sweet time tormenting this guy until he's dead. You've got to go first. Go to hell. I see.
奴らはもともと僕を狙っていたんだが、うちはもめしてお互いに差し違えたんだ。
Those two originally had their sights on me but fought and killed each other instead. So the scene I saw with the face sight was that exact final moment, huh? May I ask why your siblings lost their minds?
さあ、わからない。
Who knows?
ただ、これは僕の推測に過ぎないが、ピュアを怒らせたせいじゃないかと思っている。
This is just my guess, but I think it may have been because they offended Pure Fae. Offended Pure Fae? You said they began losing control after they burned down the forest. They'd somehow incurred the wrath of Pure Fae by defacing nature. As I thought through it, my eyes fell on Lucas's painting and it clicked. Did your brothers burn bluebells?
そうだ。あいつらが焼いたのは、ブルーベルが咲き乱れる森だった。
The forest they razed was a place bluebells bloomed profusely.
ブルーベルの花が咲く場所には教会がある。ピュアはこちらに来ることはないが、教会を大切にしているという話があるからな。
Bluebells blossom signify boundaries. Though Pure Fae don't come over to our sides anymore, legends say they still cherish the boundaries. In other words, the pair's madness could have been the result of Pure Fae retaliation for laying waste to a sacred place.
その死からだ。僕にあいつらの未練がまとわりつくようになったのは。
But not even death stopped the harassment. Now their lingering obsessions stalk me. Lucas spat his words with open loathing.
なんかとは比べ物にならないくらい黒くて。
This bug is killing me.
当主の座を得られないと狂った二人の未練だ。
Their lingering obsessions are so dark and oppressive, no one else will ever compare. The two went mad over power they'd never have. So then, they're the identities within the black haze I saw around you.
そうだ。 一族のその血を引く狂った兄弟の未練。それが黒いもやになってずっと僕に
Yeah.
取り付いてい
A
る。
pair of deranged brothers by the blood of our household's ancestors transformed into a black haunting murk in death.
他の未練なら導いて天に返すことができるが、こいつらは僕個人への恨みつらみが重すぎて離れない。生地同じ血筋だけに僕の力じゃ消せないんだ。
I'm able to guide other attachments to the heavens, but my brother's malice is too heavy, clinging to me like glue. Because we share a lineage, my power doesn't affect them. Doesn't that mean that those who are always around you?
基本はそうだ。
Generally.
強いユニークが多くいる場や墓場では姿を現さないようだがな。
They just don't show themselves in cemeteries or when there are many demi-fays around.
奴らが死んだこの屋敷では特に力が強くなって僕にあれこれとくだらない話を吹き込んでくる。
In this townhouse, the place they died, they grow especially strong and start spouting all kinds of worthless nonsense into my ears.
おまけに僕以外には奴らの姿は見えない。おかげでますます周囲からは変人扱いだ。
What more? No one can see them aside from me. People started treating me like a weirdo. So then those times you would suddenly shout even though you were alone.
察しの通りだ。最近はお前が例の部屋に近づくと面白がって二人が僕に教えてくる。
Exactly. Lately, whenever you approach the room where it happened, those two think it's funny to rush over to me and tattle. So that was how Lucas knew whenever I came near that area of the house. It was all made sense now. You're haunted by the worst part of your brothers around the clock. It must be suffocating.
ああ、
Yeah,
苦しい。
it's suffocating.
僕がピュアになりたいのは存在のあり方への憧れとは別に、
It's actually another
More
reason why I want to
specifically,
become a pure fae, other than my yearning to adopt their
こいつ
nature.
らの未練をピュアの力なら消せるかもしれないと。
I thought maybe if I were a pure fae, I would have the power to finally do away with these guys. I see. So he's really thought through what happens if he becomes a pure fae then. But Lucas continued, gazing into my eyes
僕の
meaningfully.
苦しみなどお前が抱えるものほどじゃない。
But my suffering is nothing compared to yours. Did he pity me, or was he implying his own guilt? I was too scared to ask. Lucas took the bag of money from his inner chest pocket and placed it on the table.
話の続きになるが、絵を売った金で青のロビンを再開させたのはほんの気まぐれだった。
Back to the topic, I only restarted the Blue Robin with the money I earned from my paintings on a whim.
だが、人に知られたのならもう二度とするつもりはない。
Now that someone has learned of it, I have no plans on doing it ever again. Why is that? It's not like you're doing anything bad. I believe it's rather admirable. Lucas furrowed his brow, looking
一歩
anguished.
だとか、そういうつもりは僕にはない。ただの自己満
I
足
didn't do it for honor or respect. I only fooled around to entertain myself. You can say that all you like, but you persisted all this time without recognition. The others had discussed it at the conference, but the Blue Robin donations required significant funds. Not even the richest house could have continued the charity on a mere whim. Considering these facts, perhaps this was something Lucas had been doing for my dead brother's sake after all. My brother once told me about a school friend he had. Oh, we don't have to do that.
ああ、推理物だ。ああ、学校に。きっとお前。
Yeah, I was there. Riley never said his friend's name nor house. To him, you were simply a friend he trusted wholeheartedly. He likely wanted me to meet you without any bias, without any labels.
あいつはそういうやつだ。
That's the kind of guy he
僕に
was.
もサリバン一族の噂や家のことを一切聞いてこなかった。
Never once did he ask me about the rumors of House Sullivan or what happened at home. He told me that Robin was a code word and that the treasured that book. He looked just like you now. He spoke of you with the warmest smile. I happily recalled my brother's face, but for some reason, Lucas flinched with hurt. Honestly, I'm elated to hear you honored the wish of my brother and your best friend by keeping up the Blue
違
Robin.
う。
You've got it wrong. Lucas slammed his fist on the table, cutting me short.
何もできなかったんだ。あいつのために僕は何一つ。
I wasn't able to do a single
それ
thing.
どころか、僕は。
I wasn't able to do anything. I wasn't able to do a single thing for him. Instead, a strangled voice came from Lucas's throat as if he were coughing up blood instead of words.
僕には
I don't
い
have
つの親友を名乗る資格なんて。
I don't have the rights.
資格なんてない。
Oh, we broke Lucas. Oh, he's crying now. Oh my god. And this bug is killing me. We're all dying. I don't have the right to call myself his best friend. I swear if it's a mosquito and it just bit my nose, it's over. It's over now. It's over. Tears spilled from his eyes and traced his cheeks. Oh my goodness. Damn it, why are these tears? Lucas, what did you expect them to be? Blood? Looked thrown by his own reaction as he roughly rubbed his cheeks with the back of his hand, but no matter how many times he wiped the tears away, new droplets took their place. Oh, our troubled boy. Without thinking, I drew my arms around him. What are you doing? I don't know, my body moved on its own. I couldn't suppress my wish to stop his tears. We shared the same wounds in our heart. It was a bleeding wound that ever stung. I'd lost my brother, he had lost his only friend forever. It's not right for you to touch someone like me. You don't even know what He frowned, trying to blink away the wetness in his eyes. But his weeping prevented coherent words. Only grief-stricken sobs spilled from his lips. I don't want to see this man suffer. When he cried, my heart ached as if it was a vice. When he smiled, my heart soared. Against my better judgment, I had grown to have feelings for Lucas. That said, even I myself didn't know what kind of feelings they were. Seriously, you're just like Riley. Even if it comes to this bad habit, if you're kind to just anyone, you'll regret it one day. I am not like this with anyone else. That makes this even more problematic. He said that in a sigh, then closed his eyes and chuckled ever so faintly. Like two wounded little critters, we nestled up to each other, leaning into the other's warmth. Only for now, only for this one moment, I want to forget about my revenge. Lucas must have had nothing to do with the tragedy. He was my brother's best friend. That's what I wanted to believe, and yet I couldn't find the courage to ask Lucas why he cried or to finish that sentence that died on his lips. It's like, sure. The weekend came around, and it was the day of the new moon. The day the supposed induction ceremony for the Blue Robins would take place. Now that I discovered that Lucas was running the Blue Robins by himself, I knew that the true Robin wasn't going to show up. The question is, who is impersonating him to assemble people and why? If anti-royalists are involved, I may be able to connect with them. For my routine report, I returned to the Bernstein estate. Lucas was also attending a conference, though begrudgingly. Ever since that day, I've been feeling lost about how I should act around Lucas. He seemed to be in the same boat. Our interaction had become awkward. Whenever our eyes met, we'd each turn away immediately. Plus, I heard him shouting last night again. I heard some noises from his room last night, and when I got to the front of his door... Shut up. I don't need to spell it out for me. I'm begging you here. Stay quiet already. What did I do to make you guys leave? Will you finally be satisfied if I die? I've had enough. Get out of my sight already. At this rate, I'll go crazy. Unable to do anything about the heartbreaking screams on the other side, I could only stand in the hallway listening helplessly. No, it still lives. I didn't have the power to erase the haze, even if I entered his room. I knew that I'd only make Lucas strain himself. His brother's lingering obsession tormented Lucas. If there were a way to erase that haze, Lucas would be a little more at peace. Just as I thought that, I shook my head. Why was I trying to help him? I had infiltrated the Sullivan estate to investigate Lucas's involvement in Eltbeak. That should have been my focus, yet.
ちょっと、あんた大丈夫？今日ぼーっとしてるわね。
Hey, you okay? You've been spacing out today. Evelyn leaned forward and peered into my face, standing beside me. I snapped to attention.
お仕事が大変で疲れてるんじゃ。 もう報告は済ませたんですよね。こちらは大丈夫ですから、休んでください。
So maybe you're tired because you work so hard. You work is so difficult. You finished your report, right? We're okay here, so please go get some rest. Today was meant to be a day off, but I was helping these two with their duties to gain information about servants too. However, I instead caused them worry by sighing every so often as we worked. I'm alright. I was just thinking about something for a moment.
いいえ、休みなさい。
No,
サ
you
リバ
can
ン
go
邸で
rest.
働くのがどんなに大変か。ここの使用人ならみんな知ってるんだから。
No can do. You go rest. All the servants here know exactly how tough it is at the Sullivan estate.
無理しないで。もうすぐ日が暮れますし、手伝いは十分ですから。
Don't push yourself. The sun's going to set soon. You already helped us enough, but
いいから、もう休みなさい。あとは
just
自由に
listen
過ご
to
しなさい
us
よ。
and take a break already. Use the rest of the day and do what you want. Thank you. I was planning to go to the alley event eventually. I'll just leave earlier than planned. Since the pair ushered me to rest, I left the Bernstein estate, figuring that I could drop by Gonerel's shop before going to the back alley. Once I arrived, I reported everything I had happened so far to John.
やっぱりルーカスとライリーが青のロビンを始めたのか。
So as we suspected, Lucas and Riley are the ones who founded the Blue Robins. Right. Lucas said that he resumed it for just amusement, but that man was crying as he recalled his memories of my
や
brother.
つと事件との関わりは何か分かったのか。
Have you found anything about his involvement in the incident? I grimaced like I'd eaten something sour. I shook my head and John scolded me.
しっかりしてくれ。大事なのはあいつが事件に関わっていたかどうかだろ。
Pardon me, my lady, but get a grip. What matters most to your mission is to find whether that man was involved, right? You're right, yes. But the mood back then wasn't right for me asking something like that. I'll probe into it another time. I couldn't voice my hesitation in front of John, my accomplice. But the truth was that a part of me wanted to ignore the chance that Lucas was connected at all. He was crying with so much sorrow. I can't imagine I just don't want to think that he was involved. I was terrified that John might notice the shift in my heart, so I changed the topic. Do you think it's possible to remove the haze hanging over Lucas, the lingering attachment of his brothers?
さあ、
Good
わから
question.
ないな。
I'm not sure.
知っていそうな人に心当たりはあるが、まず話してくれないだろうな。
I know someone who might know a method, but that person I have in mind would also never tell us. He was talking about Obrion, the Fae King. The Fae King had refused to answer all summons recently, so we couldn't expect much from him. Then, do you think it's possible for a demi-fae to become a pure fae?
お嬢。
My lady. Frowning sternly, John stared straight into my eyes. At his solemn gaze, I straightened my back
お嬢
reflectively.
はルーカスに肩入れしすぎだ。
You're too particular to Lucas, my lady. No, I'm trying to gain his trust.
自分でもその言い訳は苦しいって分かってるんだろ
I'm sure even you know how far-fetched that excuse
う。
is,
や
right?
つと事件の関わりから目をそらしてる。ルーカスがライリーの友人だったと知ってからは余計にそうだ。
You're closing your eyes to reality. It's only gotten worse since you learned he was Riley's friend. But he was Riley's friend! That wasn't... I mean, I'm friends with you because you were Riley's friend. That wasn't what I couldn't deny John's point. Lucas had been a contender for revenge, but now that I saw him as someone close to me, someone who shared in my grief, how could I answer John? As I asked myself, Goneril, who had been listening silently on the other side of the room, answered John.
話の途中で悪いが、ジョン坊や、ちょっと急用でね、使いを頼んでいいかい？
Sorry to disturb your little chat, but I've some urgent business for John Boy. Could you run an errand for me?
ゴネリル、今は
Goneril, I'm busy right now.
ジョン坊や。
John Boy?
この前留守にした分も働くっていうのは口先だけだったのかい？
A certain someone told me that he was going to work doubly hard to make up for his absence a while ago. Was it all talk?
分かった。
Got it, I'll go.
そうよかったよかった。じゃあ頼むよ。すぐ近くだからさ。手紙はこれ。
Good.
裏通りの雑貨屋まで届
I'm
けておくれ
counting on you. Don't worry, it's nearby. Here's the letter. Take it to the general store in the back street.
ああ。お嬢、
Yes.
話は後で。
Let's talk later, my lady. Sure. Sure. Taking the bundle from Goneril, John left the store. After seeing him off, the woman turned back to me.
さあ
Now then,
それじゃ
how about
よ
chatting
けれ
with
ば
me?
私と話そうか
Goneril.
ジョン坊やの前じゃ言いづらいこともあるだろう私相手でも話せば少しは楽になるかもしれないよ
There are probably some things that are hard to bring up in front of John Boy. You might feel better if you let it off your chest. I lost my composure over what John said, and Goneril had noticed. She stared at me as if she had read my soul like the morning paper. She sent John away so she could talk in private. John must have accepted while knowing that and gave me this time. Their kindness was moving. Touched by their concern, the feeling churned in my heart, slipped out of my lips in a rush. It's exactly like John said. Against my better judgment, I'm praying that Lucas has nothing to do with the incident. My resolve was shaken so easily. Pathetic, aren't I? All the while, my intuition screaming that he was involved in it some way.
さあ
I see. My willful ignorance had grown so obvious I could no longer pretend with myself otherwise. Trying to see if I'm in a good spot soon. Oh, not what I meant. Look at that. We only have one left. He's gonna love us soon. No, we're not. Okay. I was gonna see if we're anywhere near getting to the other ending. We're not. So we'll get to the end of this scene. My willful ignorance had grown so oblivious. Obvious, not oblivious. I could no longer pretend with myself otherwise. Lucas claimed he revived the Blue Robin just because, but the truth? But why hide the book? He put it in the forgotten corner as if afraid to ever catch sight of it. When my family was attacked, where was he? What was he doing? I've been tucking that thought in the back of my mind, praying that Lucas has nothing to do with all of this. That he's simply my brother's friend. But I know that I can't run away forever. If Lucas was indeed involved, then I must take revenge on that man.
ならない
Must.
あんたが決めたことじゃないのかい
Can't you decide for yourself? I have. It's something I decided. It's the sole reason I've lived this past 8 years, to take revenge on my family and the village. As I ranted, Goneril took a sip of her tea, then slowly set her cup down in
あ
the
んたの
saucer.
気持ちは分かったこれは私の経験談だけれどね
You've made your feelings very clear. This is just me speaking from experience, but
あんたは死者にとらわれて生きてるそれは決して悪いことじゃないし否定もしない
you're a living prisoner of the dead. Now, I'm not denouncing it. It's one of many ways of life out there. However,
復讐なんてものをやり遂げるなら強固な意志が必要になる
if you want to accomplish something like revenge, you need
自
to
分の心に常に耳を澄ませな
you need determination of steel. My advice is to always listen carefully to your own heart.
死者のためではなく
Think
自
very
分がどう
carefully
したいか
about
を
what you want
よ
to
ー
do
く
with
考
yourself.
えるんだ行動の果てに自分が後悔しないために
Think very carefully about what you want to do for yourself and not what you think you should do for others. If you don't, you may come to regret the way you've lived. Her tone was kind, as if to soothe me, but it was also admonishing. There was a weight to her words. She truly believed what she preached. Has Goneril been in has Goneril been in my shoes and also thought about taking revenge on someone? I shouldn't speculate about her private affairs. Thanks, Goneril. I feel better now that I've talked about it with you.
そうそれなら
Really?
よかった
That's great to hear. Before anything else, I had confronted Lucas's past. I had to confront Lucas's past. I had to know whether he had taken part in the killing of my family. It's gonna get dark soon.
ああ、今夜は新月だから、例の入団式がある日だっけね。
Right, there's a new moon tonight, so it's the day of that induction ceremony, huh? About that, it doesn't add up, does it?
ああ、ルーカスが青のロビンなら、こんなまだるっこしい真似しないだろう。
If Lucas is the Blue Robin, he wouldn't do something so tedious as round and roundabout exactly. Lucas said that he had stopped the moment someone learned of it. Plus, I doubt that an unsociable man like him would be go out of his way to recruit members.
情報を総合的に考えるとそうだね。
When you talk,
で
take
も
it
じゃあ今回の入団式ってのは
when you take all we know into consideration, the ceremony is strange. Like the five houses feared anti-royalist fakes are using the Blue Robin's names. That's what I suspect. Am I being too biased? Hearing my theory, Goneril shook her head solemnly.
あれから青のロビンについて探ってみたんだ。大した情報は得られなかったが、少し気になることがあってね。
I've actually been doing some digging on the Blue Robin since our last meeting. It's not substantial, but something caught my ear.
あんたが勧誘を受けたあの路地裏近辺で、アルフレッドを見かけたって情報がちらほらあるんだよ。
There were witness reports here and there, people saying Alfred saw Alfred around the same back alley where you were
それ
recruited.
と、バーンスタイン家に勤めてるフィリップって男も。
That and a man called Philip who works at the House Bernstein. Philip. The name was so unexpected I couldn't help but repeat
あ
it.
くまで見かけたってだけの話だからね。単に買い出しとか遊びに来ただけかもしれない。
They only seen men around and no more. They could have come to shop or visit for fun. That said, Goneril's informant added that because the two in question were deliberately going to deserted places, they suspected there was something more to their visits. Alfred and Philip, are they related to the phony Blue Robin somehow? At that moment, the door opened. John had finished his errand. When he saw my face, he sighed and flashed me a
さ
smile.
っきよりはマシな顔になったみたいだ
You
な。
look better than earlier, thanks. Yeah, I'm alright now. Sorry to worry you. What I ought to do was to face Lucas, not run away. I also had to continue probing for information that was related to Eltby. First, I have to go check on the ceremony Leonardo told me about. After discussing my plans briefly with John, we left the shop and made our way to the back alley meeting place. Together! Dun 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 dun. We're gonna save it. But hey, we got to chapter 3. We're further into chapter 3. How far? Four parts into chapter 3. So we're getting close to that part where you would usually run into the break where it turns into the other person. But I guess maybe, just maybe, we have to meet Alfred first. But yeah, I might have a stream tomorrow. We'll see. I'm still... there's some weird question marks because I was supposed to be at jury duty this week and then it got canceled because they settled out of court, which is great for them. Great for them, guys. But because of that, I originally was scheduled off work on days I was supposed to work, and I reached out and asked them if I was supposed to come into work, and they said nothing to me. So I take nothing as yes, don't come in. But I worry for my paycheck, so we'll find out when that happens. But yeah, I'm really excited for Lucas's route so far. I think it's been very interesting. I guess I like Tsundere's. I don't know. I felt Edward's story was really, really boring, very, very cut and paste. I liked Ascot's story. It wasn't my favorite, but I liked it. Like, they at least made it interesting. I like that he was, you know, evil. We knew he was going to be. Like, he wasn't subtle. That he was hiding it. So yeah, but this is the one I've been wanting the most, so I'm excited. Hopefully I can try to finish it in the next stream if I do come around. Tomorrow I'll try to start earlier than today. Today we just had me waiting to find out if I was going to work or not. So I stayed up a little bit later for that. But yeah, if you're watching this on YouTube, check me out on Twitch. I stream about 3 times a week. If you're here on Twitch, remember I upload all the VODs onto YouTube, so you can check them out over there if you want to remember the super fun adventures we have. Thank you, Blue. Thank you, Ninja, for being in chat today. I will see you guys soon. I hope you guys have a lovely night. Bye!